What's up, Flannelverse? Another marathon stream today, and I just learned today that I have kind of a new short-term mission. I don't know if you call it a side quest because it's kind of linear in line with my usual quest. But I saw on Pete Overs that stream today that he is probably going to be streaming his 100th BBM draft this week, and he's going to make a big deal about it. And I'm at 92 right now, so I'm thinking I got to beat Pete to the punch. So my goal right
Exactly.
now is to get to 100 drafts before Pete does. Hoping to get 6 out of the way today, and then a couple more coming up. Starting with this one right now, starting with Megan is going to be joining me for at least the first draft. Megan, by the way, I have I meant to tell you this before the stream. I have Dog Pound Pat coming on for the second draft.
I love it.
But you can stay on for as long as you want. You don't have to leave after the first draft. You can see how you're feeling, whatever. Welcome to stay as long as you want. How are you doing today?
I'm doing great. I had so much fun with you. What was it? I came on in June. We did a couple drafts. That was a blast. And I'm so excited to be back. Love Pat from Fantasy Dog Pound. So that's awesome that he's next. So yeah, this is fun. This will be a fun day for you. And yeah, I think you can do it. You get a couple, 6 in today, a couple tomorrow, you'll beat Pete to the punch. So
yeah, exactly. That's the whole plan. Because he said he's going to save it for the Swolecast, I think, which I believe is Wednesdays. So just got to find time to do 2 more at some point. Maybe tomorrow at some point, most likely.
I like the competition. It's fun.
Are you enjoying all of the training camp chatter? And any big takeaways from everything we've learned at training camp?
The slow motion video from the social media teams always gets on my nerves at this point of the year. It's like I get edgy by the end of it. Like I'm like, okay, enough. Because last year we were getting excited about Quentin Johnson and Jalen Hyatt slow motion film, and slow motion catches. And I'm just like, I'm over it. But I love like good sites that help you contextualize like Coach Speak Index or Establish the Run or Hayden Winks from Underdog Network. I just kind of try to drown out the noise and focus on the content providers that really like put all that and contextualize it well. And I've learned my lesson because I've made some mistakes on the slow motion social media team clip. So I'm trying to, be better about that and listen to the right people to get the right context.
Yeah, I think that is wise. Not to just like watch the videos and like get takeaways.
Right.
I think the hearing the coach speaking can be kind of important. Hearing who's running with the ones, that kind of stuff. But yeah, same here. I'm trying not to overreact to awesome highlight reel plays.
Yeah. And that's why Coach Speak Index is such an awesome, awesome source for us now, to actually listen to what the coaches are saying and try to put some context behind that. So yeah, absolutely love that.
Greg does a great job of it. Speaking of, I should have Greg on this stream. I got to invite.
Totally. Yeah. I'm trying to get him. I'm going to reach out to him. We're doing an 8-hour live stream on Fanspeak Network on August 23rd from 4 to midnight. And I'm going to reach out to him, just shoot my shot and see.
Nice. Yeah. It's I think I'm going to be traveling in, I want to say Chicago. I think I'll be in Chicago on the 23rd. So I might not be able to join you for that one, but I'll definitely be able to.
You're on the list. I want to get you back on the Fanspeak Network too. I always love the cross streams. It's so great.
Yeah, me too. I'm always collaborating with other great streamers in the space. But I said yesterday, I'm trying to cut out the in-between draft stuff because I have so many more that I need to get going. So I am going to
let's go. Okay.
Underdog here to hop us into a draft. So if you guys want to draft with us, we're going to be doing a best Ball Mania.
So Neil, I have to ask you as you're pulling this up, I watched your stream yesterday was it Scott Barrett, correct?
Yep.
And I liked the hostage situation, but I guess if we're not doing 2 drafts together, we can't each hostage situation. But I had to say, I love the hostage situation that you guys had.
I hated the hostage situation so much. I hated it because we had the opportunity to draft Josh Allen past ADP and Dalton Kincaid past ADP. And Scott was like, no, we're not doing it. And then Khalil Shakir, 17 spots past ADP. He still would not let me draft Khalil Shakir, a guy who I'm trying to increase my exposure to a little bit. So it was just super painful for me to have Scott not letting me get any of my guys. Hey, you can stick around as long as you want. We can do hostage drafts.
No, it was fun. It was fun for the viewer to watch the hostage draft.
Yeah. So. Okay. Good. I'm glad to hear that. The only commentary I've got has been that was insane to pass up on all those Bills stacking partners, which I agree with. I agree with that.
So are we at the 12-13?
We are at the 12-13 turn.
We are the dreaded 12-13. Okay.
The worst possible spot, I think. It's funny. I saw Levitan posted today about how dusty like the 10-12 spot is, and then another person I follow on Twitter, I saw him back to back, had something. If you hate drafting the 10-12 turn, maybe you need to get more imaginative.
I saw that too.
Which I was like, was that just in response to Levitan? I don't know. It felt like it was in response to Levitan, but I wasn't going to call him out.
I saw both those tweets, and I agree with Levitan. I don't love the 12-13 turn, and now it kind of feels a little worse with the Puka news. But it's but with the other guy's point, it does kind of allow you to be creative, I'd say.
Yeah.
So.
And we I saw, I think Easy or somebody else pointed out, and I thought it was a good point, that we thought the same thing last year, that that turn was not nearly as good at the beginning, and it ended up being exactly what he wanted, the CD Amon-Ra. So who knows? Exactly. Same thing could happen this year.
So what do you usually do as we're coming up? What's your favorite? Like, what's your most comfortable click here?
At the 12-13?
Yeah.
Ooh, there are none. There are 0 comfortable clicks for me at the 12-13. No, depends on what falls to me. I would still do Puka here if we have the option of doing Puka Marvin Harrison. I would do it. Like, I understand the concerns about Puka, his health related issues a little bit, but it's allowing him to fall a little bit, and I still think most likely he's going to be fine by week 1, and until we hear otherwise. So that might be kind of my target here, but I am open to doing something different if you see something else you like.
I doubt Garrett Wilson will fall anymof, but Garrett Wilson London is my favorite combo. I know that's kind of like a chalky combo, but I'm not then afraid to get different in other places, kind of reach a little bit to get different other places. So Garrett Wilson London's probably my most comfortable click there.
Yeah, I'd be happy with that. We had something go a little bit different here. Who went early? Chase Hill, Lamb, McCaffrey. Oh, it's Gibbs. Gibbs went early. All right, we are on the clock. We could do Puka and Marvin Harrison. They would be the top in terms of ADP. If you are nervous about any of those plays, I'd be happy to go Drake London. Anybody else?
Well, if you want the correlation, I'm totally fine with that. But I do love Drake London, and I don't mind getting creative there. I also don't mind taking Deebo Samuel and reaching at 13, but it's totally up to you.
Do you want to do that? You want to do Drake Deebo?
Yeah.
That'll be a unique turn.
Different. I think it's very different. Yeah, exactly.
With the I'm crossing my fingers sort of that Ayuk gets traded. Although it kind of depends.
It's sounding a little more like it could happen. I don't know.
It feels more and more likely.
Yeah. So I think this is a bit of a unique combination, and it targets 2 of my favorite teams. Honestly, you have 49ers, which is an expensive stack, and Falcons, where you have obviously the top guys but the quarterback's not expensive. So, right. I kind of like that. Whether you're able to get one or both of these quarterbacks or not, again, I'm always just about targeting top offenses. And I think we could see 49ers and Falcons as top 10 offenses. So.
Absolutely. I mean, the 49ers, I think the expectation, it'd be pretty surprising if they're not a top 10 offense. And I think Atlanta is probably,
on the cusp.
Expected to be, right on that cusp,
I think the projected points that was put out, somebody tweeted, was, I want to say Jets, Falcons were at that like 11, 12, projected points for this season. So you're right there.
Yeah. Hello to everybody in chat. Thank you for hanging out with us. Good to see you all. GM. I want to give this specifically a call out. Yes, Best Ball and Call says, let Neil stack today. I can't time at work. Yes, please. After what Scott did to me yesterday, I'm just in so much pain not being able to stack in that draft. So I agree with
that. Then there will be no hostage. No, I mean, I like stacking too. But I'm all about just team correlation wherever I can get team correlation.
Well, I'm also speaking to the people who are drafting with us,
right.
That too.
That's a good point. That's a good point.
Yeah. In the draft with us.
Awesome.
Bindles.
Oh, good to see Bindles.
This is the real point, is Scott needs to send me some money, I think, for not letting me get that $1.5 million team.
So I think I heard this. No matter what happens on the if the hostage draft makes the finals, you and Scott are still splitting it, even though one person was taking over, right?
That is true. If either his or mine make the final, or we're going to be splitting the money regardless. So
got it.
I'll share with Scott, despite not letting me get my guys.
Now, someone asked, have you done much Puka Marvin yet? Did I?
I have. Yeah, no, I am a fan of that one on the turn. I think those
it's good.
Could both be bad defense. Yeah, it is good to do something different. I have plenty of Puka with Marvin.
Yeah.
Good to do something a little bit different with Drake London and Deebo. But yeah, I think that game I'm pretty into I know a lot of people have concerns about the Cardinals or about Marvin Harrison, where he goes specifically. Just like, I've seen tweets about how he needs to be like a top 8 rookie of all time to pay off a first round. I'm like, I think he will be. This is kind of the reason that I'm like, yeah, he's one of the better prospects that we've ever seen. And he's also went to a great situation. So I'm like, I'm okay with just making the bet that he's going to be a top 8 rookie of all time.
Right.
And then, I like doing the grabbing him on my Puka teams. So I have that combo quite a bit.
Definitely in the range of outcomes for sure. What do you think about, and I don't know if it'll come back, or I don't know if I'm talking about it too early, but I've been trying to grab a ton more Pacheco. I think he's going to keep rising. If he's at the turn, he would be one I've been writing a lot about. And I know this is a bit different from the field, but I just think with the falling running back prices at all points in the draft, I'm trying to leave the draft with definitely one, sometimes a lot of times two in the first 6 rounds, and then feeling really, really awesome about one, if not 2 running backs in the first 6 rounds, just because of the shift in landscape, and still making sure I'm addressing the wide receiver position before the avalanche hits. Maybe it's because I'm more into the late round tight end than other people are, but what's your pulse on Pacheco or some of these earlier running backs?
Yeah, no, I think that is a good call out, that like it does feel like we are seeing a shift in real time very quickly too. Like where it's not, we're not getting nearly as many of these wide receiver avalanche rooms. So you kind of you're allowed to take those running backs a little bit earlier because you're more likely to get some wide receivers that you like a little bit later. So yeah, I'm doing a lot more of taking the running backs early on as well. And yeah, if we can get either of ETN or Pacheco here, I would be totally happy to do so.
Awesome.
Trying to kind of adjust the way I'm thinking about this. As I see Josh Allen here, I do have to call out, I did get Dalton Kincaid to fall back to me on a Josh Allen team today at pick 59, which I was pretty excited about.
Wow, we did get Pacheco, right?
Yeah, we can take Pacheco here.
Okay, awesome. And I'll let you pick the next one because I'm just super excited about the Pacheco pick.
Hell yeah! All right, we'll go Pacheco first, and then I guess I can give myself some time to think.
Yeah.
I don't love Pittman. Let's see, who are the ranks here? These are the fantasy point ranks. They would have it Pittman as the top wide receiver.
Allen,
yeah, I can do that. I'll do Pittman.
Yeah, you could get.
I don't have a ton of exposure there, and then maybe Anthony Richardson falls back.
Maybe Richardson falls. Yeah, exactly.
Different bye week. Yeah, we'll get the rare Pittman share.
Okay. Yeah, I'm kind of probably with the field on Pittman right now. So
yeah, I'm definitely below the field. So yeah, good to get some. Here's a good question. Would love to get a temperature check on Chubb, Hawkinson, Dobbins. I mean, everything has been positive. Everything we've heard from camp has been positive on all 3 of them. They all seem to be ahead of schedule. I'm willing to take Chubb on here and there around pick 130. Scott yesterday was pretty high on, what if Nick Chubb is just, he is the exception, which would any of us be surprised if Nick Chubb is the exception, if he does have that kind of Adrian Peterson in him where he's just, responds better to some medical expertise than anybody else would. So I think around pick 130, I'm willing to take some Chubb. Hawkinson, I'm still not reaching for Hawkinson. I'll take him.
Yeah, I take him when he falls for sure. Yeah.
I mean, where is it? I think his ADP is probably around 148 or so. Let's actually look.
Yep, somewhere around there. But you will get some big falls on him still, and that's when I'm comfortable scooping it when he falls a good bit.
I would say I'm typically not going to be very comfortable taking him on a team where I need him before like week 6, week 7.
Right.
The Vikings have a bye in week 6, I want to say. So if you need a tight end who's going to give you some fantasy points before week 7, I would still be out on Hawkinson. I still don't think he's likely to be back doing much before week 7. I do still have like the quarterback situation for the Vikings is still kind of a big unknown. So I don't think that we can necessarily count on TJ Hawkinson coming back and immediately being who he was last year with JJ McCarthy. Or
Darnold. Yeah. I'm in the camp. I have been doing some weird stuff lately where I'll get like an elite quarterback like Allen or Hurts, and then I'll double stack this. I don't believe in this very often, but this is the exception this year, that the last 2, well, now you can't do it with Fields anymore, but I got it like last week where I got Fields and Russ like in the last 2 rounds with Allen. And it's like I basically am betting on Allen and the Steelers passing game. And I had like Pickens and Freiermuth. And in the case, I just did a draft with Allen and JJ McCarthy and Darnold. And it's basically like I have Allen and I had Jefferson and the Vikings quarterback room. And so it's like that way you're kind of protected for injury or whoever's there. And, theoretically, both could have either, I guess not both at the same time, either could have success in a given week with those teams. I'm a little more bullish on Darnold potentially having that like Baker Mayfield, Ryan Tannehill type resurgence under Kevin O'Connell with Justin Jefferson and those weapons. So we'll see. So that's how I'm kind of handling it. Is I am taking some Darnold in the last round when I have Jefferson. I know this is gross, but I heard Evan Silva on an ETR show mention him as a deep sleeper. And in the 18th round, we've made a lot dumber 18th. I've made a lot dumber 18th round picks than that. So, there's a world where it could play out that he plays all year. And if it does, you're going to get like probably sub 20% owned quarterback attached to a good offense. So I've been playing that with the Vikings, and we'll see. Or I did do one recently where I got both of them in the last 2 rounds. So that's an interesting way to play it. Different.
Yeah, no, I like that call out for sure. Yeah. I think that JJ McCarthy plays at some point this year, but there's no guarantee. Like if Sam Darnold does come in and he plays well, why would the Vikings replace him? Like JJ McCarthy is young. He has, they're trying to develop him still. So there's no guarantee that he plays it all this year. So I like that call out of taking some Darnold. Makes sense to me.
Yeah. And I only do it when I have Jefferson usually. I've done a couple of times, once or twice with Addison, but so yeah. Yeah.
And I do think that, I think we think of it as like JJ McCarthy is the one with upside because we've seen Sam Darnold be really bad in the past. But I actually think, I agree with Silva and with you that like, I actually think Sam Darnold has upside. Like he
we haven't seen him, like Evan said, we haven't seen him with a good receiver. I mean, DJ Moore and Robbie Chosen were he talked about that on the show. And I kind of laughed because it's like, we haven't seen him with like an elite receiver, an amazing offensive play caller, and so sometimes that's what unlocks these guys. We've seen it over and over, guys on their third, fourth team, Baker, Geno, Tannehill, that kind of stuff, where it just takes a little time. And he mentioned on the show, Sam Darnold was so young in his situation with the Jets and then didn't work with the Panthers. So, I'm not saying it definitely will. I'm just saying I think it's in the range of outcomes where it could.
Yeah, no, and 100% agree with you. I think that he is a pretty solid. Like, he's not somebody I want to take all that often, but I think that he is at least an interesting upside pick. And I was saying the same thing about Justin Fields, and I have major regrets there that I did not take more Justin Fields now. What does your Fields exposure look like?
I was pretty bullish on Russ. Basically, kind of what. Are we up?
We are about to be up in a few days.
Yeah, I was basically bullish, on what Mike Tomlin said. Like Russ has the better body of work. I think they're a team with a great defense, a great run game. Like he has a better body of work. I think Russ. It's going to be Russ's job to lose, and I didn't think he'd lose it. So I've been drafting a lot of Russ late. Not a lot. I probably have like 10% Russ late. Really haven't touched it. And I think my first field share was when I got him and Russ in the last 2 rounds a week ago or something. So, that it is what it is. And I might do more of that. So
we are on the clock now. This is ADP.
I like Kyle Pitts if we want to double stack. I know I said I like the late round, but I do like that. And then I know this is going to gross some people out, but I don't mind doing a double anchor with Mixon and then just hammering receiver. But if you like, is it Godwin? Then I wouldn't mind that either.
All right. I'm gonna queue up Mixon. I'm also gonna say we could do the double with Kittle as well if we wanted to. That would be 2 bully tight ends.
I never do the 2 bully tight end things, but I'm obsessed with Kittle. So I'll leave it up to you.
I kind of like it as a again double hedging on Ayuk trade.
Yeah,
something I did a bit of yesterday.
Yeah,
because I think Kittle is a value here if that trade does happen.
Yeah. Yes, absolutely. Because what pick number are we at?
That was pick number 61.
Yeah, absolutely.
So we reached on him a little bit, but I think relative to where he is likely to go if the Ayuk trade happens, I think we got him in a good spot.
Yes. Oh, absolutely. And I love Purdy. I want to say maybe 20% Purdy. I'm really high on Purdy this year. Obviously he showed it last year, just with those weapons, even not having much rushing to his game. He just has that potential to put up, those 3 or 4 touchdown games or, pass for 300 yards. Like it's just, he has so many weapons to distribute to. So.
Yeah, exactly. All right, who I see several people commenting in chat. Alex not liking a lot of our takes. Says Chubb will not be the. I mean, I guess not really our take exactly. Sam Darnold will show upside if Ghost could score TDs. All right, that's fair.
I mean, I'm not afraid to be wrong. I could be totally wrong. It's not like I'm taking an obsessive amount,
yeah,
but
no.
again, it's like I've made a lot dumber 18th round decisions, and so it's like if I can get that with Jefferson and play that game for like a sub 20% owned guy. But yeah, I get it. There's definitely a plenty of worlds where I'm wrong.
Yeah, I mean, but seems like a good enough bet in my opinion for a low owned play. Would you do elite quarterback plus Fields? Yeah, I don't. He says Josh Allen plus. I actually today that I mentioned that I did the draft where I took Josh Allen and got Dalton Kincaid to fall back to me at 59. I made likely an error, but I couldn't help myself. I had Josh Allen there. I had Jared Goff fell to me like pick 160, and I still tacked on Justin Fields in the 16th round just because I'm like, he's moving so quickly. I'm like, man, this might be my last chance to take Justin Fields in the 16th round. So I did it, even though it was like probably didn't make any sense for my team. Still just felt like getting him there felt good. So I took the late value on Fields. But yeah, I do think I don't hate the idea of taking just a Josh Allen and Fields. Like if you can get Fields late on a Josh Allen team, just a 2 quarterback build.
I mean, yeah, and again, if you now Russ is probably going to go in the 18th. So if you wanted to do again, get Fields a little earlier and take Russ in the 18th, again, you could basically just say I have Allen in the Steelers receiver or quarterback room, and then you're protected either way. And I think there's a world where we see a little both of them this year somehow.
Yeah, for sure. That's still within the range of outcomes. I don't know if it has become any more or less likely with the news that it's the competition is heating up, that
right. That's really what
like does that make it any more or less likely? I don't know. I think either one of them could come in and just lose the job. So not sure if this makes it any more or less likely.
Right.
Yesterday when I was toward the end of my stream, Justin Steele, Cubs pitcher, Cubs All-Star last year, had just started. And now I think we might have, or is this is Justin maybe. Anyway, he had just started pitching in the 3rd inning and had given up a couple runs. And I was like, damn it. Well, he'll get it back. And then he got it back. He, by the end of the game, pitched nearly 7 innings, I want to say, didn't give up any more runs the rest of the game and got that W for the Cubs. So good to see Justin in chat, and Justin, of course, approving of our bully tight end decisions here, because he loves the bully tight end more than anybody else I know. So
really? Okay.
Yeah.
I saw him on one of your late night streams when you were with a couple of the other guys. So that's great. Love to see him on the best ball streets. That's amazing.
Yeah, Justin's very into the best ball, and it is a lot of fun drafting with Justin. We do a lot of drafts with Justin and Fantasy Guru Drew. Yeah. And Derek Brown is just a really
D-Bro. That's right. Okay. Yep.
Drafting together. All right.
So we'll be back up at what number?
84 and 85.
Okay.
So we've got the Pacheco anchor. Only have 3 wide receivers here, so we can see kind of what falls here. We're not having any great falling wide receiver value. So this does look like it's becoming more of a wide receiver avalanche room than a lot of them have been recently.
Well, the good news is with the 2 tight ends, we definitely could go 8 receivers.
Good obviously. Point. Yeah.
That's good. Okay. So we're about up. Okay.
I did see today that Jordan Addison, the most likely is 3-game suspension for Jordan Addison, which I don't hate Jordan Addison here.
I like Jordan Addison.
3-game suspension.
I'm fine with Jordan Addison. I've been taking him still.
And then I don't know. We could go Curtis Samuel. We could take one of these other.
What running backs are at the top?
So it is Aaron Jones, who does have the same bye week as Pacheco. Najee Harris.
I'm a Najee Harris girl. I'm Team Felix.
All right, should we do it?
Yeah.
Najee Harris?
Yeah, right. I love Najee. I mean, I think he has. I understand the Jaylen Warren love too, but I think he's going to get more of the goal line role still, and that's I think more valuable here on underdog. And so I have Najee. I just put did you see the quote retweets of everybody sharing their top exposures this weekend? And so I did that. Najee is my top running back at 24%.
Oh, nice. Speaking
I'm
of,
not with Felix at 90%, but I am at.
Is he still at 90? Nothing gave me greater
know,
joy than sniping Felix on Najee Harris.
Yeah.
On a stream maybe a month or so ago. Just gave me great joy to knock down. I'm saving him from himself, honestly, by sniping him on Najee Harris.
I did see in his exposures, though, it almost seems like every time he doesn't take Najee, he takes Warren, which I think is sharp because he's just basically saying, I believe in the Steelers running back room under Arthur Smith. And I think that's smart. So
yeah, absolutely. Apparently, chat is just learning that Justin Steele hangs out in these streets. I feel like I every time he comes in, I mention, I give him a shout out because it's obviously still exciting for me, even as somebody who talks with Justin pretty really. It's still exciting to me every time I see Justin in chat.
I think it's awesome.
Not every day you get a MLB All-Star in chat, but apparently a lot of other people have not seen him in here before. I did get the question from Noah, wanted me to ask you your top exposures per position.
I just tweeted it. So let me see, but I can also pull it up here just to make sure I'm speaking what is totally current as of today. Because yesterday it was definitely Najee was the top running back, but let me pull it up here. So quarterback Aaron Rodgers and Dak Prescott, 24% and 21% respectively. Najee Harris is still leading 24%. I'm at 23% Derrick Henry, which speaks to my obsession with the anchor RB situation this year. And then 28% Roman Wilson, 24% Calvin Ridley. My heart skipped a beat the other day, but luckily it seems week to week. Jatavion Sanders, last pick of the draft type pick, 26%, and Tyler Conklin, 27%. So that shows that I'm kind of still into the late round tight end build, which I know is scary, but I do have a lot of Kittle. I'm trying to get more Ferguson and Pitts. So we accomplished some of those things here in this draft. I'm trying to get more Ingram. I haven't quite paid up all the way. I mean, I'm getting some of like the Kincaids and McBrides and all that stuff, but I'm hitting more of that, like, I guess, middle tight end area of the, like I said, the Kittle and Kittle, Ferguson, Pitts, that range is kind of my favorite. And I want to get more Ingram. But I'm still doing a lot of late round tight end this year. Not as much as I did last year, but still plenty.
So we're drafting outside of your comfort zone right now with the Pitts Kittle back to back.
Well, Pitts are the two that I'm trying to get more of, and they're the two that I actually have the most of in that kind of mid tier range. So yeah, I like it.
Very nice.
But yeah, I'm betting big on the Jets. Yes, I think they're going to win the AFC East. I think Rodgers elevates all when Rodgers is Rodgers, he elevates all his playmakers. So I think they're going to be in a lot of, even though they have a good defense, I still think, this is an offense that could cook. And that's why I even like Conklin. Rodgers says, who was the tight end a few years back with the Packers? I'm trying to remember. Tanyan. I mean, he even got Tanyan a big season.
He had that 1 year. Yeah.
Yeah. So I definitely think that's in the range of outcomes for Conklin, going still around like 165, 170. So
I'm a big fan of Conklin. He is one of my, like, if I don't go elite tight ends, I definitely like getting to Conklin. I thought Pat made a good point on there. Like they did kind of a late round tight end show, made the point that like you just add on 6 touchdowns. Like last year, he was pretty good stats. Now you add in Aaron Rodgers to like an already pretty good year for Tyler Conklin. I think he had 0 touchdowns last year. Just add like regression to what he should get given his volume, and he's going to look like a really good pick late. So I am pretty into Conklin as a late round tight end. Also,
not all the late round tight ends that I like are going to hit, but if a few of them do, and I heard Scott talking about that on your stream yesterday, every year there still are a few that do, even though the, elite prices have come down, there's a few that'll hit. And if a few of the guys that I'm on hit, then hopefully I'll be in good shape still. So
yeah, absolutely. Should we get our quarterback here with Purdy?
Yes, I like that.
Yeah. And then we could go Rashid Shaheed, a little bit of a fall here. I guess he stopped moving up for a little while. He was moving up into the top 100. Looks like that has stopped a little bit.
I like Brandon. Is Brandon Cooks there? Is it that farther down?
Brandon Cooks is there also. Is that your
preference? What number are we at? Oh, I guess that's a bit of a reach.
We're at 108 and 109. So by ADP, it would be Shaheed. But no reason we can't reach. We're probably not going to get Cooks.
I was going to say, I probably like Wicks or Cooks better. And then Wicks actually has a week 17 correlation with Addison.
Oh, that's true. Should we
I
do
don't
that?
think yeah, let's do that.
What's the note? Still behind Dobbs and Watson. I'm
Yeah,
not
I
sure about
saw
that.
that with whether it was the Packers family night.
Yeah.
But yeah.
I'm not that worried about it. I still think it's going to be a rotation. He's going to have his spike
Exactly.
weeks.
Yeah. And he's our fifth receiver?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So not a huge concern for us. I realized today. So Justin said YouTube chat is a lot cooler than X chat. Nobody ever on chat. I realized that's why people are responding to him today, and that's why I was confused for a second. I thought that this was somebody pretending to be Justin Steele for a second, because I've never seen him in here in YouTube chat. I was like, that is not Justin's icon there. But no, it is actually Justin. He's just usually chatting on X. He's one of the rare people who just chats under it on X. Now he's in YouTube chat instead. So I was confused there for a second.
No, yeah, the YouTube chat's awesome.
Yeah, YouTube chat definitely more people chatting in YouTube typically than on X. All right, what are we at? So we have one quarterback here. We have Brock Purdy paired up with both Debo and George Kittle. We have Isaiah Pacheco, Najee Harris, who will be obviously playing each other in Week 17.
Yeah.
And then we'll if we can add on Kirk Cousins, we'll have that second stack of Atlanta. We could be done at that point. I know you typically like 3 quarterbacks, if I'm remembering.
I do like 3 quarterbacks, but yeah, it usually and Hayden Winks has talked about this in his article, kind of what works every year. And I know he wrote another article about what he's liking in the best ball streets this year, and talking about taking that third quarterback, but taking it in like rounds 15 to 18. And so I try to do that. I try to stick to that, where, yes, you're taking 3 quarterbacks, but the total capital spend is still reasonable. And you're trying to stack all your quarterbacks, obviously, too, or correlate. Right. So I feel like as long as you're correlating in them, and as long as the total capital spent makes sense, then yes, I believe in it for multiple reasons, but especially in BBM, it is such a gauntlet to get through 1 of 13 and 1 of 16 in the quarters and semis. Yeah. And then you're giving yourself 3 stack options to do that, hopefully. And then, then there is some padding, obviously, of course. I think sometimes in best ball, people think too absolute about injuries, like, oh, well, if this quarterback gets injured, this team's done. Yes, but like a quarterback could get popped out for 4 weeks, 6 weeks, 8 weeks. And then if you have, 2 quarterbacks then that could play during that time, then that could help you, because we also know how tight it is to be in that top 2, or the slim margin between 2 and 3 in a pod and stuff like that. So those are the reasons that I'm pretty staunchly in the 3 quarterback girl. But yeah, I always try to make sure the total price makes sense. So.
Yeah, I think that's a good call. It's all about like what else is available where you're drafting. And that's also a good note on some people will say like, well, why would you take a third quarterback if you have Josh Allen? Then you're like, you made the bet on Josh Allen, you're smashing, you're killing yourself there. And while I think that there is, some validity to that, I think you make a good point that like, well, Josh Allen can still be the guy you need in the playoffs and miss 6 weeks during the regular season. And you need quarterbacks to get you there also. So
what if you bring in a low-owned Josh Allen? Because a lot of the Josh Allen people do not only play with 1 quarterback. That doesn't push them into the playoffs somehow. I'm giving a specific example, but if your 2 quarterbacks allow you to push a Josh Allen team, a lower owned Josh Allen into the playoffs, that can be very powerful. Having 3 stacks with still a low owned Josh Allen can be powerful. And it's just wild each year what happens in week 15, 16, 17. It's like we have no way of predicting who's going to go off. It was week 15 last year, I believe it was like Baker Mayfield and Jared Goff. And it's like, okay, in what world did we think those were going to be the 2 highest scoring quarterbacks? So Kate
Otten has a spike week, and then Mike Evans a couple years ago gets 50 points in the final, and
but the year that Crane won, it was the two quarterbacks. He had both of them, was Daniel Jones and Tom Brady. Another situation where it was like, is that who you would have thought was going to be who you needed in week 17? Probably not, but just doing 3 stacks allows you to potentially hit that. You have a third out essentially, and so that's the way I look at it. But
yeah, no, and that's like to me, that doesn't mean that I should be doing it in every draft, but I still like I said, I did a 3 quarterback build earlier today, or I think it was this morning with Josh Allen. I'm still willing to do it from time to time. I understand the betting as though all of your past picks were correct. Like you want to draft as though you've drafted correctly so far. Your pick's going to work out. But I also think that there are some reasons to not do that all the time. To sometimes say like, what if like you said, could I advance a low owned Josh Allen? If you're doing a full portfolio of teams, I think it makes sense to do the third quarterback sometimes, even when you have an elite quarterback. I like that call out.
Absolutely. So what numbers are we coming up at again?
132 and 133.
Okay, just looking at the rankings.
Speaking of the other person that was brought up earlier, and speaking of Justin Steele, he'll point out that J.K. Dobbins, as much as we want him to be a thing, you take a look at his legs and they're like completely different sizes. Like, should we be still concerned a little bit about J.K. Dobbins?
Oh, that definitely is a concern. Yeah.
Yeah.
So what is our build structure right now? 1, 2, 5?
1, 2, 5, 2.
Okay.
So we probably want one more quarterback. 1 to 2 more quarterbacks. And then,
how far are we from the Kirk Cousins range? We're still a ways from that.
I think we're kind of there. So his ADP is 144. So we are picking now at 132. Our next pick, obviously,
we have 2 of his pass catchers, so we could try to push it.
We could try to push it.
So running backs, I mean, I like Ford, Eckler. I assume Chubb is gone if we wanted to do that. Okay.
Do you have a preference between Ford, Eckler, Dowdle?
I've been taking a lot of Ford or Eckler, so I'll let you choose between those 2.
All right, let's get an Eckler share here. I don't have a ton of Eckler.
Like it. I mean, we're up again. Sorry.
One player that so Ricky Pearsall we could add on to our San Francisco.
Yeah, that works.
If we want to keep correlating that, or Darnell Mooney is a guy that Scott Barrett is super high on.
I love Mooney too. I'll let you pick because I like both of these picks. You know, it's either an Ayuk trade or you're further built forcing people to not take Kirk, basically.
Let's go. Man, as much as I love Ricky Pearsall right now, let's go with Darnell Mooney just to really like to not give the next turn the out of taking Mooney with Cousins. I think it makes it more likely that Cousins comes back.
Exactly. I think this makes it a lot more likely that Cousins comes back to us, that would be great because we're up. What would be the next 2 picks we're up at?
156, 157.
Yeah, and I think with having 3 of his pass catchers, hopefully he could come back there. And so,
yeah. Good reminder here. Thank you, Tyler. Says slam the like, smash subscribe, and keep the hot best ball summer vibes going strong. Appreciate that call out from Tyler. I think C40. So somebody else was given the same shout out earlier. Appreciate you guys, and yes, thank you for the reminder. I always need to remind people from time to time. I am trying to get to 2,000 subscribers by the NFL season. I need to update my this goal here. I was at 1832 yesterday. I had a good number of new subscribers yesterday, which was pretty exciting for me. Apparently these marathon streams really do work to bring people in a little bit. But yeah, we are up to 1850 subscribers, trying to get to 2,000 by the NFL season. Would appreciate anybody subscribing if you haven't already done so. We'll be doing a lot of streaming in the next week or 2. I'm going to be doing a ton of streaming before I go on vacation for a little bit.
Are you going on vacation in the next week or 2?
Yep. Just got back from family vacation in Wisconsin, and then my wife and I are going to head out to the Pacific Northwest. We're going to be going to flying into Portland, spend a little time in Willamette Valley wine tasting.
I did that years ago.
Did you really?
I loved Willamette. I can't pronounce it correctly. Willamette Valley.
Willamette, I think.
Yeah. Was it Soko Blasser is one of my favorite wineries. Evolution makes Evolution wine, but I believe the winery is Soko Blasser. I think, or maybe
Soko Blasser. Okay.
Soko Blasser. I'll have to send it to you.
If you can send me the link, that's we're taking recommendations.
Evolution is like one of my favorite wines, and so we went there, and I can't remember. I'll have to look up the ones we went to because they're gorgeous, and it was the wine there is very good.
Nice. All right. Yeah, it's I'm excited about that trip. And then we're also going to head up to what's the mountain right there? Mount Rainier. So my wife really wants to see a glacier, so we're going to go try to find a glacier. Head up to Mount Rainier. Should be a fun trip.
That sounds like an amazing trip.
Yeah.
So lots of streams before and lots after, I assume.
Yeah, that's I'm a little bit nervous still that Best Ball Mania is going to fill up too quickly. Hodge yesterday told me that he thinks that they're going to be adding new contests to Underdog that should slow the fill rate a little bit. So hopefully I should be able to keep going after I get back. Yeah, I've been sort of like trying to get all my streams done before I leave, but I think that I can relax on that a little bit. Leave 10 for when I get home or whatever, so I can if it is close to filling, I can just knock it out. But yeah, I think I'm going to risk it. I'm going to leave some drafts for after I get back from my vacation.
When do you get back from your vacation?
So actually I'm going to Washington, getting back on the following Thursday night. So I guess that would be like the 22nd, but then I'm leaving immediately on the 23rd, going to the DraftKings Fantasy Baseball World Championship as a guest.
I
Nerdy
was
Tenor
going
invited
to say
me to go.
congratulations. Oh, that's awesome.
No,
okay.
yes. Sadly, I don't have a ticket, but I'm going as Nerdy Tenor's guest. So I'll be in Chicago. So probably not streaming until the 26th, I think, is the day I get back.
You'll
Maybe
be
the
safe.
27th.
I agree with
Hodge.
Hodge that they're going to keep giving us some good tournaments to feed us and stretch it out so they can. It usually feels around September 1st, 3rd, 2nd, 3rd, something like that. So yeah. I think they're going to try to hit that right around there so they can get as many other new people into it. So I think you'll be safe.
Yeah. So I need to get in position where, like, if it's at 99%, I can come back and just be like, all right, marathon stream, I'm going to get 10 drafts done. So that's the goal for the next week, is to get close enough that I can do it all in one stream potentially.
Yes. I like that.
Joel Worth says, dream vacation in the Dells. I've actually, that's where I did my bachelor party. Went to Wisconsin Dells, had a big group of guys, stayed in a cabin in the Wisconsin Dells. There are fun things to do for adults also in the Wisconsin Dells. It's not just water slides. Oh, Cousins goes at 151.
Oh, that's frustrating.
That is the downside.
Do they have no stack?
They got no correlation.
Do they have Bijan?
No, they got Breece Hall. They have literally no correlation there.
Yeah, that is the frustrating thing.
They took Anthony Richardson too. Is this person just like they're trying to snipe us on all of our quarterbacks?
Oh, that hurts.
That is, it's frustrating because now we have all three of the Atlanta pieces, but that's like we have fewer outs because we took all those Atlanta pieces.
Yeah.
But we can make it work. We can make it work.
Who are
I have a backup plan that I'll propose to you. Want to go Stafford to Demarcus Robinson?
Love it. I love Demarcus Robinson. I've been taking a ton of him, and I think Stafford's a great second.
Just gives us another backup option.
Yeah.
All right. I do like Ray Davis. I like Antonio Gibson. So some other options I like here, but I think it makes sense for us since we don't have any other outs at quarterback right now other than the Vikings.
I like that a lot. No, I think that's great. And so that makes us what? 2-3-7-2.
2-3-7-2. So we need to hammer running back, I think, at this point.
Yeah. Yep.
But there are some later running backs that I like.
Who are your favorite or if I don't know if you want to say it too early, but who are some of your favorite late running backs?
There's so many that I like here. That's part of the beauty of this. So we got Ray Davis, big fan of Ray Davis here. Antonio Gibson, I think, is a good late round running back. Bucky Irving, I think, has a good shot to have a role right away. Tyrone Tracy, all of the chatter is that he is in the lead for that RB2 role for the Giants. I also think Devin Singletary is not really entrenched as like the guy for the Giants. So I really like Tyrone Tracy as a late running back. Of course, I love Audric Estime. I think that he's going to continue rising with all the Denver backfield is just so valuable. I think he could have a role right away or a lot of continued value. Chuba, I don't draft a ton of Chuba, but I think that he is a good pick around here. Like, he should have value right away. Who's to say that he loses like his role entirely after Jonathan Brooks comes back? I think that he's a solid bet. Of course, I've been very high on Khalil Herbert all offseason. Still love Herbert. I actually like Roschon more and more as a late round pick also, because the Bears seem to like him. Braylon Allen. I mean, you can see there's just so many that I think have some upside later. Even Trey Sermon, I think, is a fine last round pick.
Yeah. What do you have you been taking any Tank Bigsby with the positive reports?
I have not taken a lot of Tank Bigsby. I probably should. He's probably one of those that I'm just like, to me, he was so bad last year that
it was bad. It was really bad last year. Yeah.
Even if he becomes the starter, like, is he going to do much? But I think that I probably overstate in my head how bad, he's just, even if he becomes a starter, he's going to be a 2.5 yards per carry. Like, the whole situation can change. He could be a lot better than he was last year. He was a rookie. So I need to kind of forget maybe what he did last year to some extent.
The ETR show that Evan and Adam Levitan were talking about sleepers that I just watched last night, talked Evan's two like really late round sleepers were Darnold and Tank Bigsby, and I was like, me too. So I've been taking a lot of Tank Bigsby late, just because, again, not just the highlight videos, but the coach speak seems really good, and as they mentioned on that particular show, Evan said it was more of just a really in the doghouse thing. Like, don't know that the talent, he has the talent. It's just he was really in the doghouse last year. So
that's a good point. Like we thought
it was Evan Silva's point. I'm just repeating it, and but I agree with it. So a lot there. So he's another.
But it's a good point that you're relaying to me that I guess from reference, but like as I said, like I'm thinking of Tank Bigsby as being so bad last year, but maybe it was just he never got the opportunity that we thought he was going to have. So
Right.
maybe he didn't actually, maybe it wasn't as bad as I remember him being. I just have that
Oh, it was
feeling.
definitely bad, but
It was bad from a fantasy perspective, but maybe
right.
not from like an actual running back perspective.
Right. And I mean, the clips we've seen do look good. Again, I'm trying to listen more to coach speak and, context of where they're running and that stuff more. But yeah, it does seem good.
Yeah. Unstacked quarterback sniping season. Don't be so convinced Cousins makes it back. Okay. I mean, he did not make it back to me, but agree. Yeah. I mean, it's just who's taking, why are you taking Cousins on the stack there? I've also seen Cousins fall like multiple rounds past ADP. So I thought probably
I have too.
No outs to stack with him. But
that's exactly what I thought. With nobody to stack with him, he's not going to go at or before ADP. He's going to fall to us. And yeah, it was, someone. It looks like a badgeless person that just said, "I'm going to get Kirk Cousins." So,
what are you going to do?
What are you going to do? We pivot. It's all good.
Yeah, and we got a new stack. I'm happy with it. I liked
it. That was quick thinking,
Marcus.
and I really like that. Usually I only get Stafford, when I get Puka, I take a lot of Cup, but I like DeMarcus Robinson as a late receiver quite a bit. So I like that.
Me too.
As a late, rescue stack essentially. So I like it.
I got to say, so Rock says Colby Parkinson is the best 18th round pick available. I don't agree with that in a vacuum. Like I have not drafted a ton of Colby Parkinson. He could be right. Like he could end up being a lot better than expected, but maybe this could be a 3 tight end build, even with the elites. I don't know. I don't know if we want to go that far. Are you drafting much Colby Parkinson?
I have not drafted much Colby Parkinson. Again, my favorite last round one, and I was holding my breath there for a while because there was not much camp report on him, was Jatavian Sanders in the last round. Again, it's similar to the Sam Laporta, like just doesn't have much competition for the tight end one role in that offense. There wasn't much reports, and just in the last week, and Jim Waller, a couple other people who I know have been taking him a lot, started like tweeting some of his clips, and it was kind of all like, whew, okay, he's out there, he's doing some stuff now, so maybe he can capture that tight end role or have a role on this offense, and they need weapons, so I like him. I'm trying to think of another one. Okay, so what running backs are?
Oh man, so many lovely running backs for us to choose from here. We got so the options that I see at the top here: Bucky Irving, Elijah Mitchell, Kendra Miller, Audric Estime, Braylon Allen, Damian Pierce, Tyrone Tracy, Roshan Johnson.
My favorites in that bunch, and I don't know if it's a reach at all, are probably Braylon Allen and Estime. But I'll defer to you as to who are some of your favorites. And I don't know if there's any bye week, because I know you pay attention to the bye weeks too, and I like to too.
So Estime repeats with Eckler, but I'm okay with it. I like Estime enough that I'm willing to do it anyway. Yep. And then so then I would say Braylon Allen, Tyrone Tracy, I actually think is rising quickly enough that there's a part of me that thinks
and if you want to go there, I totally get it.
Whereas I don't think that Braylon Allen is like moving
right.
That much.
No, it doesn't seem like he's rising right now.
But then Bucky Irving is also the faller. We could just take the faller in Bucky Irving, who seems to be having a bigger role. I don't know. What do you think? Braylon Allen, Tyrone Tracy, Bucky Irving. I'm going to let you just make the pick for me.
Oh, if it was me, I would probably still take Braylon Allen because I'm so high on the Jets, but I don't want to make you sometimes I just close my eyes and pick the offenses I think are just I'm most bullish on. So
no, let's do it. Let's do Braylon Allen.
All right.
And he is a different bye week than any of our other running backs, so I think he makes sense.
Okay.
So we got Pacheco, Najee, Austin Eckler, Audric Estime, and Braylon Allen at running back. Pretty solid. I think we got those 2 earlier running backs, kind of makes the whole room feel a lot more solid.
Yeah. And then who's our receiver room again? I mean, we pretty much addressed. I know we originally talked about 8, but what?
Yes, I mean we have Drake London, Deebo Samuel, Michael Pittman, Jordan Addison, Dontavian Wicks, Darnell Mooney, and Demarcus Robinson. So we're at 7. We could stop here. We could add on another. Got a couple picks left.
I was gonna say, do we have 2 or 3 picks left?
We have two picks left.
2 picks left.
So we're picking at 204 and 205.
I mean, if it were me, I by myself and not trying to hold you hostage, I would probably take just to get unique here, Darnold, because we talked
We can
about
do it.
18th, and Tank Bigsby if he's there, and do a 3-6-7-2 because I do really like the receivers we have. I feel kind of confident in them, but yeah, that's more playing up the angle we talked about earlier of a lone Darnold. He overlaps bye weeks with Stafford, but you're essentially saying it's a 2 quarterback build plus Darnold with our upside swing.
Yeah, we have all weeks covered regardless. Yeah, we can do that. I'm happy taking. So you want to go Darnold and a running back? Is that what you're saying?
That's what I would probably do, just because I feel better about the receiver room than running back. And because I usually like the anchor, double anchor, I also try to build. I really like building on underdog for like as much as possible a running back to hit the flex. I think could be really optimal, especially this year with the running back prices. And so I kind of build in that mindset that I'm really just looking for 3 receivers to each week and ideally 3 running backs. So I would probably play this 3-6-7-2, but that's just my 2 cents.
That's funny. I feel like I draft with a totally different mindset of like, yeah, I'm going to have 4 receivers in the lineup each week and then 2 running backs, which obviously I don't think either is wrong. I think that it's just like the way I approach them. Like, all right, I need to get my bully wide receivers, and then I just really need 2 running backs who can hit my lineup each week. Yeah, I think that there's
Sam Sherman from ETR. I keep shouting out ETR. I do think they
do great work.
Yeah, they do great work. But Sam Sherman from ETR last year provided some statistical analysis about running back hitting the flex more on underdog and half point PPR. And I don't know how that played out last year exactly, but obviously year to year it's going to be different. But with the falling running back prices too, I also think that could allow for, just the value you're getting at running back as well. So I just think you're touchdown hunting. I try to also think like in the anytime touchdown market, in a given week, usually the running backs you get are more likely to score touchdowns. So, and I just feel like we're so touchdown hunting here. So that's why I tend to lean that way.
All right. Well, let's take that 6th running back and hope that we can get, Pacheco, Najee, and then you just see one of the other 4 to hit.
Yeah.
We're gonna be in a good spot.
Exactly. I like that.
Yeah. Albert, thank you for subscribing. Appreciate that. Nathan, yeah, I'll go shirtless. I'll just take the shirt off completely once I hit 2,000 subscribers. If it happens today. If it happens today, I'm taking my shirt off. Otherwise, I guess I'll do a deeper V.
Deeper V, I like it.
Yeah, I don't know that I have any deeper than this one. I do like the deep V necks, but I just buy them from Target. I just buy the basic Target V necks. If you want a deep V yourself, there you go at Target. There's my secret.
Jim said in chat that Sanders scares the hell out of him, but he's happy to see the highlights. So I knew he was drafting some Jatavian Sanders too. We talked about that.
Yep. I've laid off the Jatavian Sanders late. I think
I laid off too.
Like I was super into it. I was right there with you. And then it's like, I think Josh Norris kind of scared me off him when he started talking about Tommy Tremble. I'm like, it didn't even occur to me that they have another tight end. Like in my mind, he's going to have all the volume. And it's like, yeah, that's probably a little bit too optimistic for a rookie tight end to just assume he's going to come in and be the guy immediately. All right, we're going to go with Sam Darnold and then to see who we have available. Yeah, I think you're right.
Is Bigsby there?
Good question. I don't think so. No.
So who's at the
Darnold?
top?
Roshan is there. We could take CEH. I still think is a good bet. Dylan Lobby is interesting.
I mean, CEH is obviously like a handcuff. Lobby, I know, is really interesting.
Oh, that's right.
Sermon
is there.
I know you mentioned Roshan. So I'm fine.
Jamal Williams.
Would you that's another scroll down one that could be super.
Jamal Williams is I made fun of Tom Trimble from Fantasy Points about liking Jamal Williams, and then like all the reports have been good since then. Roshan or Jamal Williams, who do you like better?
Probably Roshan in a vacuum, but Jamal Williams is interesting. I'm going to start doing it probably as an 18th rounder because he's going to be another one that's going to be sub 15% owned or something like that, even if he does get more steam. And obviously with those negative reports on Kendre Miller, it's kind of interesting, which would be hilarious because I was so in on him last year and he burned me. So
yeah. Now I'm looking. Tom Tipple wait, is that it? Yeah, Tom Tipple. I want to get the name right of the person I was talking with at Fence once. I was like, it's not Tom Trimble. I was like mixing up Tipple with Tommy Tremble.
Tommy
Just like
Trumbull
the
from the
whole
Panthers.
name thing threw me off. Yeah, Tom Tipple. All right, so we have our full team done at this point. I do agree. Jamal Williams starting to make some sense as an 18th round flyer. But I like the team we came up with here. We got Brock Purdy, Matthew Stafford, Sam Darnold at quarterback. At running back, we have Isaiah Pacheco, Najee Harris, Austin Eckler, Audric Estime, Braylon Allen, Roschon Johnson. At wide receiver, Drake London, Deebo Samuel, Michael Pittman, Jordan Addison, Dontavian Wicks, Darnell Mooney, Demarcus Robinson, and at tight end, Pitts and Kittle. It's a pretty solid team, I think.
Yeah, I think that's a really solid team. Yeah, I like it. I don't usually do the bully tight end, but I like those two together. And I mean, again, we were going through for the like Purdy Cousins stack, but no, I like those two together. And I still like, we stacked up the Falcons and I love the Falcons. So no, I like the team overall a lot.
Yeah, no, I think it worked out okay with the 3 quarterback build. Well done there. Megan, are you gonna stick around for the next draft? Do you have places to be? Totally up to you.
I mean, I have a show at 9:30 p.m. on the FanSpeak Network. But no, I don't have to be anywhere right now. I can stick around. But if you want to just do a solo with Pat, it's totally up to you.
No, stick around. Let's we can all draft together. We all That's the fun thing about collaborating. We can all collaborate together on the channel.
I like it.
We will of course have to split the winnings 500,000 apiece. So that's kind of painful to only win 500,000. But I think three minds put all of our brains together. We're going to draft the best team, right?
Well, that's fun. I don't know that I've done a 3-mind draft yet this season, so that's kind of fun.
Yeah, for sure. I believe I already sent Pat the link. So Pat, whenever you are ready to jump in, and we'll go over the team. There's no real rush, but just in case you're still listening, Pat, I want to make sure you know that I sent you the stream the stream link on Twitter. We will go over our team. Final pick of the draft. All right. Here we go. This is number 93 for me.
All right.
So we, again, just went over the team. Purdy, Stafford, Darnold, Pacheco, Harris, Eckler, Estime, Allen, Roschon, Drake London, Deebo Samuel, Pittman, Addison, Wicks, Mooney, Demarcus Robinson, and then Pitts and Kittle. Very solid team. Anybody else? Pat is here. So we will jump into another draft right away. Going to bring Pat in. Pat, you ready to go? All right. We got the good. We got the nod of approval. Pat, how are you doing today?
What's up? What's going on, guys?
Pat, how's it going?
Happy Monday. The Sunday scaries have come and gone, and the work week starts.
That's right.
How did the first team turn out? I tuned out about 3/4 of the way through.
Yeah, it turned out pretty well. We go 3-6-7-2. Purdy, Stafford, Darnold at quarterback. At running back, Isaiah Pacheco, Najee Harris, Eckler, Estime, Braylon Allen, Roschon Johnson, Drake London, Deebo Samuel, Michael Pittman, Jordan Addison, Dontavian Wicks, Darnell Mooney, Demarcus Robinson, and then Kyle Pitts and George Kittle. I think it turned out pretty well. I think it was.
I forced a little Darnold sub 20% owned on him. So
I like it. It's a fun little twist. And the elite tight end, double elite tight end there. I think I've been trying to push this too. It makes the most sense when you do it with a player like Kittle that can spike over those running backs, over those receivers. So I think if you're going to do it, Kittle's the way to go.
Yeah, absolutely.
Pat, I was just saying, we can install Best Ball Overlay on Chrome. So I'm going to try and do that real quick. It's not going to take me long, right? I meant to do it before we started. I thought I should get the Best Ball Overlay up here.
The tech guy, no pressure. All
right, I'm seeing 2 options: Mac OS X and CR Engine. Wait, do I need to go? Oh God.
It's a 1-minute video. This is going to be classic. I
think your video was excellent, Pat. I am not a tech girl, and it walked me right through it. I was able to do it easily. And my dad is subscribing today. So look out for Willie Pops in the streets. He's badgeless, but he's dangerous because he uses my brother and I's rankings, and he's now going to be using Best Ball Overlay. So I'm installing on his computer.
You got to be careful. He's going to put us out of business. Badgeless but dangerous could be the new YouTube channel of the year.
All right, what do I want to be clicking here, Pat? I didn't watch the video. Am I not going to be able to do this without your help? Let's see here. I meant to do this. I meant to do this before you came on.
It's fine. We'll get it set up later. It takes like a minute. You download, you load Unpacked, you go to extensions on Google extensions, you click load Unpacked.
Oh yeah.
Click CR engine, you click open, and it's there.
I can do it. I think I can do it before we start. Let's see here.
Whoa! No pressure. Really?
No, I'm gonna be great. I'm gonna get this. Load Unpacked. Yes. There we go.
Extract all that good news.
Yeah, I extracted already.
All right, I'm gonna run to the ladies' room while
all right.
You're setting it up. I'll be right back.
All right. CR engine.
I got my 100th eliminator finished last night. I think that's where we end up stopping and just hope one doesn't get canceled, so we don't have to stare at 99 all year.
That would be so brutal to be. Yeah. I just entered 22 more today. I do think for those of you who have not been doing the eliminator, I tend to think that right now is like the perfect time to join. Right before it closes, you're just going to have an advantage on anybody who's drafted so far. Like, you're going to have more information.
People are just going to see, oh, this contest is going to fill. They might not even really know how to play it. The thing is, like, you only have, like, what's your advantage on week 1? It's not like a lot, but I think this contest in a whole is one of the bigger contests for like edges if you do know how to play the style contest. And then it's 9.4% rake. It's actually one of the lower rake contests.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah. I might just enter one slow. I'm going to end up with a 101. So if you guys want to join a slow with me, +2.
All right, give me. Now I don't know my password to. I think it was one that I think it was sent to me. The password for Best Ball Overlay. All right.
Yeah.
All right. Sorry. I'm so close. I just need to find my
this is the best
password.
+2 for the. So this is, I'll call this cancellation insurance, just in case my 100 eliminators one gets canceled, because I saw one the other day and like someone went Mahomes at like the 103. So we'll see if Numi finds that one or not.
Nice.
But we'll go in with 101.
All right. Now I'm so close right now. All right.
BBOC says, I have faith, Neil. I did it.
All right. Wait.
Dan K, I'm sure you have exactly 0 advantage on week 1. You kind of be surprised. Sometimes in some of those rooms teams, people build dead teams. Even week 1 dead teams. So.
All right. Upload CSV file. Do I need to? Probably don't need to upload anything. QB. All right, I'm just going to click all of the boxes and see what happens. All right.
Click all of the boxes. Get rid of week 15.
Get rid of week 15?
Yeah, get rid of week 15. Because we do YouTube and we have to zoom in.
Yeah.
I should do that. I need to do that in mine too.
Yeah.
All right.
You have the exposures up too, Neil? Did you go and you put the exposures up as well?
Hang on. I don't think I did. I didn't get that far. I'm seeing the thing here. All right, hang on.
You can pick what tournament. Are you what tournament are you guys ripping?
We're Best Ball Mania. Best Ball Mania all the time. Trying to get through my 150 Best Ball Mania drafts.
This is going to be 94 then, Neil? 90 is
this is going to be 94.
Don't join the eliminator slows. Don't join the eliminator slows. We got shady advice and sacrilegious in the same pod here.
Oh, and the eliminator slow. Yeah, I mean, I assume those guys have been waiting until the end to join. All right, let's hop into a Best Ball Mania here. Yeah, that is the downside, but again, that's just for week 1, and you can all advance. So like being in a sharp room is not actually the end of the world.
Not at all, except for when you're all targeting the same players in the middle rounds when you go 0 RB. I've noticed a lot of those RBs have been pushed up, and if you're in those sharper rooms, you can actually get boxed pretty easily on a 0 RB start now.
Yeah, that's true.
It's a lot tougher. All right.
Pat and Neil said I could join you guys. We'll split the 1.5 3 ways. Is that okay?
All right, that's fine. That's fine. Cutting into the 1.5.
I know. Neil said, but he said it was 3 minds together for the 1.5.
Yeah. No, we're gonna need you. It's the only way we're gonna win. So.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't know about that, but it would be a hell of a story for the 3-way split on a stream.
Oh, Oh
Yeah.
yeah. Oh yeah.
And 500,000, not the end of the world for us to each win 500,000.
I don't mind it.
Mhm.
We're waiting on one
it's
more.
good.
We've been
That's
stuck
a
at
good
11
problem.
here.
That's maybe everyone assumed it filled. There it is. Oh, so you have the eliminator chart up. So go to the top right next to your download button. To the left of it is the extensions button on Chrome. Click that.
I've got it pinned.
Click it. Oh, so it came up. It does best ball overlay. Or click the button to the left of that. Maybe I think that's the best ball overlay icon. I don't have that on my screen, but
I pinned it. Yeah.
So does something pop up where it says extensions and then you can click best ball overlay again?
Extension. No, hang on. Extensions.
See, it shows up different on my screen, which is interesting. So it should be one of those. It should be one of those two buttons. But basically, what you would do is you click the extensions button. Best ball overlay comes up. You click that. You have it on shared screen, right? So we can see everything happening on the screen.
I think so. You should be able to. Wait, can you see me typing in my password right now? Or maybe you can't because it's oh, maybe this is a different window. Okay, hang on.
Oh yeah, no, we got you.
We are 2 picks away from us.
All right, pull up the board. Let's hit the board. We'll figure this out later. Kind of cool. You have the eliminator chart up, which will actually dynamically update your
do I really?
players on bye week as you draft. It'll keep track of how many players.
All right.
Also show you the advance rates each week, stuff that's important.
And you can see we at least have the overlay over here showing us the who they're playing weeks 16 and 17. So Amon-Ra St. Brown would be the top of the ADP chart here.
Yeah, I'm a Amon-Ra here still.
I'm Bijan, but I totally get Amon-Ra, so no complaints there.
I want to be about even on Bijan and Brees. Brees,
I need to get more Brees. Yeah,
expected to have like the better O line, but Bijan has the crazy playoff schedule. So
yeah,
Neil, if you click analyze there, and then it'll pull up. You can upload your CSV. So if you download,
my exposure CSV.
Yeah, so if you download your BBM one,
I'm gonna go do that. I'm gonna go download it from a different screen, and we can keep this on the
see if anything crazy happens here.
Yeah.
Meg, where are you at with your BBMs right now?
Well, I'm doing half BBMs because I have been talking about how I'm obsessed with all those other amazing advanced rate contests. So I'm trying to do a lot more of those. So I'm doing 75 BBMs and I have 30 more to go. So, and a lot of those will be streamed.
Nice.
A lot of those will be streamed, but that's fine. That's okay.
That's fun. That'll be a fun close to the season there.
Yeah. So I paced well for doing 75, for doing half. I paced well throughout the summer, like the pacing I had. So I'm good. Doing about 30 more here in August.
Nice.
And about half will be on stream and half won't, probably. So
that's sick. I've been doing a lot of like 2, 3 a.m.
I have too. I saw you in a weekly winners late, like 1 or 2 a.m. last week, I want to say.
Yeah.
Did you see me?
Yeah. And they're
I had just listened to your show with Hayden Winks, and we were both, it felt like we were both like doing all the things that you all talked about in the show, and I loved it. So it was great.
So Neil, add a player in the top left, add a Amon-Ra there.
Yeah.
Right here.
Yep. Click combinations on the right side. So it's going to show you have 47% Goff with Amon-Ra, probably a good thing. Rico, Olave, you have 1/3 of your shares that have Amon-Ra, have Olave, and Debo, which I don't mind the Debo click right now.
Makes sense, yeah.
But you probably want to get a little different from the Olave click, I would think. Now, if you go scroll up, top left, it's on all tournaments. Set it to BBM. Left side. The drop down. There's a drop down that says under exposure. Yep.
Gotcha.
All right, now it's going to show you your BBM. So you're actually much more.
Ooh.
Oh no, you have to get rid of Amon-Ra and add him back. These are just your
Oh,
exposed.
okay. Gotcha.
Note that down as a future update fix. 50% Trey McBride.
Yeah, I think this is a very, very small sample size. It's probably like 2 Amon-Ra shares that have.
Yeah, scroll over 1.3%.
Yeah, I like how it shows the number
at the top.
Scroll over 1.3.
Top left, near.
Yes.
4 drafts.
Yeah. So I have Trey McBride in 2 of them. A lot of 50%, and then Kyler Murray and then there's more. Okay.
It shows you your teams on the left side as well. You can open that up with the down arrow. You can see the closing line value. If you click the closing line value, it'll basically tell you.
I love that.
Negative 80 on this one. That's not great.
Yeah. Who'd you take the hit on? Hit the minus 80 button. It'll show you where you drafted them and where they go today. It just automatically calculates for each team.
So I took Malik Neighbors at 19 in this one. Oh, we're about to be. No, sorry, it says 11. Oh, but we are just about to be on the clock. So let's.
When you keep the board open, it doesn't update the tab in the top left. That's gotten me a few times.
Yeah,
a few times.
So Debo did go with the correlation, but I know you had him in half of them.
Yeah. So good to get a little different. Oh man, I was kind of hoping Waddle would be there for us.
What do you guys like here? You got to fall on JT. I don't click JT a whole lot. But,
I don't either.
Yeah, at 19, that seems reasonable.
Sure, absolutely.
Probably my first Amon-Ra JT.
Yeah, I would think so.
All right, so who did I lose out on here? Now we can take a look. Oh, Zay Jones. Yeah, there's the big one. Which I don't really
matter.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter.
Dante Foreman.
If he gets 2 to 3 spike weeks, it's the same thing.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah, so it's not a big deal. Obviously, so like top left of that screen, there's show CLV for rounds 1 through 12, which are going to be more impactful.
Yep.
So yeah, not as bad.
Javonte. Okay, I took him at pick 102. But these are like, I see that Javonte. Okay, it's losing closeline value. I'm still willing to take Javonte at 102. So yeah, it's I don't hate that. Now can I find quickly my team with the best CLV?
So we're going to have it sorted so you can set it to highest to lowest. Yeah, that's a future update coming. Much easier.
One question for you, Pat, because I'm obsessed with. I love looking at the teams and the structures, and sometimes I'll see a team and I'm like, when I have all contests, is there going to be anything to show what contest that's in, so you don't have to go through each contest type? Like say it says like whatever modified hero, and then it says BBM or modified hero.
So you know what it is.
Yeah, so you know what it. There's been a couple where I scroll through and I'm like, oh my god, do I love this team? And then I'm like, whoa, which tournament's this in? Because I usually under all.
We're gonna add, so for future updates, we're gonna add the contest. Right now, you can search whatever contest you want.
Right.
But on this screen, you're not sure because it's every contest. We're gonna add the date. The date it was drafted, I think, is really important.
Oh, yeah.
This way you can sort of see how you're doing earlier in the season versus mid versus late. And then, I want to add the names as well.
Yeah, I absolutely love Best Ball Overlay, but because I'm doing so many of those like individual, dog breeds, many of it would be awesome to see the date and which contest as you're scrolling through. So that's an awesome update. Love to hear it. But I'm obsessed with Best Ball Overlay. Absolutely love it.
The crazy thing's going through the big board teams and finding those teams that are like plus 300 CLV or minus 300 if you draft Fields. Fields at 90 or whatever. It's pretty fun. A lot of my minus have Rashawn Johnson, I noticed.
Oh, really? Did he fall that much?
He started at like 120, 125.
All right, so...
Oh, God.
DJ Moore, Stephon Diggs. Man, I don't love this. I do kind of like Stephon Diggs. DJ Moore, I'm
cool with Diggs, Tank Dell.
We could do Sam Laporta with the Amon-Ra.
I don't do much Laporta because I think he's expensive, but this is,
Let's do that. That
Laporta?
sounds fun.
Right.
That sounds fun. Let's bury ourselves because why not?
Right.
Why not?
We're burying ourselves pretty quickly here. But if one of these 5 falls back to us,
even Amari Cooper, even Pickens down there, I'm comfortable with actually just tiering them together with these guys. If we get one of those, you're pretty happy. There's also T. Higgs as like, I think an emergency backup plan in that range too.
Yeah.
But I've been pulling up Amari Cooper into different spots because he's been pretty stagnant. One thing that's really cool, if you're not up to date with player movement, if you go back to that screen where you can search players, you can see their ADP movement. So go to the top, search Amari Cooper. Because I'm actually curious now.
Yeah.
And now I'm sorry. Get rid of him there. Search him on the right side. My apologies.
Oh yeah. No.
On the there. My bad. Now click him. And let's see his.
That's awesome.
He started at what, 52.5?
Yeah, 52.4 on May 8th.
He's actually moved a decent amount, but
yeah,
all the receivers have. So in that first month, he basically got to his price that he is now, though. From May 8th to June 10th, he got to where he is now. So that's not that many teams that have really found that value at the end of end of the fourth.
Yeah. So do you have any way to quickly see who has moved the most? Let's see. L7. You can see who's moved
L7's last 7. So if you click that, you'll see you can sort it by last 7. So
Justin Fields,
plus
Chase
15
Brown.
on
No
Fields.
big surprises here.
Yeah. And then you click it again to see who's fallen the most as well.
Yeah. Kendre. Yeah, no surprises there either.
But yeah, shout out to Josh at bestballoverlay.com. Just absolutely putting together cool shit every single day.
God,
updates, just being jammed into this thing. It's insane.
So I don't know if I have a promo code to sell the best ball over. Meg, I assume you have one. If you want to give a shout out to your promo code for the
it is code Fanspeak, all caps Fanspeak. Gets you the $10 off and just $20 a month. And
less than 1 BBM during the busiest draft month of the year. I fully recommend.
And the most important month to manage our portfolios, obviously.
Dude, the T Higgs is like the.
Oh my God, Pacheco fell back to me. I'm upset. Yeah, I'm obsessed with Pacheco.
So we have two good options here.
We're going to hit him with the gritty style.
All
we need is 3 elite QBs. if we go Pacheco here.
Higgins goes. All right, so
we might have to bury.
I'm obsessed with Pacheco, but
we have to at this point.
Yeah, I was secretly hoping that we would get T Higgins there. I thought it was pretty unlikely.
You know what I've been doing, and this was in I keep referring to different content sites, but I listened to a ton of Underdog Network and Hayden's articles, who obviously he did a great show with Pat about weekly winners. He wrote about weekly winners, but he did an article recently about the 8 things he's doing the most this year in drafts. And he talked about trying to keep up with the avalanche, and you can kind of balance it by getting some of these falling running back prices. And sometimes he does several different things. He talked about if he doesn't get the pacing he wants, he makes sure to have 7 receivers by round 13 and get at least 8. And then he talked about doing more hyper fragile builds this year. And when I do the too early, I'm not shy about a 3-4-8-3, or you could certainly do or if you did do 5, you could still get 8 or 9 receivers. Especially getting Sam Laporta, you can only go 2 tight ends, stuff like that, where then you're just getting receiver on volume. And as I talked about in the first show, Neil, if you look at it in the context of, I want running back to hit my flex most weeks, then I really just need 3 of these 8 or 9 receivers to make productive week scores. Then it's not that bad. And so Hayden Weeks talked about doing more 4, and I've been playing around with the 3-4-8-3, and I really like them the way they've been turning out. And it's stuff like this with a Taylor Pacheco start and getting that discount on basically 2 absolutely awesome double anchor.
You have to be prepared to get weird in a draft like this, right, where you're 0-2-1-1. So like you said, maybe a 4 running back team where we're catching up at receiver. So if we get another running back in that value route, that value range where it's whatever, even Curtis Samuel's off the board, that range is all RBs. If you grab one there, who's your most comfortable, your highest conviction RB in the last round, where you'll stop at 4 and you'll make it around 3 really strong RBs. You have a ton of touches, and then you add a crazy upside pick, your strongest conviction person in the last 3 rounds or whatever it may be. And then you add in, because you're gaining roster spots. We're going to need to gain roster spots somewhere. It's going to be tough. So this is obviously 2 tight ends. But it's definitely 8 or 9 receivers like already.
Right.
How this is going to shape up.
Yep.
Right.
So knowing we might not be able to go 3 QBs is going to be tough. I'd like Rice here. I definitely like Rice.
I'm all about it. Yeah.
We need to catch up anyways.
Okay. All right.
What better way to do it than get a suppressed player? If he doesn't get suspended, we already saw he should be going around whatever, pick 25. That's before Worthy. So we're probably still getting a round and a half discount on him, I'd say.
Yep.
He'd go somewhere at the 3-4 turn.
Which we might be needing to make some of those swings, getting some value on the wide receivers.
Perfect team to bring in Addison. You know, we don't care about the first 3 weeks of the season. Let's keep afloat, and then let's get a guy that, you know, is probably about 24 picks discounted for week 4 on a team that you start 0 wide receivers. A nice way to come back to.
Right.
Yep. This is a good question for you, Pat. Zach asked, what is considered a good total CLV? This is the first time I've looked at it today. Yeah. So
definitely subjective.
It's also based on when you draft too. There's going to be a difference there, I think. Yeah.
I'm excuse me. I'm going to have those players that I don't care that I'm losing like closing line value numbers on my teams. It doesn't change the way I draft. It's more interesting to look back and see if you were drafting risers or fallers on your higher conviction players. But we have some pounders posting plus 399 CLV big board teams in our Discord. Shout out to NF42 Nick. This is super sharp. Yeah, Ben's got a few 300s. You will up after this. Download your big board exposures. Those teams are crazy to go through. It's fun.
Interesting. Unfortunately, I had some big hits and some huge misses in the big board. Like my highest exposed play, actually, Yoshivas is one of them who's looking better and better. But I had a ton of. I think Kenneth Gainwell was my highest conviction play during the big board season, and now it's looking more and more. Like it's still like I think it's fine because I was getting him in the 18th round, but you know has lost a little bit of CLV there. I don't feel like I gained a ton in those.
He was even like a 20th rounder too. I feel like.
Yeah. That's a good point. I forgot it was 20 rounds.
You probably didn't lose that much on him.
Yeah.
Because after those guys hit like 214, it's like 60 players in the same range.
Yeah.
Mahomes and Cook. Mahomes got a nice slide here.
Yeah, he really did.
Yeah.
60. Would have been nice if we were in a position that we could have gone Mahomes, but I've noticed it's tougher to get his pass catchers, right? So even if we did go Mahomes, it would have been stacked with Pacheco.
Well, we've got Rice already. Oh, you mean if we went with him here? I see.
We could have gone that route if maybe Laporta was a receiver.
Yeah.
Would you have been opposed to do that? Obviously, you're trying to
taking Mahomes and like pushing the stack. I wouldn't be that opposed to it. Yeah,
it's tougher to do nowadays, and like you know, you're hoping for either Worthy or Rice at that point with Hollywood already off. But I know you're a little more risk adverse. Sort of like myself, you'll sort of test the limits with your builds.
We tested it with a Kirk Cousins. We had three Falcons stacked, and it did not work. He did not come back down.
Yeah, that was brutal.
Oh shit! Oh god, it's brutal.
It was rough. It's August.
They're gonna ping pong weeks. Like you're fine.
All right. So we could either go. I'm going to start Kittle, and then I'm going to say,
we can't go Kittle, in my opinion.
What one of these receivers?
I'd go Ladd.
I love Ladd. I'm obsessed with McConkey.
We need Ladd to be Ladd. We need him to be him for this team.
All right.
I love Palmer too, but I think he's looking like he could be a nice QB1 or wide receiver one for the Chargers.
The videos on QJ that I see every day on Twitter are just making me more and more confident on the Ladd click. It's crazy.
Yeah.
That's another one I like. Every sharp I talk to, not every sharp, but many people are like, never QJ. Just not like a sacrilegious told me like, I told him drafting a good amount of QJ in like the rookies and sophomores. He was like, nope, I'm out on that. And then I talked to a lot of people like out on QJ. I was like, you know what? I'm just willing to bet on the situation getting there. And I already feel like I was just totally wrong to even like give him another chance. Just like, nope, you're right. He just does not have the upside. It feels like
the click never felt good, which is weird because like you're just hoping like, oh, maybe he improved. That's the hope. And we're just we're not seeing it.
I think I took 1 or 2 shares early, but I just can't do it. Yeah, it's brutal. But I love Ladd and Palmer. I love both of them. And the crazy thing is, if you get one of them, if the other person who has the other receiver doesn't, you can get Herbert to fall a lot of times. So that's been interesting.
Yeah,
true. He's fallen to like 150 in some rooms.
Well, now that with the plantar fasciitis, he's fallen even further. But I've seen him fall just before that news, just because, say, you have Ladd and the Palmer did an elite or something, then he'll fall, and it's just you get some amazing value.
Tokyo saying Ladd might have some injury issue. Yeah, I saw it a couple days ago. Injury report came out. It's just like Harbaugh's not going to give you anything.
No.
The guy could be like terminally ill like tomorrow, like or he like rest day. Like you're not going to get a lot from him, but yeah, he is battling through something. I think he's sort of been that way his whole college career, and that could be his deciding make it or break it for him.
Yeah,
this is a tough spot for us. I think Humble Legends in the live stream with us. Yeah, I would just ignore ADP and go Addison here.
What do you think about Hopkins, or too many week 5s? When he's going to miss a week or two early, what do you prefer, Addison over Hopkins?
I think Addison, with the thought of going Palmer on the way back around.
Yeah, makes sense.
Is interesting.
JMO is also part of our Detroit stack, but I think Addison's the click here.
Maybe 2 super stacked at that point.
Yeah, that's like that. That's right on that limit where I would do it some, but I don't think it's necessary. And we've already got the double stack. Like I like double stacking with Goff, but since we already have it, I think pass on JMO makes sense.
It's definitely it's catch up time, and I think Humble Legend might be the. Do you recognize anyone else to the right? Peppertony's in here.
Alex Keaton, FF Dan. Yeah, a lot of people that
I saw when you were setting up it. I saw a couple numbers, 3, 8, a few at the beginning of the chat.
Oh yeah, this draft is full of people who are probably the icon snatch catchers. Definitely both here.
Oh yeah,
I don't know about Chris. Yeah.
And
there's always names that I forget, but yeah, the icon snatch catchers are pretty consistent in some of these streams. Peppertony I know was in here yesterday. Humble Legend is pretty frequently in these stream drafts. Alex Keaton, FF Dan was in here yesterday.
Yeah, literally just need to catch up. See like Curtis Samuel's being pulled up, so you're gonna see people that are behind at receivers start to just pull up these guys, and if we just keep clicking RBs or tight ends, QBs, we're gonna fall behind really quick.
Yeah.
I'm going to put some names in the chat. Private chat. Here we go.
Nice. Yeah, I always forget to use the private chat. Sometimes I'm streaming with somebody that I don't normally stream with, and I don't look for a while, and I'm like, oh, this private chat from 15 minutes ago. Like, oh.
What number are we coming up on?
This will be, hang on, 91.
Okay.
Here, I would love 2 of these 3. Curious if you guys think they fit the build.
Yeah.
Yes.
Obviously not for this pick, but like just planning out future picks.
Right.
We're obviously going to want either one of Goff or Herbert.
Yep.
Are you guys doing JJ McCarthy yet?
I'm doing Darnold. I'm doing I believe the best thing for the Vikings is a redshirt JJ year, and a Darnold could have a Baker Tannehill resurgence. And if I'm wrong, it's an 18th round pick, and he'd be sub 20% owned. So that's been my Darnold. And I told Neil that I did just the other day, or I've done Allen, and then with my last 2 picks, I've done the Vikings receiver room, and I've done JJ and Darnold. So I think it's different, but you're kind of protected either way, essentially. So,
and I guess, can JJ McCarthy really burn you by not drafting him? Like,
I don't think so.
When we think about his whatever his ceiling is,
right,
passing the ball 20 to 25 attempts a game, can he burn you?
Right.
I mean, DeAndre Hopkins fell to 95. Is it 95?
91, yeah.
Okay. I mean,
the only concern there is we already have
a lot of week 5. Yeah.
Oh
shoot, yeah, we have a.
If Rice is playing week 5, I'd be okay with it. Palmer here is a double stack.
That's week 5 too. Yeah, but
Sutton, if you want just someone that's gonna have touchdown upside, but
all right, let's think about it. Meg, who do you want here? Do you want to just take Hopkins, or do you want one?
I would probably do Hopkins, but I'll leave it up to you.
To me, there's pros and cons to each of them. Like Hopkins is the faller, the best potential value. Palmer's the double stack, and then Cortland Sutton has the non-bye week. So I think
I think it's fun to add to Addison and Hopkins, 2 players that have fallen, a combination that you're not going to get.
True.
In the first
half of
50% of BBM. Yeah. So that could have a little appeal to it.
Yeah. Right. And hopefully he just misses, week 1. It's not nagging, those kind of things, obviously.
That's what scares me about Hopkins, older receiver going into the season injured.
It surprised me he fell that far. When I see him getting to the 90s, I'm like, okay, this was a guy that was getting steamed up, but a lot of rankings had him very high, and he was getting up as high as the 60s, high 60s or low 70s, so just feels like some good falling value if we can get the health to be okay for most of the rest of the season.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong. I think I saw a video on Twitter of him like sort of working through it on drills. He had like a knee brace, but he was out there and still doing. That's probably a good sign that it's not like overly serious, right? He's not like off the field, like just doing the bike or something. Like it's good that he's still out there going through the motion.
Yeah.
And then what's the next number we're up at?
102. 102, then 115.
This is definitely not for the faint of heart type draft. Don't try this at home, ladies and gentlemen.
We're taking some risks here.
Well, PSA, don't try this at home.
Okay.
Yeah, we're definitely going to want Goff as our priority QB with the double stack.
I threw one in private chat, but I could just say it now. If you wanted to work on the hyper fragile build and team correlate, you could do Pollard.
I have another thought as well.
Or any of those running backs. Or
I was going to say Chase Brown is moving up so quickly that I think getting him even close to ADP makes sense here. But I guess there was a report today that Zach Moss still listed as a starter. So do you prefer Pollard to Moss?
I do, but where were you at, Pat?
It's close. You queue him up. Queue up Chase Brown. If you want to catch up on Chase for your exposures, like let's go Chase.
Totally leave it up to you. Yeah.
I have a ton of Chase. Different. Yeah.
Let's go Chase. Let's go Chase.
Too late.
I was just thinking the bye week 5 flex option, but that's fine.
Yeah.
Leave an extra flex option open.
Oh, that's a good point. I didn't think about that. I don't think.
How about
How about
a receiver? Who's left on the board?
Okay. Lockett, Shakir.
I would say 2 of the 3 would be ideal. It's going to be tougher in this room for sure.
Yeah.
If there's another name in there that you guys like, and then it's going to be tough to get 2 of the 3 because we also need Goff. Where can we get Goff at 139?
Nah, I don't think so.
QBs have been falling.
I did just get Goff at 160 in a draft this morning, so it is possible. But
where's the Gibbs team? Gibbs and JMO is what I'd be looking at right now and seeing if it's even possible for us to push him.
All right, Gibbs here 10. At 15. Oh, he has JMO too, so Alex might be might be making plans there.
Us. Dak and Goff is such a boring combo though. Like, do you even really want that?
He doesn't want that.
Two pocket passing QBs. You're not gonna be able to win BBM with that. Like,
yeah. Don't fool yourself.
Goff sucks. Oh shit.
Well, we have the Levis out. We have
you have a lot of week Darnold. 5 outs. He did not take him.
All right. Yeah, we would have to pass on him twice. We can't push him past 126.
I think we target Goff at 126.
Oof. Which means we don't get 2 of the 3. It's gonna be the recovery is gonna be interesting to say the least.
Well, so you threw those 3 names out there. I was gonna say Lockett might be a better name there. The 2 of the 3 that you sent to chat. Is that what you want me to do one of those? All right, let me.
Or like Brandon Cooks, you're just going for touchdown. You're going for touchdown upside. I'm probably, it's up to you. Up to you.
I'd Cooks, say let's go, Myers. Or Judy to give us another quarterback out. You're not a fan.
Do you like Judy? Do you like Judy? Meg?
No.
Oh, good. Okay.
He mixed it up.
He let underdog take the wheel, and Actually, Myers went
No,
through instead of Polk.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Good. That probably the downside to Myers to me is I don't feel that confident in either of his quarterbacks. So I'm like, as we're trying to build out like quarterbacks that we actually feel like are going to be the starters, I feel like we're running a little bit thin with both Vikings and Vegas, which is why I tried to do a last minute switch there. But it's not like I'm that confident in the Patriots either. So
yeah, you could still get like Hunter Henry, Javon Baker, May at the end, which is kind of fun.
Good call.
I think Myers does serve at least a purpose for this team. We're gonna need first off, we need some padding points for the potential of D-Hop missing games. Addison, just keep us in the hunt through week 3 when Addison comes back, and no suspension from Rice. We definitely need shit to break, right? But like, dude, this is one of those teams that's like ends up in like the top 10 for regular season prize when everything does break right.
Yeah.
But I mean, I just heard people talking about the Addison suspension could be potential late, like a later suspension. Have you guys?
I think we just don't know. Yeah, I think it's just a matter of we don't know the timing.
Yeah.
So like we wouldn't mind it if it's the first 3 weeks of the year, but obviously if it's weeks 15 through 17, you're gonna hate it. So that is the scary thing with Addison.
Can the badges pick him right off the board from us? Oh, he does.
There we go.
Gone. Goff is ours. Yeah, it makes it easier. To not push him.
Yep.
All right, read it out, Neil. What do we got?
All right, so this is our perfect team so far. We have Jared Goff at quarterback. At running back, we have Jonathan Taylor, Isaiah Pacheco, Tony Pollard. Wide receiver, Amon-Ra St. Brown, Rashee Rice, Ladd McConkey, Jordan Addison, DeAndre Hopkins, Jacoby Myers, and at tight end, Sam Laporta. So to me,
Sam Laporta teams are tough.
The pickle, I mean, the pickle that we're really in right now, I think, is so if we have multiple outs to another week 5 quarterback in both Justin Herbert or Will Levis, but then we'll need a third quarterback, and we don't have really any other quarterback outs that we can be that confident are going to be starting in week 5 when we need them. So we're in a little bit of pickle, but not the end of the world.
I was gonna say
Derek Carr, Juwan Johnson back stack.
Yeah,
Juwan Johnson back for week 5.
True.
Yeah, I was going to say doing 3 quarterbacks, you could do the two week 5s and then get a third, and it's just who is the third, and that's who we should probably look for, the second tight end or the next receiver.
Yeah.
Even on a team like this, if you wanted to bring in, and this is like I have like next to none of him, but like Adam Thielen, you want to bring in Ja'Tavion Sanders, you want to go Bryce Young in a 3 QB build, I think is interesting here as well.
Yep.
Yeah.
I'm utilizing the private chat to throw ideas out there, but I don't feel that confident in this idea that I just sent there.
Yeah, I'm at 2%. That doesn't mean it's a bad
pick. The same. I mean, we talked about in the first stream. I think it's risk with the 2 week 5 on that.
It would be nice to at least get a single stack there. So I mean,
yeah,
tight ends went off early here too, which is probably good for us.
Yeah,
we're just
throw Hawkinson on for a Viking stack.
Is Rodgers still in the board? You could do like a Conklin Rodgers.
I'd go RB here personally, I'd stop at RB.
Okay,
either Ford or Chandler.
Oh, I love both. So either's fine with me.
Ford's fallen 13 picks. You have Ford at 10. You have Ford at 106. So this is a crazy.
True. Yeah, this is the fantasy points rankings have him pretty high.
4 different bye weeks too, which is nice.
Yep.
And you could stop with these 4, right? This is the
outcome
that
this is Chubb, the fragile build. Yeah.
Chubb comes back, he's not the same, or Chubb comes back, gets re-injured, and you don't need anything else.
Yeah. Or just throw on a late one. I typically end up doing 5, but if you guys want to stop.
Yeah, I've definitely done. I do mostly 5 when I do the double anchor, but occasionally I'll do 4 if I feel really, really good about them and there's nothing falling value that I like.
Yeah. The problem with Tokyo-san says, can last pick O'Connell with Myers? Yeah, but the problem with that, same problem as the Vikings, is we just don't know who's going to be starting.
Yeah.
Vikings, Steelers, Raiders. Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, that's fine. Like we can take the gamble on potentially not having a quarterback for 1 week. Obviously, I'm a bye week bro. I try to avoid it, but like at the end of the day, you can survive it.
Yeah, I would risk it with I'd risk it with like May and be like, okay, can May get out there by week 5? Because I think that's going to be close, either week 5 or 6. I think we end up seeing him.
I'm trying to see the receivers that went off.
Polk, Judy, Williams, and Leggett. Oh, yeah, those are the.
And so we're up again at what number?
Where do we go? We went at 126. So since our last pick, A.D. Mitchell, Jahan Dotson, Gabe Davis, Xavier Leggett, Mike Williams. We are up again at 150.
Gabe Davis would have been nice to come back to us, just as we have like a lot of floor type plays. To get a spike week guy, I think would be interesting. I think here it's Herbert though, if he comes to us.
Right.
Just like
the upside of Herbert.
What more do you want than Justin Herbert at 150?
Yeah,
we're leaning into the offense.
Yep.
All right.
So we got our two week 5s. We'll just have to accept the risk that we might have no quarterback for week 5. If the third quarterback we take doesn't end up starting, then that's fine.
Right.
So what would our, just trying to forward think, what are the 2 next picks for us?
I'd be looking at
No, I'm sorry. I meant the numbers.
Oh,
I was just trying to think through like what might be available.
163 and 174.
Okay. 163, 174. Okay.
There goes Hunter Henry.
Sorry, what were you going to say, Pat? I'd be looking for. I interrupted you.
I was gonna say like Hunter Henry for the May backstack.
Mm-hmm.
You could, like Geno falls a shit ton. Like
Mhm.
I've been getting Geno at like 190 recently. And that's obviously basically just a free click. I know we have Neil's option. That's an option. We could do it. We could do it. That's spicy. It's spicy. I like the single stack at least for BBM finals upside. And I guess there's still a rookie that's available that he falls a lot too. I don't know if you're on that click yet.
I think we should push it a little bit for our third quarterback. Like, I think we can push it to round 17, 18 and see like which of the guys we're talking about is still there potentially, because we have a few stacked outs.
It would be next if we did that.
Yep, I like that.
I mean, that's probably one of my most clicked late third QB stack. Obviously, I read it out in the first show. It's my most owned quarterback and tight end.
Who would you go first here? There goes Fields.
Yeah.
Whoa, Fields at okay, so 158 now.
He's moved 159. He's moving up.
It's funny.
You see Rodgers fall so much, but then sometimes I'd have to see where the Wilson drafter, what they did.
Right. So the Wilson drafter has Anthony Richardson.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they.
Oh, but he's coming back after.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
So we could potentially try to push it.
Maybe go Conk, then him, but that's an idea.
Yeah.
Charles says we've jumped the shark with Justin Fields. Yeah, we see like 3 good throws and
Noah Fant goes. We can't talk when Humble Legend is still before us. That's what I've learned in these streams this year.
I'd go
whoever you mention, he's going to take him.
I'd go. We can go naked Deshaun Watson here too. Oh no, we can't. By week 10, right? He's 10.
By week 10, or we could go Geno Smith and potentially get a later.
He
went Fant. That's Conklin. That's my bad. I was thinking he took Tyler Conklin. He took Noah Fant. So that was me misreading what he actually did.
And then hopefully we have an option, and then you can just basically hammer receivers.
The Garrett Wilson teams to our right.
Right.
So
right. So
nice.
We'll see.
It should or could, but I mean, again,
should be like an 85% chance we get him back. I would say.
Yeah.
Just Addison D-Hop living dangerously, doesn't matter any news. I don't think we have any news. The only thing that I've seen is Addison. They say most likely would be 3 games. You guys see anything different?
No, 3 games is what's I think expected from past suspensions. So
right. Yeah, I just didn't know when. I've heard different people talk about the time frame, but yeah. But we don't know.
Yeah, it's getting close to kickoff here, so the fact that you haven't got any news yet, I'm sure it's a pressing issue too. They probably want to get that that figured out. It's going to be a little easier to get that case figured out rather than Rice's. Multiple people, multiple injuries.
Right.
A lot more complex of a case. I could see that one just getting pushed to next year.
Jesus, I'm on the clock in like 12 different drafts on Underdog. I'll have to I'll get to those later. Can't do it right now.
Thank you for that reminder. Because
I saw a notification on my phone. I was like, oh shit, I forgot to. Yesterday I went through all of them before I started streaming, because I'm like, if I'm doing a marathon stream, I need to make sure I'm on top of these.
Right.
Some of these will expire like right toward the end of the stream if I go 6 hours. So I got at some point I'll have to jump in. But it's some of them are best Ball Mania, which is one of those that I can't. You got to like look at the bye week charts if you want to do it well, because I know nothing about college football, so it's kind of a mess.
I love it. Going in blind.
Yeah, the other ones I can kind of like remember what I like, but that's the one that's a little bit tricky for me.
Ooh,
that's an early Bryce Young
off. Bryce Young off. Yeah, this is the go get your guys room.
Yep.
But like Mahomes falling to 60, I feel pretty good about.
That was wild.
QB.
Yeah.
Like that just tells me that the whole room like sort of devalues QBs, and we saw that with a few QBs falling.
Right.
Catchers, don't do it to us.
Chris would never. He would never do it to us. He's got Burrow and Trevor Lawrence.
He's way good.
Yeah.
He's way good. He can't.
All right. All right. I like it.
Made it work. Made it work.
Feel pretty good about that.
Yep.
I like it.
I would
So what number build number are we at now? 3, 4,
3, 4, 6, 2.
Okay.
It's probably receiver from here out.
You just do 3, 4, 9, 2.
Or receiver, running back.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. I think we're done at the onesie positions. I think it's just receiver, running back, mostly receiver from here on out. I think that's a good call. I mean, we have a relatively strong. Yeah. The fact that we took risks on both Addison and Hopkins, but like we got both of them well past where they were going prior to any kind of concerns. I guess Addison not that far back, but yeah. This will work.
Definitely will work.
We do not have any bringbacks for week 17, which not the end of the world.
Not yet.
Not yet. Good point. Good point.
Still time.
We have outs.
I threw a name in the chat. Definitely think could be interesting towards end of season upside
like
as well.
Yep. Like that.
Yep.
Killing it.
Who's one of your favorite boring clicks at the end? Let's add in. I'll give you the option of 3, and then you could have even one besides these: Boyd, Khalif Raymond, or Dortch.
Ooh.
Or Tolbert. Well, I have Tolbert.
Oh, Tolbert's my favorite. I'm like 20% Tolbert. So that's easy.
Who's your favorite mid click?
Probably that's really tough between Boyd and Dortch for me. It really depends on the team, but if I like in a vacuum, it's probably Boyd. I think he has a clear path. Mm-hmm. I think that he is the wide receiver 3 for Tennessee, and DeAndre Hopkins is banged up a little bit, whereas Dortch is like, who really knows where he's at with Zay Jones there, Michael Wilson,
right?
Just a lot in front of him, Marvin Harrison. So I think probably Boyd, because I think he has the clearer, like, I think he pretty clear in my mind is the wide receiver 3 already. All right, so
click on receiver. Who do we have at receiver?
Luke McCaffrey, Tyler Boyd is here.
You named a lot of the ones we named. So
yeah, I think
is Baker gone? I guess Baker's gone.
I'd personally probably go Dortch here. Yeah, Javon Baker just went.
Yeah, we can go Dortch.
Now we can shoot for some upside. Maybe if like Roman Wilson comes back to us. I don't think Luke McCaffrey does a whole lot for this team.
No.
You don't think that this year's Puka Nacua does a lot for this team? Interesting.
No.
Interesting take.
Well, what's your percent of Luke McCaffrey?
Oh, that's a good question. I guess I can probably check right in the overlay tool.
I don't think you upload. Oh yeah, you can there.
all tournaments.
Yep.
Exposure. Okay, yeah, I can. 14%.
Damn, boy. He's
Yeah.
all in.
All in.
You know,
Luke McCaffrey.
He did go a lot earlier in the NFL draft than a lot of people were thinking.
Right.
That was
I'm just so worried about Washington as a Washington fan.
Yeah.
Washington with the worst ranked offensive line being a very, very low passing volume offense. And I think, it's going to be very similar to like a Justin Fields led offense, that it's going to be a lot of scrambles. And I just don't think he's going to be able to air it out a lot with our offensive line. I think he's going to be running for his life. So I think Daniels gets there with his legs more than the arm. And he's only going to prop up one or two receivers. So that's what makes me nervous.
I feel like you, Meg, are the most bearish person on the Washington offense of anybody I know. And you're a Washington fan. So
which is totally ironic, because if you talk to me any other year, but this year, which is this year, I finally have the owner. I finally have the new owner. I get the new, we'll focus on this.
All right,
I'd go Roman Wilson.
Oh yeah, I'm obsessed. I'm still obsessed with Roman Wilson. Yeah,
just for an upside rookie click.
Yeah, yeah.
What if he can be the wide receiver 2 there?
But what if Yoshevich is just better? He's just a better player than Roman Wilson. I'll do it. I'll do it for you guys. But
I would assume.
Go ahead.
Burton's going to be eating into that Yoshevich. So like even if he is good, like I don't think you're going to keep Burton off the field for very long after he returns from injury, and it doesn't seem like that he's already back at practice. So splitting wide receiver 3 reps, I like it better than taking the wide receiver 4 on Green Bay at pick 115. But
unless there's an Ayuk trade, I feel like Roman Wilson is going to be number 2. That's just my read on it and how I've been drafting it. But again, could be wrong. But
you're not a big believer in Calvin Austin. Is he the one who's getting steam? Who's getting steam there.
He's getting a little steam, but the dude's not going to be out there in 2 wide receiver sets. He can't block.
Yeah. No, that's a good. Getting him at 198 feels pretty good for Roman Wilson.
Oh, absolutely. To answer your question really quick, Neil, if you talk to me any of the year, I'm the most delusional Washington. It used to be in my Twitter handle, delusional Washington fan. Most delusional Washington fan. I'm obsessed. I love the new owner, love the new GM, love the new coach. I don't know why. I don't know if it's because I didn't get. Ironically, I wanted Drake May and Jatavian and I wanted Jatavian Sanders. Maybe that's why I'm so bullish on him. And they went Jaden Daniels and Sinnott, and then they didn't address offensive line till the 3rd round, and that really made me angry because I think we are ranked the worst offensive line. So for all those reasons, I don't know why I'm pouting about it, but I really am concerned that this could just be because of a bad offensive line and a quarterback that there's statistical, analysis to back this up. But, Jaden Daniels took off and had one of the highest scramble rates in college. And so I think he's going to take off and run a lot when he's, obviously being pressured. So, I just think it's going to be a low volume passing offense, similar to the amount of attempts that we saw from Fields in every game.
I put a name in chat. Let me know if you guys have fun.
Oh, I like that one. That's a fun one.
Yeah,
that's one I'm starting to try.
We have plenty of floor for this team. That's what the Greg Dortch pick does. Allows you to kind of go a little more risk adverse with these last few kicks.
Yep. I like that. I want
to risk on with this click.
And like we have Myers as well. Like we have plenty of padding for weeks 1 through 5 in case we players or whatever it may be. Like let's
did
a little bit.
Yeah, hyper fragile, and we're going 9 receivers. So we're going volume, and we need 3 of them to hit each week.
Maybe you get an injury to one of the 2 starters, and that's where this one really hits.
All right.
The old tight then.
He'll be
there. He is.
Very low owned.
Yeah, very low owned. Yeah. Yep. I like it.
Seen as the clear number 3 right now. So.
Yeah. No, the camp reports are awesome.
Another week 5. But we got away from the week 5 for a while, so I think we're good on that front.
So would we end up like 4 of our 9? We have 9. So
we have 9 receivers.
Yeah.
Big red zone target, Johnny Wilson, and making some noise in the red zone in practice. 6'6", dude's enormous. So even leveraging some of those touchdowns in Philly, could be what you need. Is what the cool kids say.
Yeah, I like this. Actually, I like that a lot.
Fan.
Great call, Pat.
Another person in our draft with us.
Oh, I love seeing
I feel like
Fan
I
in
see
draft.
Noel Fan in the
Yeah,
draft
I've seen him.
sometimes.
Yeah, he joins us in a lot of drafts. I love to see Noel Fan in draft.
Nice. I think we landed the plan. I think things didn't go always according to plan, but ultimately I think
the
team worked
plane
out
was
okay.
landed well. Yeah, I like it. That was a great last
Let's
call.
take a look at it.
There's definitely something to learn, right? Like when you're in a sharper room, a lot of people listening probably don't go hero. Probably don't go hero.
Yeah, it's probably build. Like, oh, I recognize a lot of these
but
names. It's probably an indication that it's going to be a wide receiver avalanche.
But we did good. We did good for, I think, the strength of the room. If you go through everyone's team, you're not going to find a super team in a room like this. So I think we create a pretty well balanced squad here.
Yep, giving ourselves a shot. I'll read it off. So we have Jared Goff, Justin Herbert, Aaron Rodgers at quarterback. At running back, we have Jonathan Taylor, Isaiah Pacheco, Tony Pollard, Jerome Ford. At wide receiver, Amon-Ra St. Brown, Rashee Rice, Ladd McConkey, Jordan Addison, DeAndre Hopkins, Jacoby Myers, Greg Dortch, Roman Wilson, Johnny Wilson. And then at tight end, Sam Laporta and Tyler Conklin.
I like it. It's different. It's unique. You can
tell a story for sure.
You can definitely tell a story with this.
You need Sam Laporta to be tight end one for this year. It's at least the top two. But yeah,
pretty rare running back build for me. I think I do a lot of 5 and 6, not a ton of 4 this year.
I do mostly 5, but yeah, I've been mixing in the 4, and but this is a fun one. I like the way because the positional allocation all made sense with where we got him. So I like it.
Yep.
Yeah, I think it would have been tough to go a 5th running back here, just with how the receiver room sort of looked.
Yeah, because we took some risks. Yeah.
We definitely took some risks there. All right, I'm going to be drafting until 7 p.m. So 4 more hours. I'm going to do 4 more drafts. Neither of you has signed up for the 4 hour. If either of you or both of you want to stick around, you are more than welcome. But also, if you need to go, that's fine too. So start with you, Meg. You've done 2 drafts. Are you going to stick around for a third? Are you ready?
I would love to. I've had a blast. I am going to jump off. If you guys want to join us, we're doing Best Ball Jeopardy on the FanSpeak Network at 9:30 tonight. Yeah. So I got to rest up and study on that one.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Well, thank you for hanging out, Megan. We will say goodbye to you, and then I'll pose the same question to Pat. But you thanks for hanging out. And you can find it's Meg08 Megs 08. Oh yeah. DFS is the Twitter handle. You can find all the links for Megan in the description below the video as well.
Well, thank you so much for having me. This was fun, guys. I think we drafted some winners.
Definitely. Yeah. Thanks for coming on, Meg.
All right. Bye.
See you, Meg.
See you tonight. And Pat, same question to you.
I got one more in me. We got one more in stream at 8:15 p.m. ET. You'll be off by then?
I will be just off by then. Yeah, I'm going to be done right at 8 p.m.
All right. I don't want to overlap. I don't want to overlap. So
oh yeah, no, never.
Yeah, let's rip another one. The split just went up to 750 each.
Yeah, this one we're making so much more.
Still got to work the full-time gig, but we 12 out of 12 it. That's so good.
Yeah.
That's so good.
Ooh, 3-hole too. All right.
We'll take it. I'm gonna get a refill of the coffee. Absolute crazy, man. It's decaf.
Jellyfish in here. Oh, you're drinking decaf. Interesting. You just like the taste? I guess he's not here. I see some badges. I see Jerryfish. I know Jerryfish. Anybody else in here? Anybody else drafting with us? He's staying, C Money. And Tyler, when I refer to Boyd as wide receiver 3, I'm including D-Hop and Calvin Ridley as the wide receivers 1 and 2. Then it'll be I think Boyd will be the wide receiver 2 for any period that Hopkins misses. Pat might miss this click, but I feel like the top 3 it's pretty easy. I mean, third pick not the easiest. Maybe Pat wants to go something different than Tyreek. It's all kind of a big tier there for me. I'll try and buy time until Pat comes back. Chalk start for the KC. CT Bone goes Lamb. I'm going to probably take Hill here unless Pat comes back in time to tell me to take somebody else. but I am going to let the clock run down just to buy that time. I don't think he's going to make it back in time. All right. Looking like a Tyreek Hill team. Hard to go wrong with the 3 pick. I feel Hill, Chase, Jefferson, all good picks there. What's up, Blake? I don't know why you're saying goodbye. You didn't even say hello. You're just leaving right away. Thanks for stopping in. Tolbert, Zay Jones, and Van Jefferson to be the 2 in pit. Tolbert, Van Jefferson to be the 2. Okay. What's up, Justin? Yeah, happy to get Cheetah there. Staying in the NFL. I thought he was on the verge of starting his porn career, but apparently he's just going to keep making oodles and oodles of money in the NFL, which is good news for me because I just traded for him in my unlimited keeper league. All right, we got Tyreek Hill with the 103.
I trusted you with the 103. I knew.
I figured. I
knew you wouldn't mess it up.
Yeah. It's like I don't know if Pat wants Jamar Chase, Justin Jefferson here, but I feel like they're all kind of good picks.
Yeah. If I'm not going Hill at 3, I'm trying to get a different combo with like Breece Hall. I think you could actually do something very interesting with like AJ Brown at 3 if you're trying to get spicy. But again, that's where like keeping track of ADPs is important for the 2nd and 3rd round to get those different combinations. Make sure you're actually doing something that gets you different.
Call. Do I have time to take a look at my exposure? Yeah, I think I have time. I'm just going to click over here.
But like one interesting one that would come to my mind is AJ Brown with, let's say, like Debo, which isn't it's not a crazy pairing, but that getting different with that 3rd click, I think would be very easy on the 2-3 turn.
Yeah. Oh, I need to add Tyreek Hill over here. So Khalil Herbert, my most drafted player with
go to combinations on the right. Click combinations.
Oh yeah, combination. That's what I want to do.
Nice.
50% Tua.
That's what you want to see.
Ooh, Pearsall. Okay, interesting. And this is
which doesn't matter all that much, but the Debo, which is just a fun pairing with Tyreek Hill.
Yeah,
and that might be one you might not be able to get. So that's the other thing. Yeah. Like you might not want to differ too much with your percents if it's a player that you don't think you can get that combination later. Slam that combination as early as possible.
Good call.
And then worry about evening out your portfolio or whatever with other clicks. You can go to divert other places, but I like that. I like that Debo and Hill. Talk about upside.
Glad I got that one. At least I got 4 of them apparently.
Hell yeah. Talk about upside.
Yeah, and this is showing that is just Best Ball Mania. So I have 8 total. Man, only 2.61% Tyreek Hill in Best Ball Mania.
No, okay.
Is that not right? Am I reading that wrong?
Let me see. Let me get the calc out.
Oh, but if I have 8 of them, then that would be more than.
So the 2.6%, we're gonna change that. So basically, what's that saying is your amount of Best Ball Mania drafts make up 2.6% of the total amount of drafts you've done. We have to change that so it's just Best Ball Mania numbers.
Man, Nico Collins, I didn't realize he had flipped Chris Olave. We could go Chris Olave here.
I would go Olave just for the ADP value.
Yep. I think it's a pretty rare combo. Olave is falling more and more, but again, we're about 50% away through Best Ball Mania. It has not been
if you add Hill and Olave, this is where I would use the tool. I'd go to the other page real quick. I'd type in now top left, add Olave. And we'll see how many Hill Olave teams you have. None. So you're already getting different in Best Ball Mania. So that's sick. So this is just go get your guy, whoever's your favorite on the board. If you get Adams at 27, it'd be pretty impressive.
Yeah, that would be a rare combo, I would think.
This guy already had a chance at him, and now he takes him.
All right, he wants him now. I'm fine with any of Devonta
Evans
Smith
or Smith.
I'm good with either of those. Yeah. I guess Adams would have been great with Olave, but
Would
oh
have been
well.
insane.
Derrick Henry, we could go with what do you think?
Let's start receiver heavy on this one. Let's not do ourselves dirty again.
Evans Olave. Or sorry, Evan Smith.
Smith. Let's go Smith.
All right.
Let's go the younger guy who's absolutely killing it in camp with, the Philly's going to throw the ball a lot more this year too, I believe.
Yeah. I'm pretty into just getting that Eagles offense. Yeah. Hoping for the Jalen fall. This is exactly what I was thinking. Just go Smith. Yeah.
It feels bad when let's say you go Mike Evans here and then Jalen Hurts falls to 46.
I hate it.
You're like,
yeah, why?
Why do that? He falls a lot though. He falls a lot.
Yeah, it feels like it's, not 50-50, but it feels like he falls to 46 like quarter of the time maybe.
Yep. It's pretty heavily dependent on the 9 spot.
Yeah.
Maybe going an elite
what's
QB.
McGarity going to do? Yep.
Or just, badgeless too. So maybe not always paying the most attention to their stacks.
Get your guys. Go get your guy. As long as it's not Hurts.
I have a lot of Hurts Smith. And I don't think there's such thing as having too much.
No, me neither. That was, last year it had to be, if you try to get that combo, I guess it was, if you want to get the triple, it had to be like in the first 3 rounds. Like you had to like just go for that triple. Now you can get a 4th player in there.
Which is ultra negatively correlated in a single game slate, in my opinion.
Yeah. Taking both with Hurts.
Hurts ends up as QB1 by getting in there in the end zone. Okay, so he goes Hurts early.
Yeah.
Cool.
Rookie mistakes, take him in the 3rd. I mean, you got to push it to that pick 40.
Yeah, unless I guess you just don't care about.
Yeah, right. If you don't love players, this is kind of a range where it's like I don't actually love any of these. Pittman, Tank Dell, like whoever gets here, probably just as good.
I've been doing a lot of pulling up Pickens here, like at 35, 36, and then going Mahomes at 37, 38, hoping that you can get one of the KC pieces back to you. And I have a couple of them where I've gotten 2 KC pieces, like Worthy and Rice. And it's like, wow. Oh, yeah, now we have that KC game stack. And it's harder to get because of the KC pieces moving up, but you can still do it right now.
But you're risking just getting unstacked Mahomes there, though, right? You're saying you would take him at 37.
Yes. Okay. But on a flatter scoring week, we don't know how week 17 is going to shake out, and Mahomes spreads the ball. I don't think it's the worst QB to have naked, in my opinion.
Yeah, that's true. He does spread the ball around quite a bit. This guy goes 39. Hollywood Brown. He went Pacheco Brown at the turn for Breezy.
Getting weird.
Don't think I've seen Hollywood go that early. He's probably trying to push Mahomes all the way back to 60, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
Go about it a little bit of a different way.
Where did Cup go in this? Am I just like blind?
17.
That's why.
Yep. Yeah, you don't expect that.
That's why. That's tough. That's tough because you can get him at 32. So, you could, at least in a good portion.
Not anymore. Yeah,
I know.
I feel like these days, like I never see Cup because he always goes before I'm thinking about him.
He should be in the middle of the 2nd round, in my opinion. So
I don't know. I don't think I'm taking him there. Maybe I will just because I have such little exposure and now I'm getting nervous about it, but I don't love him there. Like I'd rather make the bet on a Drake London, Malik Neighbors. I guess I can see the point. Like he was so good 2 years ago. What if he just is that guy when he's healthy? Yeah, you're probably right.
He's only moved since May. He's only moved from 35 to 27. So he's only moved 8 picks. So it's not like
interesting.
The thing is, he's on the rise. Like you'll see him go early, but yeah, anytime he falls to ADP right now, I'm scooping Cup.
Ooh, Kelsey Mahomes.
If we get that, that's ideal. Yeah.
I mean, Kelsey fell all the way to 46.
Yeah. Yep. That's an older ADP. We'll take that. We have the padding of Lamar too. Definitely worth the risk here.
Would you take Lamar here? I mean, if somebody else takes Mahomes,
fuck yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, 100%. You could have a big week from Kelsey and have Lamar outscore Mahomes would be the thinking, and you'd leverage some Mahomes teams.
True. See, I'm typically in that. I'm just like, all right, well, I'm just not going to go elite quarterback in that situation.
I'm like, it's no going back now.
Right.
My mind was already there.
Yeah. All right, let's go.
Pretty cool.
Loving it.
Pretty cool.
With apologies to the turn there, who was hoping maybe hoping to get him to come back. That feels pretty good.
Even like Lamar at 51, if I had to go Lamar at 51, that's not a bad problem to have, you know.
No. I'm sure Gouchier was glad that we did not take Lamar there after taking Mark Andrews. What do you do with the Mark Andrews Lamar? Like who do you take first of that pair, and if they're both there?
If I have Lamar, I want one of Andrews or Likely, like in 100% of my drafts. Like if I go Lamar, I want one of those two. You miss on Andrews, like all right, let's leverage every single Lamar Andrews team.
Yeah, with
the Likely click. So yeah, that's basically the one person that I would absolutely want is the tight end with Lamar.
So then if you so this pick here, say if Lamar and Andrews are both available at 46, which one do you click first though? Do you click Mark Andrews hoping Lamar comes back, or do you click Lamar hoping Mark Andrews comes back?
Yeah, you probably have to go you probably have to go the tight end there. But
that's my thinking. That was Pete was talking about his stream earlier.
You never feel confident. You never feel confident because those guys can get selected just naked. So that's kind of part of the. Now with Kelsey, it's easier to go Kelsey here over Mahomes, but with Lamar, obviously the Russian QB, he's higher chance of being sniped.
Yeah, absolutely. But I'm fine with getting Mark Andrews and not having Lamar. That's I think that's the point that Pat has made that I agree with. I'm like if I don't get Lamar to come back, like that's fine. I still have Mark Andrews. Like he's just one of the best tight ends.
Yep. C Money says Bateman too. What's your thoughts on? Are you risking it on Bateman one more year?
Yeah.
Are you drafting the rookie Tez? Do you like them both? Or...
I'm a Bateman bull. I'm all in. I'm all in on Bateman. I'm buying the hype. Falling for it yet again. Lamar's talking him up. Mark Andrews talking him up. Harbaugh's talking. Everybody's talking him up. Like we're expecting him to be a star in this league. He's still young. He's had to deal with injuries. Mm-hmm. He didn't even think he was going to play for the whole season last year, or some shit like that. There's been excuses about the injury. I'm buying into it. I'm buying into Bateman again.
Do you like Devontae at all?
Not as much. I think he's a fine pick. I think you can get him later. I don't take a ton of them except for on Houston or Baltimore stack teams. Like if I'm doing the game stack. But yeah, I think he's one of those like he's a fine late round pick. I'm not like hyped about it, but I'll take him on a correlated team. Are you a Tez guy?
I'm definitely mixing him in. I mean, he's a free when he's correlated. Usually when he's correlated, you got to preface it with that, I think.
Yeah.
But like, if you see a lot more 2 tight end sets this year, which I think we do, trying to figure out who's going to be that next receiver. Is it Algalore? Is it Tez? You sort of probably see a mix at wide receiver 3 there.
Worthy mix.
I love Deontay Johnson here, but
more than Worthy.
Yeah. No. Let's get the double.
Pretty rare to get Worthy to fall back. Maybe he's. I feel like he's fallen more than he used to be. I guess maybe as Rashee Rice is coming up, Worthy's fallen a little bit. I'm with you. I like Deontay Johnson quite a bit, but I feel like with the Mahomes stack, I like the double.
100%. I think the rankings threw me off because I was just looking at the top.
Yeah.
That's going to be a super rare combo here. I mean, Hill, Olave, Devonta Smith with the Mahomes double stack is interesting.
All right, so this is by ADP.
I like David Montgomery here. Just grabbing a piece of the Detroit offense feels really good.
Yep.
Kamara, if you're a Kendre non-believer, could also be pretty good here too.
I am. It was pointed out in chat that I am an ageist. That is true. Nathan says the oldest man in best ball streets is an ageist. Yes, I am. I am an ageist. It is true.
Even then, like David Montgomery, there's so many ways for him to hit, and he could hit in a single game slate of just stealing, 2 of the touchdowns on the ground, which is just always fun in a single game slate scenario.
Now I'm realizing I just said that I'm an ageist as I picked David Montgomery over
Kelsey
Alvin
and
Kamara.
Kelsey.
Yeah, that's true. I have taken some old. Montgomery is 27. How old is Alvin Kamara?
He's got to be up there, 27, 28.
29. Okay, so I did take the younger guy. I had to double check myself that I thought I was taking the younger guy, but then I was like, but I did take David Montgomery, who also feels kind of dusty.
It's just Kamara with the Kendre injury. He's can he kill you? It's like death by 1,000 cuts if he catches the ball 10 times in a game.
Yeah,
but yeah, it doesn't feel good with the Kendre injury news and coach speak surrounding him.
Yeah. I still like he's falling so late that I still think he's viable, but now it's like, well, you're obviously not taking him at pick 140 where he was before, but I'm where Kendre falls to like pick 190, then I'm like, all right, I think I'm willing to risk this again.
Yeah, as RB5 or RB6
in
some cases. I'm there.
I'm liking this team that we have so far. So we have Mahomes at quarterback, Montgomery at running back, at wide receiver. We have Tyreek Hill, Chris Olave, Devonta Smith, and Xavier Worthy, and at tight end, Travis Kelce. Feels pretty good.
Yeah, we're playing ball.
Yeah, we are.
We're playing ball here. Think about the elite pieces that you're leveraging too with David Montgomery, the Laporta, Gibbs, Amon-Ra. It's 3 players in the first 3 rounds. So
yeah,
steal those touchdowns. Pull a freaking Donta Foreman. I don't care. That's all you need. Everyone falls at the 1 yard line for you.
Pat, what do you have? You say you're streaming right at 8 Eastern today. What?
Yeah, 8:15.
Just you. Do you have a guest on?
No, ripping just me, myself. Have plans to bring on Overzet, I believe, this Saturday. Still working on a time there, but yeah, we're gonna have you on tomorrow
tomorrow
Wednesday.
or Wednesday?
Yeah,
Wednesday.
Wednesday at 2 p.m. Eastern. So looking forward to that. But trying to get some more guests as we close in on BBM 5 number 150. We have 58 left, so I got to get moving.
Oh, you and I, we're in like the exact. I was at 92 coming into today.
Oh, beautiful!
And this is I think my 4th of the day. So
if you guys do some
third
late night drafts, you'll see me in the 2 a.m. range, grinding the late EV drafts.
Nice.
It's always one person. There's always one person that falls asleep. It's always one.
That's the downside to streaming all 150 of mine is I can't do that. I can't take advantage of the drunks. I can't take advantage of like breaking news, like jumping in when there is breaking news. That's the one downside. Do you do a lot of that where it's like you get a piece of news that you're like, I want to act on this, like based on this rumor, I want to get more of that player. Do you do a lot of like jumping into drafts for the purpose of trying to take advantage of news?
It was a lot easier 2 to 3 years ago when Underdog was new. It's
True.
Now people overreact to news, and you're actually getting values that way. Because
that's true.
People are going Chase Brown at 80 like the day of the news.
Yeah.
So overreactions, crazy.
Jalen Warren, Zach Moss, Jordan.
Yeah,
Addison.
Warren for the bring back here.
Oh, beautiful. Yep, good call.
Warren for the bring back.
Very nice. We're at
we'll
1,
get you
2,
we'll,
4, 1.
We'll get you set up with the overlay, so it'll actually show you in your player pool. It'll have them underlined if they're bringbacks with your QB.
Oh, nice. All right. Yeah, I was planning on getting that done this morning. Then I had things come up like just before I started streaming that kind of distracted me. Addison, Zach Moss.
Addison at pick 99 as wide receiver 5.
Doesn't feel bad, yeah.
Who cares about weeks 1 through 3?
If it is weeks 1 through 3, that is the concern. Yeah. It could be, or Brock Bauer is still there too, but we just do it. Just do Addison.
Yeah,
I'm good with it.
Let's focus on
October 7th hearing. So this is new. October 7th hearing is scheduled. I'm gonna click it and then I kind of want to read what that note says.
Mm-hmm. That's fine.
If I can. I guess I can't. Yeah, October 7th here. That probably, I mean, that obviously, that means it's not going to be the first 3 weeks. If the hearing is until October 7th, most likely it'd be
after. Yeah.
After that.
Which
could be next year, or it could be weeks 15 through 17 and we're screwed.
Dude, it's getting spicy with Addison now with that news.
Yeah, it's really interesting.
Oh, the spice continues, but around pick 99 is where I'm willing to do it with your 5th wide receiver.
Yeah, exactly.
So even if it's not the beginning of the year, that's probably ideal for a team that has more rookies as well. And we have Worthy here, so maybe giving him a little time to develop. We don't have to depend on him right away.
Yeah. Well, we should have Addison most likely for that first month of the season.
3 bye week 6 players we have to kind of note, but we shouldn't run into a problem.
Yeah, that is a good note. Yeah, three bye week 6 wide receivers. All right.
Tyler W1 and Bowers. I love Bowers there too. It's just tough to pass up on. People are drafting Addison from like 62 to 66 for the first 40% of the contest.
Yeah.
So.
This will look good in my closing line value chart. Getting Addison here.
Maybe. It goes by current ADP, right? So yeah, we get like 14, 15 picks.
Oh, right. Yeah, good call. I like this C-Money journey we went on here. After pointing out that I was the oldest man in best ball, C-Money says you and Al Seinfeld old.
Yeah.
Al Smizzle, sorry. I'm pretty sure Al Smizzle is older than I am. I am only 41. For those, although I am the oldest person to stream all 150, I think there are probably older people than myself in these streets.
Hi,
in fact, I know that there
it's
are.
Al.
I know that there are.
He's awesome. And I loved his content. I think he's actually taken a break away from content.
I think he might be done. I think he might be. That was my impression, is that he's just like retiring from DFS content for the most part. But I don't remember exactly. I did read it. Yeah, he's been around a while.
One of the best in the space. And I want to say he's still doing his listener league, which is a rake-free contest, 3 entry max. I think it's $10 to $20 entry. If you guys aren't already doing those, I mean, rake-free DFS, pretty good. Problem is, there's a lot more sharper people in it.
Yeah.
And that's a fun one. It's around like 2,500 entrants usually.
Oh, interesting. I've never done it.
Yeah, I try getting that one every year.
Nice.
Best finish was third. Was third with a Joe Burrow double stack.
Good for you. Throw it out how many you say, like 2,500
days? Yeah.
Wow.
I'm not good enough, and I don't do any of like the deep field stuff where I stick to the single entry, the 3 entry. I sort of know my place in DFS.
Sure. Yeah, I've always been like the Galaxy Brain DFSer playing like the largest field contest. I'm reining myself in now. Now it's gotten to the point where the field Galaxy Brain so much that I'm like, it's harder to find an edge in those. So I'm reining myself back into like playing the best plays in the smaller contests.
Cool.
A little bit more. All right, we are on the clock.
I would probably consider Brandon Cooks or Myers in this spot.
You were out on Judy, I take it. Wait.
Yeah, I am. Cooks is a bring back on Smith. It's a little mini there with Philly.
Myers went the one before us. Yeah, good call. We should do the bring back on Devonta Smith. Give us a different bye week. I almost suggested that we could take Tua, but we can't because we have Mahomes with the same bye week.
Right. Yeah, that'd be. Who's there for RBs, Neil? I would say it does feel good to get one more RB in this range. To have 3 after this range is where I'm typically like, that's like my comfort. That's my comfort zone. We can get out of that if you're comfortable, but 3 by Charbonnet is usually like my sweet spot.
Yeah, I think that's a good general rule.
Exactly.
How are you feeling about Nick Chubb versus Jerome Ford?
Dude, I think I'm clicking more Ford nowadays, but
is there somebody else you'd prefer here though?
I'm Zeke over Gus. We could go receiver, we could go Polk here and push RB if you want.
That's true. It does feel like we might be able to get more later on.
Or if your guy's Judy over Polk, I just think Polk's gonna pass Judy.
That might be true in terms of CLV. People are just out on. So I'm pretty into Judy this year, but it's not because I think he's going to move up a ton. Like it's just like because I think people are just like the whole thing, like the just
That's
a guy
fine.
thing. He has that just a guy stench on him, and I'm like, yeah, he's like I'd say an above average just a guy, and he's in a pretty good spot. So I'm into Judy, but I agree with you. Polk is like much more likely to get steamed into like the Josh Palmer range than Judy is.
Yeah. And Judy's had some injury history, right? That's sort of like limited him some of these seasons, even some
True.
of his better seasons. Like his best season on record with the Broncos is 67 catches, 972 yards, and 6 tutties, which is probably good for the range he goes in right now. If he could mimic that, and
Right.
we think Cleveland wants to throw the ball a lot, so
yeah. This is where was the comment? Somebody said, I love Al. They killed him with the Rainmakers stuff. I do feel bad for anybody who was super into Rainmakers. I was not. I never got really into Rainmakers. Did you get into it at all, Pat?
I didn't, but I used to watch the content because I just don't want to rip digital packs. But I like to watch other people spend a crap ton of money ripping digital packs.
I enjoyed the ripping. Like Top Shot did digital packs. I actually really enjoyed it. I have that kind of it's kind of the gambler's mentality, also a collector's mentality. Like I used to I used to love sports cards. I haven't as much recently. But it's still like the joy of just like opening those packs, not knowing what you're getting is pretty fun. So I was into it. I was into that part of it.
Oh, 100%. It's that whole thing's really bad look for DK. I think they are paying out, but it's obviously not as much.
It's not great. Yeah.
Here's $25 and a $5 coupon to McDonald's.
Yeah, exactly. That's what it feels like.
Al was big on that though. I know.
Has DFS been shown to be more solvable, understanding that it is football and anything can happen? I mean, yeah, with all the Sims products out there and it's just slate to slate, like it's obviously nobody can predict the future, so there is that. But yeah, it's just the field in general has gotten way better at DFS over the past couple of years.
And drafting is like you can make other mistakes, right? You can draft too many QBs. You can invest too much at RB or at tight end, the onesie positions. DFS, like you're building a team where it's like QB, RB, receiver, tight end. You could still have dead teams though, like teams that don't make sense. But every now and then you see a team that wins, I'm sure, a big contest, and you're like, "What the fuck was this?"
Frequently,
this makes no
all the
sense.
time it happens. Yeah,
like a naked Jared Goff or something. You're like, "How did this win?"
Yeah.
But yeah, DFS is kind of come down to like math, right? It's like broken down to like mathematically correct versus incorrect, and that's sort of where online poker went. And I think that's why you see online poker just definitely more dead nowadays.
Yeah. Give you the update. Jerryfish texted at me and said, at Player Q, your BBM team that I am in the lobby with you, that I'm in the same lobby as you, is absolutely cooking. This was 15 minutes ago, so who knows? Maybe he thinks we screwed it up now, but yeah, no, I'm loving this team that we're on.
Yes, this is solid. Double tapping RB. Oh, so Chandler's gone. That's a sharp bring up in my opinion. 134. He was definitely going to be one of my suggests.
Yeah, that was going to be a target for me too. We already have Addison. Don't love that, but other options.
He should be going there, to be honest. So
yeah, I think you're probably right. I'm pretty into Chandler these days. I had been ranking him behind both Charbonnet and Marshawn Lloyd. Now it's like little bit more concerned about Lloyd. I'm still like fine with him, taking him around where he's going, but I've decided to cool it a little bit with always taking those guys ahead of Chandler. Because I think you're right. He has both standalone and contingent value. Yeah. That's the beauty of like this range with Charbonnet, Chandler, thought Lloyd. Maybe not as clear that Lloyd has that standalone value.
Would you still be willing to risk it on Lloyd here?
I would. I'd be fine with taking Lloyd. I'd be fine with. There's also Wright here, who we have Tyreek Hill, so a little bit of correlation. Jalen Wright with Tyreek.
I'd risk it on Lloyd. I haven't overly adjusted the ranks, especially in this range. Like Algier, his upside is going to be a Bijan injury. Lloyd, can he just earn a larger share without injuries? Interesting.
Yep, I'm good. I'm good with that. I like the Lloyd bet still. I don't think our bags are dead.
Week 17 mini with Addison too. Week 16 with Olave, so he's double correlated for our team.
Nice.
I would say another RB.
Yeah.
I would now. I'd be tempted to bring in like an Algier as RB4. Dobbins was the other one. Was going to ask you about if you're clicking any of him or none of him.
I am. I'm not completely out on J.K. Dobbins. I'm not like he goes. If you told me that you were into it, I would be okay with clicking J.K. Dobbins, but I was never going to advocate for him here. I would prefer Jalen Wright. I think I feel a little bit better about Tyler Algier. I think they're just better picks that I like better here.
I'd say let's rip Algier.
All right, let's do it.
Should have a pretty good change of pace role, mixed in the red zone, leverages elite pieces, kind of checks a lot of boxes for our team.
They say he's gonna have a role. My takeaway from the coaches saying Tyler Algier is gonna have a big role for us this year is just like he's the RB2. Like I don't really, I'm not that concerned about him. I was asked yesterday, do you think he's gonna eat into Bijan? I'm like, I'm not really worried about Bijan in that sense. Like
he's a change of pace back that's reliable.
Yeah.
That's that's valuable in a coach's eyes, but I don't see him eating into over 30% of the snaps consistently. So
yeah,
I'm there with you. But that upside of like if something happens to Bijan and we see big injuries to RBs every year, even if he only misses a few games, you're getting a really good fill in. So
yeah, absolutely.
A lot of contingent upside. And he allows us to, take some other shots at RB. Curious where you're at with this player. I'll put him in the private chat.
Nice. Yeah.
I am nearing 30%. I think I'm at like 26, 27. So I have, and it's not even the bias. It's not even the bias.
I'm into it. Yeah. I'm with you. I think I like him even better on DraftKings, but I like him here also.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense too.
And I think he's one of those that like the field just like they're just like you can have him. Like nobody wants to click. And I'm like, you look at like any ranking system, he's fallen behind where he should be in the rankings.
It's like guaranteed, in my opinion, guaranteed points.
Yeah.
Which, if you're building out a team, maybe like if we know we're gonna go that player, if we know we're gonna get that player, grabbing someone like Jalen Wright here is a really good pairing, getting that floor and ceiling, I think makes a lot of sense. But we'll see if this room is high on Wright, because I've seen him slipping quite a bit as well.
Is that why I feel like I mentioned him like 3 times at the last turn and you just never even acknowledged it? I was like, man, Pat really hates Jalen Wright.
Yeah, it's more the role I think he's going to have. It's going to be extremely small. I think it's going to be really helpful from a standpoint with Miami, but I don't think he's going to be extremely helpful fantasy football wise unless there's an injury to the number 1 or number 2. Then you're gonna see obviously that skyrocket. It's a tough bet when you have like guaranteed RB2s going after him that don't need an injury to occur.
Yeah.
So that's sort of like, do I really want to bet on an injury for this piece to hit? I don't know. It's tough.
Yeah, that is, a lot of these, like Tyler Algier, I feel like to really hit, you'll need an injury for Algier, who we took at 147.
Can he steal 2 tutties? Can he steal 2 tutties in a game from?
He can. He did last year. I think week 1 he did last year, or something like that.
Yeah, it was early.
I feel like that was one of my calls that I remember from last year was after week 1. He had that amazing game, Tyler Algier, and I was like, and I said on a stream, I said, I think this is going to be his best game of the season. Because I was like, everybody overreacts to week 1. And everybody was like, oh my God, Tyler Algier, he's a thing. He was the best pick in best ball. And I said on one of my stochastic streams, I said, I think this is his best game of the season. Already happened. Turned out that was his best game of the season. So I felt
in
good
Bijan, like, yeah.
All right.
Really good call for if someone saw that in redraft and could have sold him after week 1 to, someone that.
I mean, it was a particularly useful call. Yeah, just because I brought up to my co-host. I'm not going to call him up. Like, no way. That's not his best. Yeah. All right. That was who we were talking about. Somebody had asked,
gone.
Can you say who, yeah, we're talking about Antonio Gibson was a player that we
gone.
both kind of wanted. Benjamin says, Neil, are you feeling better about Lloyd then? No, you're ready to quit the other day. I was, that was a joke. I was never that worried about Lloyd. The rumblings have gone both ways with Marshawn Lloyd. Like, yeah, I don't love hearing like this could be a redshirt season for him. Like, that's the first time I had heard that. So like, yeah, not a positive thing to hear that about Lloyd, but I'm not that concerned about it.
I think it's Ray Davis here for me, or
yes, love it.
Yeah,
all about it.
Yeah,
all about Ray Davis here.
Yeah, insta click. It depends. Like, do you weigh more into beat reporters, or do you weigh more into what the coaches are saying?
Exactly. Yeah.
What the coaches are saying is like they want to get this guy the ball as much as possible. Now the injury, you get the, he started slow. He's not in the spot that he's losing valuable touches basically this time of year where the rookies are trying to learn their role. There's gonna be plenty of work for this guy. And then how much do you believe the Dylan news, where it's like Dylan's one of those locker room guys? So
that shit was his life season.
I don't think the coach is really going to like knock him, but you probably end up seeing all three of these guys.
Yeah,
could be pretty gross. It could hurt Jacobs the most, in my opinion.
Yeah, I was kind of hoping for Conklin there. Bucky Irving's available here. Likely Janu's here.
Likely's interesting. Go to RB receiver QB. Who are we going for our second QB?
We could go with Derek Carr or Drake May.
I like the Carr May. I'm probably likely here, but we can go. Oh, I was gonna say we can go Bucky. It's good. Oh wow,
we got him.
I like it. I like it, dude. Like, I mean, we're making a bet against Mark Andrews now too. So pairing maybe if likely hits with Kelsey could be pretty insane.
Yeah,
Andrews been dealing with injuries the last about 2 years.
Yeah, Kelsey, I don't know what to make of Kelsey this year. My general assumption is he's not going to be anything like 100% snap share player. Kelsey's going to be a 60% snap share player this year, but he's going to be targeted heavily when he's out there. Mm-hmm. So when he falls like he did in this draft, I'm pretty into Kelsey, but I'm not like a hyper bull on, like some people are like, man, getting Travis Kelsey in the 4th round, like that's like an auto click. And I'm like, I don't really think it is, just given like that what they're playing for the Super Bowl. Like they don't care about our fantasy season. How are you feeling about Kelsey?
Very similar.
Okay.
Very similar, where if they don't need to win games at the end of the season to lock up home field, like you're probably screwed if you have a bag of Kelsey. So now analytics, a lot of like AI helps like build schedules nowadays and make these end of schedule games matter because that's how they get views.
Sure. Okay.
So if you lean into that and you lean into, the analytics and those games mattering, yeah, you could see Kelsey get some spike weeks. It's just going to be a matter of does KC have a commanding lead or not for home field through the playoffs?
Yeah.
So that's a gamble. I think that takes a gamble, and I lean on your side. Because I do think like, and I'm not a Kyle Pitts guy last year. I think he has in his realm of possibilities to finish as tight end 1. I think if stuff broke right for Kittle and there was an Ayuk move,
oh yeah,
Kittle could be in the running for tight end 1 this year as well.
Yep, agreed. Yeah, I think without the trade, Kittle, I don't think it's that likely. Like, doesn't really have a shot at tight end 1. But if that trade happens, like, absolutely, I think it's within the range of outcomes. Good call out. Are you doing any Juwan Johnson with the potential trade?
Yeah,
I haven't yet.
Yeah, I'm mixing in Juwan Johnson now that he's an 18th rounder.
I meant Juwan Jennings. Sorry, not Juwan Johnson.
Oh no. If anything, it makes me a little more interested in Pearsall, where before, it was kind of whatever. I think it still quite possibly could be just whatever, because you're probably going to see a mix of Juwan Jennings and Pearsall as the 3rd favorite wide receiver. I don't think it's clear cut, and that's going to limit upside for both of them.
Yeah,
so trying to find those teams where it's like the wide receiver 3 is not muddy, or it's not a shared position. I think's where you could actually get a lot more steady points Now, who has the highest upside between those two? Tuan Jennings, a hero in the playoffs.
He did have one really important game in the playoffs. Yeah.
Threw a touchdown, right? Did he throw a touchdown?
Is that right? Yeah, I think you're right. I forgot about that. Was that in the Super Bowl? That was when he had his big game, right? In the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
I needed him for my playoff weekly winners. He helped me secure the bag there.
Oh hell yeah!
I am into Pearsall. Like if the Ayuk trade happens, I think Pearsall moves up into like 7th round. I think is where Pearsall probably goes in that scenario. So I am buying, packing my bags right now.
Would you put him after JMO or before JMO?
Probably after JMO. I think probably before.
After Curtis Samuel or before Curtis Samuel?
After.
Okay. All right.
Before Cortland Sutton, I think. So maybe a little later than I was saying. Yeah, I think I move up ahead of Cortland. Curtis Samuel, that's like a toss up for me. Yeah, but I think that's like both in
Cortland Sutton's that guy that you're like, please give me 4 to 5 weeks of 14 points.
That's it. We're on the clock here. Is Derek Carr still here? Yes, he is.
Yeah, let's.
As is Drake May. Who would you rather take here if
we're leaning so heavy into Olave. I think.
That's
you gotta
true.
You gotta go Derek Carr.
Yep.
Even if it doesn't feel the best, and we know Derek Carr doesn't have the highest upside, but a couple years removed of a pretty good fantasy production year. They draft Rattler, which is interesting that he goes to New Orleans. I thought the Giants would have been interested in Rattler. So his bench chances are probably around like 5%. I'd say they're still very, very low.
Yeah, I'm not worried about that. Do we want another running back on this team?
Yeah,
also?
yeah. I like the Trey Sermon shout there. 193, thought to be the RB2 in Indy.
Would you rather go Trey Sermon than Drake May? Do you think we just go with 2 quarterbacks?
Sermon's gone.
Oh, yeah.
Click RB. Who's at the top?
Eli Mitchell, Damian Pierce.
Oh, dear. It gets ugly quick. Scroll down.
Tank Bigsby, Will Shipley.
I'll leave this one up to you.
Are we skipping Drake May and going for running back? Is that what you're thinking?
Yeah, I'd probably go Shipley if it was going to be an RB.
Got him.
Oh shit!
Hell yeah! I wasn't sure if my positional limits were going to allow Shipley there. So.
Oh yeah! The panic. Yeah. I'll set those and I'll forget that I set them like at night because I'll only need like 2 more receivers or something.
That's what I do too.
The limits on everything.
Yep.
I'll go back to drafting and you let the queue run down.
Yep.
The queue should override. your positional limits. I think that'd be a great update for Underdog.
Yep. Ooh.
So we get a little mini there with Shipley and Devonta Smith as well.
Oh, good call. Didn't even think about that. A little mini. And we have the Brandon Cooks bring back on that, if I'm remembering correctly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, what's our receiver room look like?
Yeah, so we have Tyreek Hill, Chris Olave, Devonta Smith, Xavier Worthy, Jordan Addison, Brandon Cooks, and Jalen Polk.
Damn, I mean, that's pretty strong. I think we're really pretty well balanced everywhere. Where do you want to spend this last pick?
Yeah. All right, let's see. I don't know.
I think we spent a good amount. I think we spent a good amount at tight end. QB, I think we should be leaning into Mahomes and Olave. And Derek Carr. Like if Derek Carr has a bad season, Olave I guess can still hit, but
yeah,
he probably doesn't hit that elite year. I would lean RB or receiver, but are you thinking similar? Are you into the third QB for an extra stacking?
No, I think that's fair. I think I don't think I have a single share of Deneric Prince. I could consider that if you want to do that. Dylan Lobby, I don't have much of. Who would be a bringback for our New Orleans? Yeah, or Trey Tucker actually would be here too. Another guy I like in the late rounds. I don't know if he's still here.
Ooh.
Is he gone? Did somebody take Trey Tucker?
No, he's there. Scroll up a little bit.
There we go. Yeah. I'm just gonna star him, not necessarily meaning that we need to take him, but star him. Make sure we remember that. If Luke McCaffrey falls, I'm pretty high on this year's Puka Nacua. I keep saying that. I have now had multiple people. So first of all, Derek Brown referred to him as this year's Puka Nacua, and then Scott Barrett was telling me yesterday that the guy who runs the Senior Bowl, who maybe they both heard it from that guy. Like the guy who runs the Senior Bowl apparently refers to him as this year's Puka Nacua.
Yep.
Who they probably just know the same. Like Jim Nagy, they probably just have the same source telling them that. I don't know.
It's fun. It is a fun click. It I think boils down to, do you think Dotson is good or not, and do you think Dotson can hold on to that role as the wide receiver too, or is it? Yeah.
Oh yeah, we talked about that when I was on your stream the last time. You posed that question: would you think Luke McCaffrey can pass Jahan Dotson? And I said yes, and then I got flack for it on Twitter.
Did you really?
Yeah, I thought I told you. Yeah, we some guy like multiple posts was calling me out for saying that Luke McCaffrey could take over that wide receiver 2 role.
Oh my. That must have been one of those people that just watches, never subscribes, never hits the like button.
Yeah, probably. All right.
Which you guys should do right now to this stream. Go down, slap the like.
Thank you for that reminder.
Hit the subscribe button.
I saw Go Easy Cards. Let's
go, Luke.
Only one auto click, and that is the like button. Appreciate that.
If you're into Luke that much, I don't see why you wouldn't go here at 214.
I'm into Trey Tucker too, and he's a bring back
20 picks
on the Olave, and it'll be in a. I think here we actually go Trey Tucker for that dome game week 17.
All right. Okay.
Like maybe the Chiefs aren't playing for anything and they're playing Pittsburgh, like just not kind of a slop game.
Yeah.
We need a game to go off. I think it's going to be Derek Carr to Olave.
Davante Adams goes to to New York.
Yeah, exactly.
We could sell it. We could sell it.
Hell yeah.
Sell snow to a snowman.
All right, here's the team. We have Patrick Mahomes and Derek Carr at quarterback. At running back, David Montgomery, Jalen Warren, Marshawn Lloyd, Tyler Algier, Ray Davis, Will Shipley. Wide receiver, Tyreek Hill, Chris Olave, Devonta Smith, Xavier Worthy, Jordan Addison, Brandon Cooks, Jalen Polk, and Trey Tucker. Tight end, Travis Kelce, and Isaiah Likely. How are we feeling, Pat?
I love the Likely Kelce pairing, maybe more than you. I like betting against Andrews grabbing that tight end too, and then also having Kelce. I think you can unlock some crazy upside there, even in the playoffs. This is just like a good advance rate team. We have good equity through for week 17 as well, with the Mahomes double stack with the Warren bring back, which is fun. Leaning into Derek Carr with Olave, I think, is also important there. So it looks good. I think that last pick ends up being a luxury pick, and the DFS in you and the high upside, targeting maybe a unique situation with a player that's low owned is sharp.
Yeah. No, I think it's a good team. I think we've got, plenty of week 17 correlation, plenty of correlation with the team. We got some nice values, a unique combo. I'm feeling good about the team.
Hell yeah.
All right, Pat.
That's a good
I'm
one.
Assuming that you're not sticking around you're welcome to stay for another draft. I got the impression that you have places to be. Is that correct, or are you sticking around?
I wish it was that much, but no, I do have to fly. Neil, appreciate you bringing me on. We always create some pretty awesome teams, so I'm looking forward to how those do in regular season and playoffs.
And I'm going to be on your stream on Wednesday, so looking forward to drafting with you again in a couple days. You also have a stream tonight, so like right after I am done, I'm finishing this stream right around 8:00. Pat's going to be jumping on his stream at 8:15, and of course, if you're not already subscribed to the Dog Pound, the link is in the description of this video. So make sure you subscribe there, and you can check out Pat tonight.
Yeah, the road to 2K is it's coming in. It's coming in.
We're getting there. You and I, we're both going to get there, right? Like within the next month, we're going to hit that 2K. I'm sure of it.
I love it. Hell yeah, guys. Make sure you subscribe, hit the like, and I'll catch you guys on the next one. Neil, thank you for having me.
Appreciate you. Thanks, Pat.
All right, see you
later. All right, guys, I am going to continue drafting. I'm texting with at least one of my friends who says that he may be able to come on at some point if the kids cooperate. So I might have another guest on at some point later on here. I don't have anybody else lined up currently, But I'm going to continue drafting. We're halfway through the stream. I'm 3 hours in. I'm going another 3 hours, 3 more drafts here. I am going to take a break to grab a water and a bathroom break. So I will be back in a few minutes. Actually, I'll enter the draft so that you guys can get in before I go. It'll be a quick break. I'll leave this up for you. All right, now I'm going to go grab a water and a bathroom break. I will be right back. Thank you that for that. I am the guy that says super muted. Yep. My bad. I missed out. Yeah. So the question is, I don't ever see him get drafted, and it makes sense, I guess. But would you get Fields? I do. I like to pick. I like to pick of Ben's right. What I said was so profound. But I'm going to give you the shortened version. Yes, I think Fields is a good last round pick in season long leagues because again, he would be a top 10 quarterback pick if you knew he was going to be starting. Might as well take him. And then of course, if he loses the job, you cut him. If Wilson is a starter to start the season, you just cut him. Otherwise, you ride with Fields. He's a very good fantasy player, even if he's not the best real life quarterback. The rare Amon-Ra start. Who do we got in this room? A lot of badges. I see N I don't know how to pronounce it. M. Panlane is in here. FF Louis G. Liam 22. Some badges, a lot of non-badges as well. Debo is going earlier and earlier. I feel like he's gone top 15 each of the drafts today, maybe yesterday too. I'm not sure if that's just a response to Ayuk potentially being traded or something else going on there. All right, doing something different. Waddle Amon-Ra. Budweiser going double RB. Mostly a piss boy room, though. Jahmyr Gibbs falls to 16. I've been having issues. I'm in some slacks, and haven't been in them for a while since leaving Stochastic. Have not had to deal with Slack, and it's like I got it on my phone and my computer, and it's hard to keep up because like they don't seem to sync up. Like if I read something on my phone, then my computer doesn't sync up with what happened on my phone. It's all very confusing. That's the one I've solved. I've figured out most social media platforms. The one that I still struggle with is Slack because it just never seems to work exactly how I think it should. All right. Coming up. I don't hate either of these two options. I think I go Neighbors here, though. Just a fan. I think he is going to be just targeted like crazy 10 times a game. Don't think Dimes is going to be great. I do have concerns that they're not going to be able to move the ball, but I think he'll get his if he stays healthy. Off to a good start. Neighbors on DraftKings is pretty late ADP. You can get him basically whenever you want him on DraftKings, and I like him even better there because I think he's going to have big PPR upside. So I think he's a great pick on DraftKings, but I still like him on underdog. A little bit less because I do think there is some chance that he's just like, even if he is targeted, I mean, probably not 10, but probably even if he is targeted 8 times a game or something, catches 6 balls a game, they could be like pretty short. Like maybe doesn't actually get too much down the field with that Giants offensive line. So I do like him better on DraftKings where the PPR is worth a little bit more. Top 2 RB, like overall, like it'd be McCaffrey and Bijan for me. Or do you mean like top 2 exposures? What do you mean by that? One of these days, I'm going to try the leg up sidekick. I was hoping to get that going today. Need to talk to the leg up guys about getting the sidekick going because it's pretty damn advanced. Can use it along with the best ball overlay. So I was hoping to get both of those running today. And of course, got neither of them going before the stream because I had some things come up this morning. But hopefully for my next stream, I can get the sidekick up so we can check that tool out. Also, I think I said it already, but I am using the fantasy points best ball rankings. You can upload them directly onto Underdog if you are interested in any fantasy points package. Of course, I love the data suite. I think it is just a phenomenal tool, but any of them 15% off using promo code Orfield24. If you have not already signed up, I will also be doing content for them, doing all of my showdown stuff will be behind the fantasy points paywall. So yeah, would recommend signing up there. They got a lot of great content, a lot of great tools, and best ball. What do I want to do here? I do like McBride. Pretty late for Tank, though. Overall, but excluding McCaffrey, since he basically, I mean, then it's honestly still pretty straightforward for me. Then it's just Bijan and Brees. I do think there is a lot of upside in DeAndre Swift. Like if he can just take a bigger role from David Montgomery, like they have, I think, the best offensive line in the NFL, Detroit. So if we see Jahmyr Gibbs take on a bigger role, I think he could be in that conversation as well. But I do still take him the last, I guess, mostly because of ADP, because I'm trying to get kind of evened out exposure. But yeah, for me, it would be, if you're excluding CMC, it's just Bijan and Brees. I don't have any hot takes there. How many receptions will Brees Hall have per game with Aaron Rodgers at quarterback? I think it's going to be like an insane number. He's going to have 6 receptions a game with Aaron Rodgers at quarterback. So particularly love Brees Hall on DraftKings, but even in half PPR, it's worth something. I can't believe I did the mute myself thing. I don't mute myself that often, so I'm not used to coming back and having to unmute myself. But figure you didn't need to hear me pissing. No real crazy fallers here. I feel like this is a more standard draft. Not a huge piss boy room, but not, I don't know. Nothing too strange about it. Where's my next pick? I'm at 54, 67, 78. Could take Stroud a little bit ahead of ADP. I was thinking I might try to take Stroud later, but because I have Malik Neighbors, I've got the week 17 thing going with Anthony Richardson. I think I'm just going to do it. Let's try out the Colts. Malik Neighbors bring back. Could be fun. I feel like that's a game that has shootout potential. Like I think both quarterbacks are, like Danny Dimes has shown the ability to have spike weeks in the past. He's had a good year 2 years ago. So against a bad Colts secondary, Maybe Danny Dimes can get it done. Keep him in the game. Anthony Richardson just has as much upside for a spike week, I think, as any quarterback in the entire NFL. Like, I think just if he can stay healthy, his week to week potential is as high as anybody. So if he's there healthy in week 17 and Malik Neighbors is healthy, that game I feel like could be a fun one to target. And I don't mind missing out on Pittman. I feel like you can get, Josh Downs later is a good bet. AD Mitchell has been falling a little bit. So we'll see what we can do. I'm not one to go completely unstacked with any quarterback, including Anthony Richardson. I still want to stack him up, but don't think I need to force it. Going to throw some feelers for people coming on the stream. All right, where are we at? Almost on the clock. 1040. Let's go. Always love getting Kittle here. Astronomical upside if Ayuk gets traded. Astronomical weekly upside even with Ayuk there. Into it. I feel like this is more like the standard rooms that I'm used to. Not any crazy, not a true piss boy room. Everybody kind of going around ADP. Yeah, I saw that the AD Mitchell. It's not great, but I don't think Alec Pierce is particularly good. So I think he wins the competition. I am of the opinion that Josh Downs. I'd rather have Josh Downs. Much safer bet. I think that he has. In my mind, Josh Downs has more upside. Also, I guess AD Mitchell probably right there in terms of upside, but the floor is definitely much higher for Josh Downs. But if I have to get sniped on Downs, have to take Mitchell later, I'm okay with that. I am not okay with being forced to take Alec Pierce. I think I just go naked AR before I go Alec Pierce. Man, Stroud falling past ADP. I can't do it, right? Don't think it's a good idea. I don't have a running back yet. Take advantage of that Detroit offensive line. Dave Montgomery. Already regretting that pick, though. Feel like there's a different direction I should have gone. Oh, well. Oh, I forgot. The other person that I was thinking about inviting on to the stream, pretty sure is not available today. But have a couple feelers out already. All right, where are we at with the underdog? Is the eliminator full? Debating whether I should. I'm in so many drafts already. I don't really know how many. I think John Boy Beats put out a tweet about, I want to say tomorrow is the last day you can enter without having to get into the slow draft, true slow draft hell where they speed up the clocks. I believe tomorrow is the last day that you can beat that clock. So if you want to get into a bunch of slow drafts and you don't want them to become 4-hour clocks all at the same time, which can be very painful, I think tomorrow is your last day. But you should check out John Boy's tweet. Double check when that was. Yeah, I was regretting not taking JMO here at 78. I feel like since I have a Monra, might make sense to make this a golf team. That's all right though. Needed a running back. Did James Conner go? Yeah, must have. All right, we're going Ramondre. The downside of taking Ramondre there is that there are so many later running backs that I like with that by week 14 that sometimes I like to break away from him, but he could just be really good. Probably overvalue in the bye weeks when I'm factoring that in too much, taking worse running backs. But since they're all kind of, to me, Ramondre is not a totally different tier from a lot of those running backs. I would have gone James Conner there. Thought about taking Jalen Warren. Okay, James, check and let us know if you can. So maybe it was yesterday was the last day to enter a million. I mean, if you enter today, there's still, you could get it out ahead of it, depending on the draft room. Debro continues to have airport problems, so he will not be joining us. All right, that was one of the feelers had out there. If you've been following the Debro saga, it has been a rough week. Planes delayed, bags lost. And then the other person I reached out to, I actually had 3 total out, is going on to another show. So pretty sure that's also true of Tyler. I was going to reach out to Tyler, but I think he has a show coming on later. All right. It's all good. I can do it solo. I'll go another 3 hours solo. This is draft number 4 of the day, 96 overall. The nice thing about being solo, I can just get my guys. Whoever I want, whenever I want to take them. feel like I'm running into an issue here where I have a lot of players that I want to take around the same place. So some slight concern there. Chase Brown, come on down. Although this is the latest. Zach Moss still listed as a starter. So maybe I need to reframe, because yesterday this would be a smash pick all day. Chase Brown, you're not going to get him here that often, but things are changing quickly. Why am I not able to click this? All right, whatever. I got him. Yesterday, Chase Brown was just he was well on his way to being, 88 ADP in a week. But this latest that it is Zach Moss, this is a starter. I'll read it off. Moss was listed as the Bengals RB1 on their first depth chart release of the season. Dating back throughout training camp, there were reports that Chase Brown was working ahead of Moss for the majority of practices as the team starting back, but the depth chart release has the two flipped in favor of Moss. Nothing has been determined yet, and both players are likely to play a role heading into the regular season. Though their exact work split appears to yet to be decided, either player could come out as the team's de facto starting back over the next few weeks throughout preseason contests. But the likelihood is both guys will rotate as Moss presents more of a bruiser style back, while Brown's explosiveness and speed separate him. I have bags of both of them. Excuse me. Got a frog in my throat. That's the downside to solo streaming. Been seeing Cam Akers getting drafted with last round picks. Does he have any shot of playing time? Any shot? Yes. Playing time? Sure. I don't think he's not my favorite pick. Not betting on the talent there with Cam Akers. Hasn't been very good. I'm not doing it. But yeah, mix him in the 18th round. He's more of a monitor the situation for me, I guess, but not high, not really into it. This is false. Jeff says you want Treylon Burks. Treylon Burks is your guy going solo. No one to tell you no. Treylon Burks is very much not my guy, not the guy that I want. I think he's a special teamer. I'll take Tyler Boyd over Treylon Burks all day. Oh, I'm on the clock. All right. What pick is this? 115? I've got Kittle. I've got the Amon-Ra bring back. All right. There we go. I'm liking this team. I think it's working out. Quarterback, Anthony Richardson and Brock Purdy. Running back, David Montgomery, Ramondre Stevenson, Chase Brown. Wide receiver, Amon-Ra St. Brown, Jalen Waddle, Malik Neighbors, Tank Dell. Tight end, George Kittle. Not bad. I think I'm feeling good about where I'm at with every position. I think I'm done at quarterback. Could throw on a final round pick, depending on what's available there. But I think AR and Brock Purdy is good enough to be just a 2 quarterback build. I saw somebody asked Pete today if he was feeling fatigue about either drafting or streaming, and I realized I think that I am. I've entered too many slow drafts, and I am feeling some fatigue there. But I also know that if I don't, like if I don't get into enough eliminators, weekly winners and stuff, I'm going to regret it during the season. Like I think those are drafts that I don't enjoy the draft themselves, but I enjoy the sweat. Like I enjoyed during the season. I loved the eliminator last year. It just gave me something to, track every week, something I was kind of excited about. Weekly winners, didn't have, I had a couple weeks where I thought some potentially real sweats. So kind of the same thing, just like gives you something else that is every single week something to a little bit more fun for the NFL season. All right, here we go. This is working out well. We are now stacked with both of our quarterbacks. Bringbacks with both of our quarterbacks. This is beautiful. Shady advice. I'm not going to say I didn't just enter 140 slow eliminators due to FOMO. Yeah, that's what Pat said. He got into a draft and both, I want to say both Shady and Sacrilegious were in the same draft with him. Have fun with that. I am of the opinion I don't care that much that there are a lot of sharps in the drafts right now. I'm actually probably in some of those with Shady, because it is more than half the teams move on from, I forget what the number is for week 1, but it's majority of teams move on. Like the fact that you're drafting with sharp people. Yes, that is true. Like sharp people might be targeting more of the same player archetypes in some ways. So it's not ideal, but not a huge concern for me. I'm still willing to draft with sharp drafters in the eliminator. You're just competing with them for 1 week in the eliminator. And even with drafting with sharp players, I think you're going to draft just like you have more knowledge than people who drafted eliminators back in, I don't know when it opened, in June, May. Yeah, exactly. Eliminator fine since we're buddies just 1 week. So the only downside is maybe drafting with Shady advice. You're going to be like some of the players that you maybe are not really excited about in the eliminator. I'm trying to think of examples of who you would definitely not want in the eliminator. There's plenty out there, but yeah, maybe you're both not taking them. But there's other people in the draft who are not going to be a shark who are going to take those guys anyway. Pearsall goes at 135. FF Louis G, you are so dead to me. That is pain. That is pain. All right, what am I going to do instead, though? Man, AD Mitchell, I saw AD Mitchell fall so far yesterday. I don't know that I want to double stack it. I don't have a ton of Freiermuth. Oh, so he has the same bye week as Kittle anyway. You know what? I'm going to go Chandler. I don't really usually go Chandler over Charbonnet. Scott was so low on Charbonnet yesterday. Maybe talk me off him a little bit. I do have a lot of Charbonnet exposure already, so just in favor of evening out my exposures, going to go with Ty Chandler here. Justin Steele is back. What up, Justin? By the way, Shady, any interest in streaming today? Let me know. Let me know if you're interested in streaming and or helping me get set up with the sidekick. I was talking with Sacrilegious about getting the sidekick set up, but didn't get it up in time for the stream. I don't think I understood how to do the anyway. If you're interested in helping me, we can get that going. Yeah, Justin, I assumed you weren't going to be able to draft right now. I sent out the invitation to Justin earlier, but yeah, no, I was assuming probably not going to work out prior to the Cubs game. I've been debating whether I should do that, like finish the 6-hour marathon stream and then come back later in the night with friends. The reason I haven't been is I've been watching the Olympics with my wife. She's super into the Olympics. I kind of enjoy it also. So I've just decided to do that instead of doing a second stream after my 6-hour afternoon stream. I also This week I still have I have softball tomorrow night, my final game. Next week I will have Tuesday night free, so maybe I'll just stream in the evening then instead. I need one more tight end, maybe two. See how things go. I think I'm still doing the Marshawn Lloyd thing. Different bye week than any other running backs, which is a nice little bonus. Justin on the field, at the field, on the treadmill, watching for a bit. No better time to draft a best ball than when you're on the treadmill. But I think it works better when you are kind of out of shape like me and you kind of need walk breaks anyway. Sometimes timing it up. So it's like, all right, my pick is coming up. All right, now I'm going to take a little break, make my picks. Hell yeah. Hang on 1 second. Talking with Shady. Looking forward to. I'm going to be hanging out with Shady Advice again in a couple weeks at the MLB Live final. We were the last time I was a guest of the final. Shady was there, of course, because he just wins everything all the time. What do I want to do here? I guess Bateman is a bring back on Tank Dell. That is a third week 14 wide receiver. That's fine. They're not, none of them being my first three. So I think I'm good there. Probably want one more receiver who is not week 14. Appreciate that. Zach says enjoyed watching your stream with Scott yesterday. Back for round 2 today. Yeah, hopefully gonna have a guest on again sooner. I'm gonna send him a link. But yeah, always fun to stream with Scott. We don't agree on everything, but we always have a good time. Oh, let's see. Oh. Aha, never mind. Okay. Trying to handle a couple things. All right, I'll read off the team, see what I need to do. 2-5-6-1. I have Anthony Richardson and Brock Purdy at quarterback. I think I'm good with that as a 2-quarterback build. Running back, I have David Montgomery, Ramondre Stevenson, Chase Brown, Ty Chandler, Marshawn Lloyd. Wide receiver, Amon-Ra St. Brown, Jalen Waddle, Malik Neighbors, Tank Dell, Josh Downs, Rashad Bateman. Tight end, George Kittle. So I need at least one more tight end, obviously. I've said before, I typically want to have one more player than I need to cover the buys. So like right here, I have 3 wide receivers that will cover week 14. I typically target getting 4 wide receivers to cover week 14 because I need at least 3 of them. Have to assume there's going to be some injury. Probably don't need to do that. That's something that I like to do like as a general rule. Probably don't always do it, but I do the same thing with running back. Right, I have at least 3 running backs to cover every single week. I have to acknowledge I probably factor in bye weeks more than I should. Colts, Niners, Kate Otten. I don't have a ton of Kate Otten. Good safe bet to go with Kittle. Runs all the routes. I don't know. Ray Davis still there. Should I just do that? Screw it. I like Ray Davis. 174 feels pretty nice there. Not too excited about Kate Otten. Could have gone Justin Fields there too, which, I've been talking about how comfortable with 2 here. I could make it a 3 quarterback build. Fields has the same bye week as Brock Purdy, which I think Richardson, the one who's more likely to need somebody to cover him. What do you guys think of that draft yesterday with Scott? I think we all agreed that my draft where I took charge was not great. which I don't love. When I take charge, I get to do whatever I want, and I kind of hated the way it turned out. I also the one that Scott held me hostage. It was painful. It was painful for me. He has great player takes. Like Scott, obviously a very, very sharp guy, but it was painful for me that he was not letting me get the stacks that I wanted to do that I have been trying so hard to do, and I'm never able to get them. That part of it was painful. Not that the team is bad. Like I think it's Scott getting his guys is probably going to be a team that projects for a lot of fantasy points. It's just a matter of the lack of correlation just kills me. Fields comes back at 187. I feel like it's going to be rarer and rarer to get Fields here potentially. But I also Kate Otten's still there. I've got my stacks. I've got my bringbacks. I was considering these top 2, Fields or Tyrone Tracy. Mostly, again, I think Tracy's going to continue moving up. I think Fields going to continue moving up. But on this team, I just don't think I need either of them. Probably a better 3 tight end team. Nice. Chris, aka Snatch Catcher, says, I like drafting on the basketball court. I drafted with you earlier, cutting the grass. On the b-ball court, I don't even see how. How do you draft like while playing basketball? I guess if you're just like playing by yourself, shooting free throws, I can see that. Okay. I assume you're not like playing in a game trying to draft. Luke McCaffrey's still there, but he has that week 14 bye. It's just painful for me because I would love to click Luke McCaffrey in the 17th round. Trey Tucker's still there. Greg Dortch. I think I would have taken Justin Fields there if he had fallen. Chigakonkwo. In my last draft, somebody suggested Colby Parkinson, the best last round pick. Maybe I'll do it. Maybe I'll do it just because I don't have like any Colby Parkinson. 3 tight end build. Why not? I do have some Chigakonkwo. I don't feel that great about Chig either. Like, I think he's a fine pick. Found his strong takes amusing yet insightful. Yeah, Scott, always insightful. Holding you hostage is definitely the accurate description for his team. Yes, that was. I didn't anticipate how painful it was going to be because I didn't anticipate like things were falling into place so perfectly for me to build the way I wanted to build. Like through those first 4 rounds, like none of those decisions were anything that I wouldn't have loved doing anyway. And then in the 5th round, it was like, oh my God, we can add Dalton Kincaid on to this Josh Allen stack where both of them fell past ADP. Like this is such a smash, and not doing that was hard for me. And then especially when we get to Shakir, 17 picks past ADP, and we're unstacked, and like this is our last chance to stack our quarterback. That was hard for me, but it's probably a good team. It's probably a good team just because he does have elite player takes. Guy works his ass off. So I can understand. You work your ass off to like have the best player takes. I understand why you'd want to just like get your guys. James Young says, outside of quarterback to wide receiver 1, bringbacks are better than stacks. I disagree very, very strongly about that. I think bringbacks are helpful. I actually think bringbacks, like, you probably don't want the bringback if you don't have, I guess, so bring back to your quarterback. Like, I'm not sure that there is a world in which that is ideal for you to have, like, if you have, who's good, Joe Burrow, and you don't have him stacked up at all. Like, what does adding a Denver receiver do for you? Cortland Sutton or Mims or Troy Franklin? Like, other people are going to have, because so you need Joe Burrow to go off. He is your quarterback. You're counting on those points. You want the whole game to shoot out. If Joe Burrow is putting up a ton of fantasy points, he's doing it with receivers. Like, your primary thing that you need is your stack. You want those receivers. They are like directly correlated. Receiver with the quarterback, extremely correlated. The bring back is just, it's a 1 week thing. And it's also like, if the game goes completely off, you're still dead because other people are going to have your quarterback paired up with his receiving options. So for you to have the bring back, that's great. But like, no, other people are going to be in there with that quarterback stacked up, and they are just going to absolutely destroy you. I assume Jalen Hyatt went. No, he's still here. All right. Let's do it. There was the latest rumblings is that Jalen Hyatt is ahead of Darius Slayton. So throw him onto the game stack as well. Oh, that's nice. Chris said, yeah, just shooting around, and when I hear you take a pick, I know I'm up soon. Perfect. Glad I can alert you. I should have a couple guests coming up. Final pick coming up here. Let me see what the timing looks like. All right, we got early MLB lock coming up are big time DFS players. So and MLB DFS players. So they have to focus on that a little bit. Here's maybe I'll label these teams before I jump into another draft. Buy myself a little time. This team, we end up with Anthony Richardson and Brock Purdy at quarterback. I think it's a good enough quarterback room. I do have concerns about Anthony Richardson being hurt all the time, but I think the whole draft, like you're right, like I still think there is a lot of merit to that. We talked about how sometimes you can, still take a third quarterback with an elite quarterback, that kind of thing. I don't think you need to all the time. I do think generally, I think it's good advice to draft as though you are correct. So if we assume that Anthony Richardson was a good pick at 54, we're assuming that he's healthy for most of the year, and Brock Purdy is going to be a sufficient second quarterback. Running back, we have David Montgomery, Ramondre Stevenson, Chase Brown, Ty Chandler, Marshawn Lloyd, and Ray Davis. Wide receiver, Amon-Ra St. Brown, Jalen Waddle, Malik Neighbors, Tank Dell, Josh Downs, Rashad Bateman, Jalen Hyatt, and at tight end, George Kittle, Cade Otton, and Colby Parkinson. 2-6-7-3 is the build. We have Richardson paired up with Josh Downs. We have a couple bringbacks there of Jalen Hyatt and Malik Neighbors in a game that I think has major potential to shoot out both bad defenses, fun offenses. Well, kind of. You could argue they're fun offenses. Brock Purdy paired up with just George Kittle. Sadly, Ricky Pearsall did not come back to me at, I want to say like 135. I was targeting him. Didn't make it to me. Got sniped on that one. But still have the single stack there with Kittle, Amon-Ra St. Brown, bring back. Looking good. Looking like a pretty solid team here. We got some secondary stacks. We got the Dell with Bateman. We got Miami. Maybe we don't have any Cleveland there, but we got Chandler, Marshawn Lloyd, which is another one of those, like, I don't actually think that's that positively correlated, if it's at all positively correlated, to running backs on the same team, but I like them both individually. Good team. Happy with that team. All right. I am going to label my teams here real quick. Clinton F says, still going? Yeah, going 2 more hours is the plan. Two more drafts. Going till dinner time. Now, going back, I'm going to label these drafts before jumping into another. All right, so this one was with Megan. There we go. Oops. Go with the triple here. Well, one more with Pat. I think I'm off by 1 on all of these. Yep, I'm off by 1 on all these. All right. Give me a second here. This one was not with Megan. This was, I believe, me solo. Sorry. Just realized, and I had one more from yesterday that I had not labeled. All right, this one is just Megan. This one is Megan and Pat. That's not going to fit. This one is just Pat. And then finally, solo. Good. All right. All caught up in the recent labeling. Let's go. We have Shady Advice here with us. We have Emily. I'm going to bring him up onto the screen. What is going on, Keith?
Hey, what's up, man? Doing well.
You still have MLB ahead of you. We got an hour left before MLB lock.
So I've got some alarms that are going to be obnoxiously loud, so I don't space out having too much fun.
I'll try to warn you too. I mean, I guess your alarm is probably better than me anyway. Hell yeah. Okay. So we're that's all right. I'm talking to Sacrilegious also about this situation we're in. We'll get it. We're probably not going to be using the sidekick today. We can talk about what the sidekick, what is available on the sidekick. We've talked a little bit about some of the functionality there. I'm sure a lot of people who are watching this stream have already checked out the sidekick streams also. But yeah, we'll get it going. Probably by the next stream that I do after this one. We're not going to get it going for this one. Are you capable of drafting without the sidekick, Keith?
Not without some other overlay now.
Yeah,
I have completely offloaded
because you don't need to. Like you're just used to it
and stuff. Yeah. So it doesn't live in my brain anymore.
Yeah, I have week 17. I do have another overlay on here. I have the best ball overlay on here. Oh, Sack is in my Discord DMs. All right, let me check that real quick. My understanding is it. So the one thing is I have the overlay up in Chrome. My understanding is the sidekick is just Firefox, right?
Yeah.
That's fine. Firefox. I can if it is ready for me. Let me just check that real quick.
Oh, right. I am. There we go. I was staring at the private chat in StreamYard, being like, "Why is nobody chatting at you now? Very quiet."
Oh yeah,
there's everybody.
Well, it's also that's my chats do not always move. They're sporadic sometimes. Sometimes they'll be hopping, but it is not as consistent as like Pete, where it's just like the chat is always going. If you watch a Pete stream, the chat is constantly going. All right, I sent. I think we're gonna do a draft without it. We did find a workaround with Sack, so I'll get the sidekick going. But I already spent like 10 minutes earlier in this stream trying to figure out how to get the best ball overlay on. So
man.
We'll get it going between streams this time. We're just going to rip a draft here with Shady Advice. I assume
yesterday. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
You were going to the MLB Live final, right?
Yeah. We'll be there.
That'll be fun.
A lot of fun. What was I gonna say?
We're full. Go ahead.
We're full. I was watching. Was it yesterday's stream when Scott was like, "Didn't let you take something like one of your."
It was so painful for me.
Was that did Kelsey fall super far? Was that
no? We took Josh Allen, and it's been like a theme for me. I'm trying to get Kincaid, and he would not let me do it.
That was brutal. I could see the pain.
Yeah. And then doubled down when Khalil Shakir fell to us. We had not taken any stack partners. Like the final stop to get a stack with Josh Allen falls 18 picks past ADP. I was like, and he's moving up. Like I feel like he's moving the opposite direction for whatever reason. Falling to not take Shakir there was just the worst.
Got it. It looks like you've got 16/17 as your overlay info there.
Yep, correct.
Do you remember that San Francisco plays Detroit? So
yep.
We got there anyways. I've been in like weirdo brain, I guess, for the last weekend. There's a couple of DK drafts that were wrapping up and sort of filling completely. And so I was doing some like the weird takes at the turn and like doing reaches and stuff. So it'll be nice to get back into something normal.
Remind me. So now that I'm going to be using the sidekick, is that going to? Does it work for all the other types of drafts, like the eliminator, weekly winners? Not for that.
Yeah. So it does. It assumes you're in. For now, it assumes you're in a best ball style contest.
Okay.
That's what the math is set up for.
Sure.
So it will still highlight the things and it will just ranks, but they would be not advisable to just completely blindly trust it for that.
Sure. Okay. Good to know. Good to know. I see Chuck Bass in this draft with us. That's fun. Doesn't draft with us a ton. All right. Bijan or Breece Hall. Do you have any hot player takes here?
I think I'm just going ADP in the first round almost always. I don't have any takes.
All right. Same page. Get ourselves a Bijan. So how many live finals have you been to now? We probably talked about this when you're on the pod.
Yeah, it depends if you tournament champions, if you also count that. It's more King of the Beaches. I don't count as live finals.
Oh, really? Why do you not count those?
Because I don't know, they have like that play down element, I guess, which is like just it feels different because like a lot of you, I don't know. But you could count them.
But you still like go somewhere, right? Like
yeah. They're still experiences. I guess I don't count them because they were in San Diego, which is the same place as other things, so it didn't feel as exciting. And then I didn't go to the one last year just because they're also so close. So if you make the NFL live final, it's just like 2 back-to-back stuff going on.
Yeah, makes sense. Yeah, I realize this is going to be my third live final as a guest. I forget that I went to, and third different sport. I went to, obviously, the NFL live final. We'll be going to the MLB. And I forgot that I went to, for one day, I went to the MLB live final because it was here in Minnesota. And Will Sue invited me to be, but it was actually Uticau's ticket to the PGA live final. Which he gave to Will Sue, and then Will Sue invited me to be his guest, and I was only able to make it for like an hour or two, so it wasn't much, but yeah, it's always a good time.
Very good time. I do like the NFL one has like that extra day baked in compared to the MLB one, where like you arrive and there's like that extra day of stuff, which this one doesn't have. So it'll be kind of a whirlwind, and hopefully the game doesn't get rained out again on Sunday.
Yeah, it's pretty bare bones. All right, so we can do Bijan with Drake London, which is kind of a rare combo.
Windmill that in there.
Yeah, it's even like the NFL live final, the most recent one, compared to the only other live finals that I went to for the full event were the 2 tournament of champions that I was in. Those felt like the whole thing was scheduled out for you. Like the tournament of champions, like my wife and I went to the NFL live final. We didn't really think about like what we need to like scheduling meals and stuff, because the tournament of champions is like it's all scheduled for you. Just like go where they tell you to go. And I was like, oh, this is so different. Did you have the same experience with the TOC?
Yeah, I mean, I've asked explicitly about that, and they actually do that on purpose so that people have some free time and not feel like they're missing out on things. Although I'm someone who would much rather have scheduled things that I choose not to go to. So if I don't know when I'm going to be like feel dead and want to just go wherever the crowds are going versus like put some thought into figuring out what might be fun to do myself.
Right.
But yeah, that was my feeling as well.
Yeah. And this one, I mean, we got the baseball game, like a check-in event. There's not a ton to it.
Yeah, not much to it, which is surprising. I guess I haven't actually looked at the slate that it's likely to be. It's going to be like morning or afternoon, and is it afternoon or just a night? I should look at it. That's a point to look.
You're asking the wrong guy because I'm not.
Yeah, it's fair. Yeah, I'll have to look at that to figure out how much late swap there is. Yeah, looking forward to it. You're gonna be there all 3 days?
Yep, coming in Friday, leaving Monday by myself. My wife can't make it.
It's too bad.
Yeah, it'll be fun though.
Good. We're sending one extra night, I guess, in Chicago just to do. I've been to Chicago a bunch for work, but never done like a real whole lot of sightseeing. So we're gonna do a day and a half of that before flying out.
Nice in the summer. Chicago to me, like in the winter, feels colder than Minnesota because of the wind, and the infrastructure isn't quite as good, I think.
Yeah, it's so Minnesota. So I think it's Minneapolis. I love the Sky Bridge that you can go everywhere downtown and never have to leave, which is I love that. I wish more northern cities had that. Yeah.
All right. I don't hate the options here. Are you a zero hero RB bro, or do you stray from that? I guess Kyron moves, so that kind of takes away the running back I was thinking of. DJ Moore is top of the ADP list. Pittman,
I think it's probably more for me here. I just always like to do a double check on the bye weeks.
Yeah,
when I don't have an overlay that's doing it. Looks good.
Yeah. All right, let's do it. Feeling good about that. Nice start. Would you have thought about Kyron there if he was also an option?
Probably not. It would depend. I would do that's like a room read. If you see a bunch of badges, which I see a bunch here, then I think that's just too risky. If it looks like it's a fun time, I mean, I don't know. We had Barkley go at the turns. I don't know what this room is doing. So,
it's becoming less predictable. I found like the past couple of days, like the rooms are not doing what they were doing a month ago, where it was like, all right, you got to get your wide receivers because everybody's trying to get their wide receivers. Now it's like you just don't know. It's not as easy to read as it was.
Yeah, it does feel like, at least as long as you still stick to the fundamentals though, of that, or you can't get burned. Like maybe you miss an opportunity to get that. For you at least, unique 2-player combo.
Right.
I've been doing it more for players that I basically have none. Like I have basically no Derrick Henry or Saquon Barkley at all on underdog. And so if they slip, it's where I'd be like, okay, well, even though it's a 2 RB team, like this is going to be one of my only chances to click on those 2 guys, and I'll do it then still.
Yep. All right. Coming up next, we have Laporta, Zay Flowers, Pacheco, Pickens, Higgins. One interesting note is this last turn took Mark Andrews, so it might be more likely that Lamar comes back to us if we went Zay Flowers.
Yeah, I like Zay there. It also sets you up. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, I think I like Zay there. Definitely over Pickens. So.
Yeah, or Pacheco would be the other option to consider. Looks like Kelsey went. Where did Kelsey go? Interesting. Yeah, should we try it? Zay Flowers. See if Lamar comes back.
Yeah, let's do it.
That's another like. Can't read the room thing. Like I rarely will take a naked Lamar. He would have to fall pretty far for me to consider taking naked Lamar. Whereas, Pat, who was on with earlier, said that he'd be totally fine taking naked Lamar. It's just hard to know how the room feels about it.
Yep. I also think that we have outs the quarterback at
already,
so I'm not too worried about it.
Yep. Looks like I've got another guest coming on after MLB Lock, which will be probably my final draft. We'll see.
I don't want to risk it. It seems weak.
Yeah. Nice early MLB Lock today.
Yeah, I don't love it when they have the one. It's like,
game.
It's better than when they include the 6-10s, but this one early game. Is it only one today? I should look before I complain about it. There's all 3 of. Oh yeah, there's no 7:00 games. This is a weird. So they're all before 7. Or sorry, 7 real time.
I knew what you meant.
Or after 8. So they didn't really have a choice. It was either running a 5-game slate or an 8-game and include these. So we might not have the Phillies and Dodgers lineups before lock, which would be unfortunate. But this is still better than that, I think.
Any weather concerns?
No, let me double check again. But that was one of the reasons why I jumped on. I was like, everybody's yellow, so I don't actually have to make any decisions.
Nice. We did lose Lamar. Goes unstacked.
It's unfortunate.
Yeah. Oh well. What are you gonna do? I think I probably have, I don't know, 8 times as much Lamar paired with Andrews than Zay Flowers, which is part of the reason I kind of want to do it.
Yeah, especially when Zay falls a little bit there, you get a little bit,
more
chance that they come back.
Yeah, something rare.
I've been having Richardson fall all the way to the 5th.
Oh, we're on the
6th,
clock
I
here.
suppose. Oh, all right. Yeah.
Here's ADP. Hollywood Brown is there. James Cook, Calvin Ridley, Jaden Reed. This is by ADP.
And
we could take Kyle Pitts to pair with Drake London too.
Yeah. Pitts, I don't mind. And get ourselves Pitts and Bijan. Go big on Atlanta.
We have all three actually. Pitts, Bijan, and Drake London. Didn't even think about that. That's fun. That's probably as much as I generally want to. How do you feel about second? So I'm thinking like if Darnell Mooney fell to us at, I don't know, pick 150-ish, like there's been some nice buzz around him. Would we want a fourth Falcons piece, part of our Kirk Cousins stack? Not something I usually try to do. I might make an exception. I don't know. How do you feel about it?
I don't mind it because it'd only be the second wide receiver. I think, it is already a bunch of draft capital there. And so it's definitely something I wouldn't want to do too early. But yeah, if we're talking Mooney late, that's fine. I'm thinking more like, I don't really want to do all four of the Houston pieces, even if I have Stroud.
Right. Yeah, I mean, we've probably already overspent on the Falcons with Bijan, Drake, and then adding Pitts at 56 a little bit. I don't know. It's close.
I think it's fine. I do it. I have some teams I'm very happy they got there. Some of them I'm sure got sniped.
Worthy or a running back or Watson, Johnson. I like our options here.
I think this is kind of a luxury. You can go any way we want here. I don't see any correlation clearly. More of these,
Worthy different.
Keep this on pace at wide receivers so we have a bunch of flexibility.
Yeah.
Comes back again in the 7th.
Right. Yeah, I think we're in a good spot here. Are you say you entered 150 eliminators today or 140 today?
141 or so, whatever I didn't manage to get in before then. Yeah, a bunch of slows.
Which I wonder if it's full. Like you probably can't enter that many at this point.
I don't know. It was at like 5% left when I did that. And I know I think Nez, somebody had to, I'm not sure who it would have been, pulled over, not Nez, the other guy.
John Warner.
No, Numi, I think. Had to pull over reallocate some of the fast into slows so that we could fill out some slows we wanted to do. But they'll keep doing that and rebalancing as it goes. So
yep. Right now it just says enter, which I assume means only fast drafts right now.
Yeah. Let's say, what does it say on the clock? It might say just slows also. It'll tell you the clock speed of the only option.
Let's see. No, pick clock 30 seconds.
Yeah. So hopefully I'm in 140 eliminators. Most of my slow puppies are slowly finishing up. Are probably still 120 of those. And then 20 of those, whatever that MMG tournament was.
Zach says 309 concurrent slow drafts for him. I'm behind you. I probably have 50 or 60 going right now. And I was just talking about this a little bit earlier. Like I am feeling a little bit fatigued with the drafting. But I feel like the eliminator and weekly winner stuff, it's like, it's a chore for me to draft those because I need to think more about them. But I love it so much during the season. Like I know that I'll regret it if I don't get into many of them. It's kind of how I approach it, how I feel about it.
Yeah, it's nice to have a different kind of thing to sweat, which is why I did. And I'm not sure if I'm going to do much weekly winners. I know Pete is really into those. And it's just like, I haven't done the work to really think through it in the same way. And it's sort of the same kind of sweat. There'll be different lineups, but it's the same, like, am I going to win a GPP sweat that I'll be having on every DFS slate I'm playing anyways? Right, so like they might be different weeks that I'm doing it, but it's not a different sort of style of sweat there.
Yeah. We don't have any quarterback pairing I want to go to here.
Yeah, the only thing you want to do Stroud and hope to stack with
Dalton Schultz.
But we've already got the tight end, so I don't think I want to do that.
I don't hate going James Conner here.
Yeah, a nice, good, strong start there.
I feel like he's moving up in drafts. Different bye week. Yeah. We don't have any Washington pieces for that Week 17 bring back. Is that the first alarm?
That is the first alarm, and we just hit the button, so I might get a little bit laggy depending on my CPU usage here. So we'll see how.
Cool.
I'm not being DDoSed. We'll see.
Sax is shading there in a lot of slow. Yeah, I was actually I entered like 22 of them today, and I was just about to go enter more if the option was available, but no such luck. Maybe I'll do a couple fast tonight.
Yeah, I know. At least I think Sack was planning on doing like late maxing the slow puppy, but I tried to do it a little bit earlier to avoid this exact situation where everyone was like, "Oh shit, I got to get all my drafts in."
Yeah,
and I was like, "Oh, it's a little bit earlier. Do it a week or so before the true sickos are trying to put everything in."
Yeah.
What do we have here? That's a lot of falling quarterbacks, right?
Yeah, Stroud falling a bit. Pick 89. Damn, that's way past ADP.
And
Murray falling
with Murray too.
Which probably means that we can push our quarterbacks a little bit.
Yeah,
we have James Conner with Murray, I guess.
Actually, yeah. Let's grab Kyler. This feels fine. Pass ADP.
Throw on a late Dortch.
Yeah. I don't hate it. And I actually am a fan of QB-RB correlation just for the season-long stuff.
Yeah. It seems to be positively correlated. I also think like James Conner could have single game correlation with Kyler. Also, I think he's one of those running backs he's a good enough pass catcher. It could work out.
See, I don't know player archetype, so I don't know if he's a pass catching RB or not. But that sounds great to me.
Yeah, no, he's a pretty good like I don't think of him as being like the elite pass catching quarterback RB, but he's like at least like competent, good at it. Do you do a lot more? I think in the Eliminator. So I've been struggling with the 105 person final or whatever it is. Like last year, I didn't want to stack at all. It was like whatever. The final is so small, like I wasn't really trying to correlate. I was actually more so trying to offset bye weeks, like almost avoiding the correlation to some extent. And I feel like this year I'm trying to stack, and it's throwing off my whole game plan. Are you stacking typically in these eliminators?
Yeah, I'm doing at least. I'm not doing any large stacks, but if I can, particularly in any game where you can get to bring back pieces with a different bye week, then that feels more fun to stack than some of the ones where they share bye weeks.
I think I may have heard this somewhere, but I think I agree with the point of like the quarterback running back pairing is especially good to me in the eliminator. Like just like getting all of the points from that team feels pretty good.
Yeah, and you get the good kind of correlation, which is the mispricing of a team. So you actually have better than 50% chance every week because you have a team that basically spent extra salary without the risk of real dead. I mean, obviously you still get dead teams, but less of a risk. Yeah, the pass cutters there.
All right, we're on the clock. Cortland Sutton, this is by ADP. Cortland Sutton, Rashid Shaheed, Tyler Lockett. Do you have any? I guess Cortland Sutton, we have the overlapping bye week. If that's a tiebreaker, go to Tyler Lockett. Correlates to DJ Moore.
Yeah, to Lockett. That way, we are pretty happy if we get either Caleb or Gino.
Yep. Yeah. Although my thinking is we will probably push Caleb because we ideally we'll get Kirk Cousins on this team. I would think since we have the three.
Yeah, with 3 stack. Yeah. Can we? What is the weirdo on the turn done? Yeah.
Yeah. So he goes Saquon, Devontae with 12-13, then Amari Cooper and Mark Andrews adds on George Kittle. So he's got the double elite tight end, Alvin Kamara, DeAndre Hopkins, Raheem Mostert, Cooks, and Gus Edwards. Let me take a look at that team. I'll wait till after our turn. I find it easier to visualize just seeing it in the team card.
Yeah, in the real way. Yeah, because it groups by
position. I'm kind of a Javonte bull, but I'd be fine getting Spears, Singletary, Dontavian Wicks. All seem fine to me.
I like Javonte as well.
Let's do it. All right. Let me see what Jotto's team looks like. So no quarterback, 4 running backs. Saquon, I forgot. It does that
Gonna
stupid
do that
thing.
Yeah. I'm not sure that's a feature anybody has ever wanted.
No. 4 wide receivers.
4-4-2. 0-4-4-2. Okay.
All right. Well, maybe you'll be able to land that.
I'm just a little bit worried because I think our first push on Cousins is going to be towards them, and I'm worried they might just grab them naked.
Yeah.
Even if. Okay, because I think this is one of those situations where, like, I think the market is, or like not the market, but generally smart people who I consider smart say you try to push it here, or I think you actually don't.
Yeah.
Because the EV is the probability that you get it back times the value when you do, plus the EV when you don't. And like the EV hit when you don't get Cousins there is just so much larger, unless it's like a bunch of badges and you know they're going to behave well.
Right. And there's also the like opportunity cost, what's available there comes into the equation, I think.
Yeah.
But I will say with Cousins, I think that the ADP is after our 137 pick too. But I guess if you're concerned about this group, which is 3 no badges and then the 1 badge is doing weird stuff, so I think it's a valid concern. Plus, we have Darnell Mooney still out there who people could take. So you might be right. Maybe it just makes sense to lock them up.
I don't think I reach, but I don't think I try to push necessarily.
Okay.
But yeah, Cousins is 144. Yeah.
So you don't think you would reach for this pick at 126 or 128? You'd rather push it for 137 maybe?
Yeah, and I look at 137, and unless there's any other massive followers, I maybe grab it there because it's just so important to what we're doing.
Yeah.
And maybe we kick ourselves because no QBs go between then and there. But
the QBs have picked up now. So for a little while, it was looking like it was just like nobody wanted quarterbacks. Now it's more in line with ADP.
Yep. And who do we have as ADP Shields and quarterback?
Tua goes. So actually, we are the next one. It's Herbert and then Cousins. So that's a little scary. Now that kind of changes the equation a little bit. Do we, especially with Herbert now being a faller? So I don't know that he's much of a. And I don't feel that strongly about any of these. I mean, Dallas Goedert, like he is definitely better than any other tight end we're going to get. So that would be the one that's like, okay, he goes. I'd be fine with just going Cousins here, because I don't feel that strongly about any of these other options.
Yeah, let's do Cousins. Let's just feel happy about ourselves.
Yeah.
Because we had one guy with 2 with 2 and one guy with 0. And if that guy wanted.
Yep. He could have done the Darnell Mooney Cousins, just like double tap it, get a stack.
Yeah.
And like the ADP here, like AD Mitchell is falling. Don't feel like we really need to reach for him. Gabe Davis, we could have gone there, I suppose, but he might come back.
Yeah. We're probably clicking a running back maybe anyways.
Yeah.
Since we want to get to 4 there before we get out of this nice pocket.
Yep.
And so I'm not sure that the 2v2 of, I guess we probably would have taken Shoup or someone there to stack with Lockett versus whoever we get here.
I mean, in the last draft that I did, I took Ty Chandler ahead of Zach Charbonnet. Like I kind of think they're in the same tier. I think there are other running backs still available that are right in the same tier here. So yeah, I think this is better 2v2 lock up. I mean, or same 2v2 essentially. Like, and we make secure our quarterback. We're still going to get same tier of running back, I think. I think there's still 2 more in that tier.
Yeah, I think we're going to be okay either way since we get one of the 2.
Yep. Oh, there's plenty in that tier.
Yeah.
Plenty. Okay.
I think we grab Eckler if we can. Please don't take Eckler.
That's good.
No, that's too bad.
Brutal. Yeah, that's good call out.
That whatever your pleasure is here, they're all about the same to me.
All right.
Rico's a bit of an ADP faller if we want to grab a little bit more ADP value, but it's not much compared to the other two.
Chandler plays Seattle.
What's our bye week? Oh yeah, Chandler
plays Seattle
sure.
in week 16. That's kind of where I was leaning just in terms of
what was our buys? That was the other thing I was trying to check.
Yeah. Sorry. We have 12, 11, 14. We added Chandler, which is
great. Yeah, so either those were fine.
All of them worked. Yeah. I think we're landing this even without the sidekick. At least we have the overlay.
Yeah, that's good. Sorry, my cat's losing his shit. What's up, buddy? Hi. Yeah, it's almost food. It is food time. They usually get fed at 6:30. I might have to duck out and deal with this if he doesn't shut up.
All right, that's fair.
Maybe he'll come up. Here, you want to just sit on my lap for a bit? Let's see, buddy. You want to hang out? Or are you just too hungry? Want to come up? No.
What's up, Ben?
Okay. After we make our, I'll do the next two picks, and then while we've got to push through, I'll go deal with this guy. Maybe grab a beer or something too. Nice.
Good call. It is happy hour. I have not grabbed my beer yet. Maybe I'll take a break and grab a beer too. If I can I make it all the way down to my basement and back after our next two picks?
You're not that old, Neil. I think you can make that work.
I can make it, yeah.
Maybe we should tag out so one of us, we're not both AFK when someone jumps on the stream.
That's fair. I'll let you go first, and then I'll do.
I can do the short wrap here. I think I'll do one pick and go. You can do the long one. Yeah, I'm flying down to Louisville. Deb's down to Louisville for a work conference, and so I'm going to go down there on Wednesday, and we're going to do like the Bourbon Trail and stuff down there.
Oh, I've forward to that. That's one of those that I've always wanted to do as a big bourbon fan.
Yep, it's going to be good.
Nice. Tonight I'm going to be drinking beer. I just got back from Wisconsin, so I was able to grab some Spotted Cow. Get the rare only in Wisconsin beer.
Got it.
Oh, we are on the clock. Pure Sol goes. That's been one of my targets here. Let's see. Do we have any other? Is Darnell Mooney? I assume he's gone. Here's ADP.
I don't mind DeMarcus Robinson, even though I don't necessarily love the player, but get ourselves a bring back.
Wait, where did he go? DeMarcus Robinson. Oh, way down here. Okay.
Was he? Oh, wait, no. Where was he by rank? I thought I saw him way up there. Something else was going on.
Oh, he is our top rank.
Okay, by rank. Okay.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's fine. I don't know whose ranks you're using, but I trust them somewhat implicitly.
Yeah, these are the fantasy points ranks. I think Dwayne McFarland, I want to say, does them. No, Graham Barfield. Graham Barfield does them. Smart guy. They're good ranks. Cool. I am now remembering that we probably want to add an Arizona pass catcher too. That had slipped my mind. We do still need to stack up Kyler. We have the running back stack, but I still like to have like the single game. Yeah. As far as like quarterback, running back, if that's your only stack, it's one of the better ones, I think, but still prefer to have a pass catcher on there.
Yep. What are other options? Here I've been doing stuff for Arizona, I guess.
Oh yeah, so Michael Wilson and Dortch are the two that
where do they go? I guess I'm just.
Actually, let me just.
I could just do ARI. I should do it. Oh, yeah.
Wilson 160. Damn, he's been moving up. Oh, he goes. Okay.
There he goes. Okay.
Say the name and it's gonna go.
And Dortch will be okay.
And we have Zay Jones as a last round option.
Okay.
But yeah, so we can wait a little bit.
Okay. I said I was gonna go after that pick, but I didn't. So now I'm gonna go after this one.
Okay. Is there a tight end we want here? Tyler Conklin, I kind of like. Same bye week though. Probably don't want that.
Yeah. What are we looking at?
Could go Ray Davis. I like. or Chuba.
Mind Davis. Yeah, queue up Davis there. 12 is another. Overlaps with Bijan, but that's fine. We're up here 5th. Get 5 and probably stop at 5 here unless we get a big value filler. All right, I'm going to go deal with cats.
All right. Yeah.
And deal with stuff, and then I'll be right back.
Hell yeah. All right, so the build is a 2-5-6-1. Kyler Murray, Kirk Cousins at quarterback. At running back, we have Bijan Robinson, James Conner, Javonte Williams, Ty Chandler, Ray Davis. At wide receiver, Drake London, DJ Moore, Zay Flowers, Xavier Worthy, Tyler Lockett, Demarcus Robinson. And at tight end, Kyle Pitts. Looking good. I'm liking this team. I feel like we have, a couple things we need to get nailed down, but feeling good about it. Would have liked to have gotten Michael Wilson there, just close out the loop on Kyler. Get rid of that little bit of stress of needing to finish a stack, but such is life. And we do have James Conner, so we have a little bit of a stack with the running back. All right, where are we at? I don't think we want to reach for Dortch at 185. Maybe Shady will disagree with that.
Probably not.
It's a question. I mean, going back to your securing the stack, do we want to secure Dortch at 185? I guess it again depends on what else is available there. But we might be done at running back. We probably want a tight end, another tight end here.
Yep.
This could be 2 more tight ends, 1 more wide receiver. Or 2 more wide receivers, 1 more tight end. I think either is fine with me.
Yeah, I think either of those works.
I think we're good at quarterback. I was thinking about if we had Geno falling or something.
Yeah, maybe. I would take Geno if he fell a lot. I mean, is he have the same bye week or is he different than those 2? I don't actually know.
He's week 10. Yeah, different
so
bye week.
Yeah, I mean, because we got such good value on Kyler, but we reached on Cousins. Okay, who do we have at wide receiver?
So we could reach for Dortch. I don't think we need to. We go Jonnu.
Do we just take Pop?
He's falling.
ADP. Yeah.
Yeah. Then we just do the 2 tight end build. I guess we have 3 more picks. So wait, we could go 2. Yeah. I mean, we could go 2-5-9-2, 2-5-8-3. Yeah, either looks good here.
Yep. And we set ourselves up for one of the remaining Arizona guys, whichever we want. And then now I don't mind reaching, even if we need to in the next one to get that.
Yeah, get the stack.
Okay, we haven't gotten any DFS news in the last hour, which is both good and frustrating since we're waiting on that last game.
Yeah.
Check Twitter real quick.
I still have MLB alerts on, even though I have played MLB DFS once in the past 2 months.
That's funny. I played a little bit more than once in the last 2 months.
Yeah, I mean, I know.
I do have to mute the other sports. I have NFL back on now just because I'm in drafts, and if something happens, I want to know. But in the off season, I have to remember to go unsubscribe to the other ones because otherwise I get spammed without me.
Me too. It gets frustrating.
Season. Not that I don't appreciate. Okay, we're back on here. So Jonnu, if you want Jonnu, I think, and then Dortch.
Do you think Jonnu before Dortch?
Yeah, because unless you like Dortch that much more than whoever the other guy was.
Zay Flower or Zay Jones. Yeah, let's go Jonnu. He's not coming back to us.
Yeah, I think it's just a great second tight end. We could actually be done at 2 now if we wanted to.
Yeah.
and not have to grab a third.
We might have another guest joining for the next draft. I think so. Yep. So we will do, if you're willing to stick around, we'll do a 3-person draft.
Yeah,
birthday.
I'm
I
happy
would
to
love
chill.
it if you do. You got a beer. We'll hang out. Do
Got a
one
beer? I will.
one final draft.
I will get dinner between drafts. That way I'm not drinking and not eating
Nice.
After a long day. That's a recipe for disaster. It should be good.
No, the beer is the calories.
It's something.
If you drink the right way.
Yeah, that's a good IPA over here. Probably plenty of calories.
Nice.
Not labeled for individual sale and all that jazz.
All right, I am going to here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to queue up the players we want, and then I'm going to go grab my beer.
Sounds like a good plan. I don't think we're unhappy with either of those auto drafting at this point. So
Yep. But like you said, I'm a young man. I'll be right back.
Yep. Spry. I'll vamp while you're gone. I just realized I forgot to put on all of my FanDuel stuff. So we're going to do that now so we don't punt that off. Joy of playing 2 sites. And we'll go. Does anyone have guesses on who Neil's other guest is? I'm trying to think. I don't know who's playing MLB night. It might be Adam. I don't know if Adam and Neil do streams together. That would be my first guess. Who else could it be? Oh, Daniel? Daniel's playing tonight, so Nerdy Tenor might be the other one. I don't know if Nerdy and Neil have done a stream together or not. That's good. Anybody else already drinking on a Monday night? What are you having? Let's see. Are we going to get... I think we're going to get our top pick maybe when this comes back. Sweat's killing me. Can't see. Oh, 1 pick left. Oh, look at that. Nice. Time to spare. 25 extra seconds, Neil. We got our guy. Beer. We got our guy. We're going to get to click the button. We don't have to auto it. This is just
wonderful.
Darn. Yeah.
What really slowed me down was the using the filtered water.
Yep.
The beer is quick.
So one of the, maybe it's not a life hack, but one of the things that we've done that I'm a big fan of is we've got a kegerator and we've shifted over one of the taps to just seltzer water. So I can just pull seltzer that's cold out of there and get back to life during the day.
That is a nice little life hack. But you have a kegerator also. That's cool.
We do have a kegerator.
What do you keep? Do you brew your own beer?
We did for a long time, and then the pandemic happened, and drinking 5 gallons of your own, or 10 gallons, because it's a double tap kegerator of your own 2 brews by yourself was not very fun.
Yeah.
And so then we stopped doing that. We did some ciders for a while, and now we have a seltzer on tap, and then a flavored seltzer, ginger seltzer on the other one for now.
Nice.
And have sort of ventured back out on things. The water here doesn't make very good beer, and so even with a wort chiller, it's hard. Our wort chiller doesn't fit on our faucet here because we didn't think. I mean, we had it from another place and brought it here, and we didn't want to replace the head on the faucet just for that. So we have to crash chill it with ice, which then makes it taste like either our water or store random water. I guess I could freeze frozen jugs of distilled water before, but it's just like, and you have to like slice the plastic off it. You train the ass. Yeah. But it's fun. We'll probably do it again sometime soon. I have more friends coming for board games and whatnot these days. Nice. What are you doing with the last pick here? Do we want to tack on? I guess it's a pure luxury pick. So like whatever we really want here, whatever we think the best value is going to be. I don't mind Sinat since that would be our only run back, right?
Yep. True.
Cousins.
Good call.
I actually don't mind either of the Washington tight ends since both, if one of them goes.
Oh, good point. I didn't think about it. I don't think that I have a single share of Zach Ertz.
I have a lot on DK. This is why he's on the mind on account of him to do something in that 20th round.
Yeah, I think he's a fine pick here too. I think that's a good call. Gets the correlation. I think that's the one position where we're like a little bit thin. Like I'm not sure that Jonnu is going to do. I think it's a wide range of outcomes for Jonnu.
We also have an elite tight end, so when you want that correlation to make it more likely, if someone is going to outscore both of those guys, it'll be with a little extra correlation to pop them up. Yeah, I think reducing it.
Yeah, love that.
Lovely draft.
That's a nice team. Nice looking team.
Not bad for no sidekick, eh?
Yeah, exactly.
To Andrew's question, I do think it's okay. I mean, out the window is not what I think. You shouldn't be considering it in your choices. You should still be considering it whether or not, like, based on who you think you can get, right? So other people around you will still follow ADP, and so you should be thinking more about, well, who can I take now rather than who's worth more. Yeah.
Once you get to the 18th round, where it's like you don't have to worry about if somebody's going to come back to you, then you can just like take whoever you believe in. But yeah, I think that's one of those considerations that you get good at as you do a lot of drafts with a lot of experience. You kind of know like who do I need to take now, who's like no chance is going to come back to me, who do I need to prioritize, or who can I maybe push. All right.
Okay.
Probably just one more draft for me tonight after this one. We'll see. Told my wife I'm going to be done by 7. Potential to get 2 more in by 7.
Really
they go quick.
Okay. We've got all of our stuff in for lock. Oh no, still waiting on FanDuel. Another 2 minutes for that to run.
I believe the other person who is going to join us is still streaming. Did I say who it is?
No, when you were walking around, I was talking with the chat about who we thought it might be. But
who'd you speculate?
It was between Adam and Daniel were the 2 people I speculated about who were likely to be playing MLB, and I thought you might know, but you know way more people than I do.
No, you nailed it. It is Adam, ship my money, going to be joining us for the next draft. We will we'll wait, I guess, a minute for him to finish his stream and join us.
Do you want to try to get the sidekick working if we've got downtime?
Oh yeah, that's a good call. Right now is the time. All right, let me
open it up in
that.
Firefox and see if it works over there. If it does, we can switch the stream. If not, then we don't worry about it.
Yep, I will. I'm going to do that off camera. I'm going to be trying to set up sidekick while we wait for MLB lock to happen. So yeah, bear with us while I work through this. I'm told it is very easy though.
Should be quite straightforward. Unless the devs broke anything today. I suspect they didn't.
All right. Oh, and I should just, okay, hang on.
So you'll need to log into Underdog and Legendary Upside over there.
Now, how would this work? I just go to Leg Up.
And you'll, since it's, if you haven't, if I understood the way that Zach set you up to get this to work today rather than
I don't know what my password is though for this.
So it sends an email. So we use Ghost authentication, so you never enter a password.
All right, let me see. I did not seem to get an email.
Was there if you go to, did you click the login and like it'll send an email to you?
Oh no. Hang on.
Yeah, so if you go to
login, sign up.
Go to login, I think.
Okay.
It should send you an email.
When I go to log in, it should send. Okay.
Yeah, that's you'll put your email. Put the email address that Zach's told you to put in there, and that'll send that email an email with a link that should authenticate you. I just need to click this button on FanDuel.
Okay, now I am signed in. Now I click the introducing the leg up sidekick, or is there a quicker way?
That should do it. There's probably a quicker way, but I haven't installed it fresh in a while. Okay. I can also just send you a link to do it. That might be. Since I'm not paying attention to other things, where would that be? Send you the right version.
Let's see here.
I'm going to send you a Discord DM.
Okay.
There's lots of there's a very easy way to do it, but this is the shortcut way to do it. Click that. It'll ask you for some permissions to install an extension on Firefox.
Okay.
Say yes.
Okay.
Still all your credit card info. And
all right. Download extension. Select an app to open download extension Firefox.
Yes. I'm not sure why that wasn't the default, but wait, did you? Oh yeah. So your link, actually copy the link that I sent you and paste it into Firefox to open it. You probably have Chrome as your default browser.
Oh yeah, yeah.
That would have also worked, but for sure it'll work if you put it into Firefox.
Okay. All right, we're gonna get there.
We can do it. Okay.
All right. Making progress here. All right, wait. One second. Oh, I see. Never mind. I think I was doing this wrong. Going to Firefox.
Yeah, in the same way, if you click that link in your email to log you in, make sure you're clicking it. You're copying that link from the email into Firefox to take you to the.
Yeah. This is
doing stuff in your non-default browser is hard.
Yeah.
Speaking of, I should make sure I'm not on the clock in any underdog tracks. I mean, I'm definitely on the clock. I should make sure that I'm not near the end of my clock.
Okay, now I can open the extension.
Marvelous.
WebSocket status. Okay. Refresh rankings.
So I wouldn't worry about any of that. It should just work when you're in an underdog draft.
All right.
So we can wait until Adam joins us, but that should just be good to go. Adam will be happy to know that Brick and I have made sure that the draft caddy and this play well together, as I'm sure
Nice.
they play well with your overlay as well. It doesn't play great with his auto select draft thing. I will say that. It doesn't doesn't, that ignores it, obviously. But if the other overlay components of it, it works quite well with.
Sidekick is not authenticated with leg up. Press the button to refresh your session.
Yep, go ahead and click that little refresh circle, and that should get you good to go.
Still, hang on. I'm just going to refresh the whole thing.
It takes a little while for it to, it'll like, I'll click on it, it'll think about some stuff for a bit.
Yeah. All right, going to the draft.
Real Mutu's out tonight. That is not the greatest timing of that. If you're in a slow draft, you can test if it's working. If you just go into a slow, it'll pop up. If you have any of those, to just test it without having to be in a.
I am. So I'm in it, and the okay. Hang on. There's Sidekick is not authenticated with leg up. Maybe I need to
go
sign
ahead
in to log leg up again.
So is there in the top left of your extension? Is there a little circle thing, like a little refresh icon?
Yeah.
Click that. Just click the little refresh thing and see what happens. It should just work. Just give it a second. 30 seconds.
It's doing a weird thing where the little thing where it shows you your team is sort of spazzing out, and I see it still says Sidekick is not authenticated with leg up. Press the button to refresh your session. Here,
you've clicked that,
and I've clicked that, and it's not.
And do you have leg up open on a tab somewhere?
Yes.
Okay, so down at the top right of Firefox, there's like a hamburger-ish menu. Sorry, it's like a drop down. Sorry, what's the right way to do this on that version of it? So if you click on the puzzle piece in the top right,
This extensions, yep.
Yeah, and then click on the setting icon.
Yep.
Is it set to always allow or only when clicked?
It's set to always allow.
And then do the same thing on Legendary Upside. So open Legendary Upside to be one of your tabs that's open on Firefox.
Yep.
Okay. And does that say also always allow?
Yep.
Let me make sure I didn't send you. No, I sent you the right one.
It says WebSocket status disconnected. Sidebug debug. WebSocket status disconnected. Authorization status unknown.
Which email did you use? Are you using? You should be logged into the one that Sack set you up for this to work without having to break things on LegUp, not your other account. My guess is that it thinks you have the normal LegUp sub and not a Sidekick sub.
Right.
So if you log out of LegUp and then log back in. So just put the email that Sack sent it to.
All right.
Would be my guess.
Let me try that.
This is not the normal user experience. We had to set him up with a special thing because
this is why I should have set it up beforehand. All right.
No worries. It wasn't ready yet. You've got the live tech support of a non-tech support guy.
Yeah, right.
So I need to do this.
It's going to be great, though, once we get this working.
Smooth as butter.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
You successfully signed into LegUp. Ooh, it is looking different already. I'm going to refresh.
You don't need to refresh. You just got to click the button on the Sidekick and it should work. That little. Sometimes you do need to refresh, but we designed it so that little button should fix every problem if you're authenticated correctly.
The only thing is the display is still strange for me, which is probably just an issue with my Firefox, which I never use. Let me try changing. No, the zoom didn't help.
Is it doing the same weird flickering the Draft Caddy was doing to you?
Yep,
That's
exactly.
So weird. Yeah, I wonder.
Which may just be an issue with my. I don't know why it would be an issue with my underdog. Yeah, it's super weird.
Firefox, do you have any updates pending for Firefox? Has it been 8 years since you've used it? And
I don't use Firefox, so that is possible.
Click the hamburger in the top right of Firefox, or the 3-line menu item.
Okay, yep.
Does that say update Firefox anywhere in there? It's riveting fucking content.
I don't see an update option anyway. Save data.
Okay, and you're on a normal Windows computer?
I am. It is a weird computer. I forget what the brand is, but it's not like a
but it's not
HP
or
Dell. But yeah, no, it's
Windows
just regular Windows. Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe if I close my other underdog window, that could help.
It has nothing to do with it is something weird about because it is your Firefox behaving very strangely because Brick's stuff did it too, and that's just about you being on.
But that was in Chrome.
The Draft Caddy I think only works on. Maybe you're right. Maybe his does work on Chrome. I don't remember.
I thought it was Chrome. Maybe I'm wrong. Yeah, maybe it is my Firefox. Maybe you're right about that.
Your Firefox is a little janky. But
all right, I think that we abandoned ship for this stream.
Trying to get you.
I see Adam is here too. All right, I'm gonna first of all I'm gonna go back to this screen. I'm gonna bring Adam in. What's going on, Adam?
What's up, man?
Sorry for making you wait. We were trying to get the Sidekick working, and I've had issues with my Firefox for whatever reason. The extensions don't work with it, so we're abandoning that. But appreciate you coming on.
Yeah, man. Thanks for having me.
You get all your MLB done?
Yeah. I don't have the Phillies lineup just came out, but I don't have anybody from the Phillies, so it doesn't matter.
Nice. All right. I closed my underdog to do this. Hang on. While I was playing around with it. So I'm going to open that back up. We'll get into a draft in a minute. Adam, how far are you in your journey to max best ball?
I have like 80 between 80 and 85 done on DraftKings. I haven't started on Underdog yet, so
You haven't started? You haven't done a single draft?
no. The only Underdog draft I've done 2, one with you and one with Davis.
Nice. All right.
But yeah, I'll probably switch over now. Like I usually I like to do it like I get half of them done on one site and then I do 150 on the other and then I finish up on the other or something like that, or like leave 20 at the end on both sites or whatever.
Yeah.
So it's about time for me to switch over.
Nice. And you told me that you do have NFL player takes now.
More so
early
than
in the year.
before. I mean, the last time we did one, once we got to like the 8th round, you're asking me who to pick, and I'm like, I don't even know who these people are.
Right. Yeah. Good. Well, we'll get some player takes. All right. Let's jump into a draft. I was telling Shady it's 5:47. Damn, time flies. I was thinking I might be able to get 2 done before 7. Probably not going to happen. This is probably the final one. Jump in now if any of you want to draft with us. I'm gonna try and work on the Firefox problem later once we're not on stream.
Yeah, I'll sit around. I think it's just something weird about maybe your graphics card or something, the way it's like processing the interaction of the various
That could
elements.
be.
Because the fact that it happened with bricks and this as well seems like it's something related to that. And I'm not sure I know enough to fix it, but we can try.
Yeah. Play around with it. Maybe it is. Maybe there's a newer version of Firefox that I need to get. I don't know. All right. So we have... All right. We're full. We'll find out. Not great. We got the 112. All right. I was listening to Pete and Pat earlier. They talked a little bit about their favorite like draft spots or like how they feel about drafting late. And Pat said he's okay with everything up until the 112, which I thought was interesting because to me the 111 and the 112, I have not seen a big tier there. So I'm curious what the tier break is there for Pat. I guess it would be after Puka. Would it be
Puka and Garrett? I think he puts on a different tier than Marvin Harrison and Gibbs.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. And Drake London. Yeah. Okay. I follow. I don't have the leg up rankings there. You don't have anything to do with the leg up rankings, do you, Shady?
Only that I follow them blindly when I'm drafting.
Yeah. Adam, do you put on any rankings?
No.
Okay. I didn't think so. Thought I maybe saw you make a joke about it or something.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I said that I've uploaded rankings once so far this year and then just been like, based on kind of what I feel like just moving guys around, like, but it's like I talked about it on the stream I did with Davis too. I feel like because I don't auto draft, so as long as I know like where the players are, it doesn't actually matter the order they're in. Like I know who I'm going to take. It's just a matter of like moving somebody so they're at least in front of my face when I would be drafting them. Yeah,
I update mine pretty regularly. I also go back and forth, like typically with when I have somebody on the stream who is associated with a site, I'll upload their rankings.
Yeah.
So normally I probably would have uploaded leg ups rankings here because I know Shady would be more comfortable with them. But yeah, I go back and forth so much, which is nice. Seeing kind of how different people are reacting to news differently. Sort of interesting.
Yeah, and it's always, obviously this time of year too, it's always hard to not just like be adjusting everything based on every beat reporter.
Yeah, exactly. Mozilla support stream for the win. Yep. Adam, you drinking anything?
Water and coffee.
Nice. Oh, coffee. Damn.
Late in the day for coffee.
Yeah. I've been just like dragging today. It's still my first cup. I just never had it this morning.
The one thing about these marathon streams that I start at 1:00, I've been doing just 1 cup of coffee. So I normally do 2 cups of coffee in a day, and it's been a little bit like I feel it a little bit that I only have 1 cup of coffee, especially earlier in the stream. Later on, I pick up my energy a little bit. But early on, I'm like, man, I could use that 2nd cup of coffee, but it kind of messes with my stomach. It makes me have to pee. I'm like, I can't deal with that on the stream.
Yeah, no, I realized like I just had forgotten to get coffee earlier, so I made it before my baseball stream, and then of course I was doing the stream, so I wasn't drinking coffee. So still trying to wake up.
You say you got coffee? Do you not make coffee at home?
Or no, I meant like made
Okay.
coffee.
Gotcha. Yep. I realized so I recently made the switch to a like pot of coffee instead of a Keurig. Like I'd used Keurig for years, and then finally made the switch to making a pot of coffee. But my wife doesn't drink it, and I think the coffee that I make in a regular pot is stronger. So I feel like I've been like over caffeinated for like a few months now, and I've been feeling coming back down a little bit with just one cup, but it's still strong, I think. But had a Keurig while I was in Wisconsin last week.
In the same situation today. Like Deb left for the airport at like 6 or 6:30 or something, and so I was super tired. Oh yeah, I'll do this pick.
Puka Harrison, is that a slam dunk for you guys? What do you?
Sure. As long as you're not worried about the injury, yeah, that's what I would usually do here.
Yeah, I think it seems good. Correlation, all that jazz.
Yep.
Injury be damned.
I bet this is what the sidekick would tell me to do if this was my first draft.
Yeah, I don't know. Puka's been falling, so I think you can do this a lot right now. And I think if the injury becomes a nothing burger, this will have been one of the only times you could do this. So it feels like a good time to start getting it. Although sometimes Harrison will fall to where Puka is.
Pepperoni says Cafe Bustelo, baby. What is Cafe Bustelo? Anybody know?
I'm gonna guess it had to do with our coffee conversation.
Yeah, coffee brand of some sort.
Yeah. Okay, I was thinking it might be like a specific coffee shop, maybe in Baltimore or something.
It could be. It's not the one that I go to, but
yeah. I played DFS for the first time in months last week, Adam. Just one slate, but I went heavy on the Orioles because they were low owned. They let me down. It was what happened to the Orioles? I thought they were a super team. They were going to be like the Braves of this year.
Yeah, they were ice. They've been ice cold. Well, they're heating up lately, but they were ice cold for like a month.
Did you both remember to play Justin Steele yesterday?
Was he on
possibly? Oh no! Yesterday was the Skeens and whatever the low cost pitcher who went for 30 was night, right?
I didn't actually pay attention to anything.
Oh, Steele might have been. He might have been the night game. Was he the night game?
No, he was done by. Maybe it was earlier. Actually, I don't know because he was. Yeah, I think he started a little bit earlier. While I was on stream, he was. Yeah, I think he started right around 6 o'clock. So Central Time, 7.
Oh yeah, yes.
So elitist time.
So that was the solo, the night game. It was just a showdown for it. So I didn't play.
Okay. I see. Well, had a nice game, got the W. Adam, how's the content going at Endgame Syndicate?
Good. Started doing a show that I actually enjoy doing, looking at like tournament lineups, tournament exposure, stuff like that I actually find interesting to talk about as opposed to the normal just talk about every player on the slate show.
Yeah. That's fun.
Yeah, so that's been well received. I'm enjoying doing that.
How much content are you doing behind the paywall now?
Me?
Yeah.
What do you mean?
Like how much endgame content is paywalled at this point?
As for the company, a lot. For me, not too much. I have a video series out basically on how I built my process using SaberSim, since that's what I use, and going through that. That's all I have out right now. I'll probably have some more stuff coming soon, but Nerdy just put out best ball stuff, and he already has some toy game series out before that. Yuta and Brian both have a bunch of stuff out too.
Nice. Keith, you and I got into a conversation about best ball content, and I said you put out very little content, and Keith said, well, I'm in the Leg Up Discord all the time posting the Discord. And we had a whole conversation about, does that count as content? In my mind, posting in Discord does not count as content.
I think it counts as content.
Do you think so? All right. Yeah. You guys outnumber me.
Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, I agree with that. But Nerdy said he's about to do some stuff on 6-man best ball stuff that I'm looking forward to seeing when that actually gets recorded out there. I think that's a lot of fun. I'm interested how quickly his stuff can solve, or not solve that, but simulate that out into some interesting things, because I think you'll get real, quote unquote, real takeaways from that, as opposed to little toy stuff, which is good.
Nice. Yeah, I've been any day now I'm going to get into Endgame Syndicate. I keep on forgetting the name. All these different names of different companies floating around my head. Endgame Syndicate. I want to get in there, check that stuff out. I hear Keith is also in there, in the Discord.
Yeah, he is
giving away free advice.
It's my second favorite Discord, second favorite Discord, I think, after the Leg Up Discord. Got to leave them at the top. It's just it is because of what the audience is. It is a bunch of people who want to learn things rather than be told the answers, which is who I like talking to.
Yeah, I easily spend more time in that Discord, even like not even talking, just like reading stuff, than I have anywhere other than my own like personal one.
Gonna give me some FOMO over here. Yeah, I've been thinking. So I haven't been playing a lot of DFS, so I'm like, well, I don't really have a need for it right now, like an immediate need. So I'm like, might as well just wait to spend money on it. But I think that I might try to do some sort of projections for the NFL season, like just so I kind of have a reference point, because I don't want to wait on other people's projections to do content. So I'm thinking about doing it for that. And I have no idea like what the time it will take to, as somebody who's never done projections, no idea how long it'll take for me to make some of those just like decent projections that I can use as a reference point. Let's make our pick, and then I'd like to hear some opinions. All right, so we have Puka and Marvin Harrison already. Sometimes here I would add on a Trey McBride, just add it onto the stack. That would be 10 picks ahead of ADP. So I don't know that we need to do that. Could also do the Kelsey Mahomes thing, or just take one of these other. Anybody have a strong take here?
I was thinking either Kelsey Mahomes or Pittman Richardson.
Yeah, I also don't mind Tank Dell and Flowers to set up.
Yeah. Oh yeah, never mind. I forgot we had both picks here. I was thinking Richardson down the road, not with this pick.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have a ton of Pittman, but I don't mind Pittman Richardson here, or Pittman and then somebody else to set Richardson up.
I'm gonna do Kelsey Mahomes just because it feels the easiest to me of this.
Yeah, I think that makes sense.
Alrighty.
And then we have the chance of double stacking also.
Yeah, sometimes you get both of two wide receivers to fall back, although not as often these days.
Yeah. Yeah, I thought you meant to take both of Pittman and Richardson right here, and I was thinking, man, I feel like we could push that potentially, but every time I try, I feel like I never get Richardson to come back. Like I feel like unstacked Richardson should fall to me at pick 60 more than it does. Unfortunately, according to BP Colonia, MLB Chalk has already ended it, so you guys spent all that time, and it's already over.
I don't know. I have some. Is it Arizona who did all right? Somebody's.
I'm sure he'll get like 5 ninth inning home runs, and
that's he'll figure it out at the end.
Yeah. Kids these days just crush us.
Always lucky.
Yeah.
You gonna try and convince Justin to come to the MLB final?
He's gonna be in Florida. Otherwise I would have. I looked it up. I was gonna try and get him out. At least like meet up for a beer or something. But
yeah, it's been a lot of fun.
Yeah. Otherwise, definitely. I did. I tried to get Adam to come out. He's got a lot going on though. Would have been fun. Another time, another live final.
Yeah, I'll say. I think right before you asked me, somebody else had asked me. I don't remember who. So it was like back to back. Like, yeah, really wish I could.
Yeah. And then I hear Yuta was giving away MLB live final tickets in the 2 Endgame Syndicate. That's pretty cool.
He had like a 2 in 13 chance of winning it. Not bad.
Yeah. I like this. This is saucy. Josh Gillum says we need a draft from all 3 of y'all in the same lobby.
That would be fun.
That would be fun. But you know that Shady's just gonna cheat and use a sidekick.
Just gonna robot it away.
The shady guy that he is. Yeah. Yeah, BP going with one of you does. That's pretty cool.
Nice.
Get to hang out with a guy who is literally almost half my age.
Are you staying in the hotel, Parker? Or are you going to stay at home and just come to the events?
Oh, did Parker move to Chicago already?
I think he's moved. Are you not there yet?
I knew it was coming up. I didn't know that it actually happened. He moved out of that little like corner of a basement that he used to live in with no windows.
The room from Stranger Things.
Yeah.
Hotel.
Nice.
That's good. It is convenient. It's right across from the venue, so that's going to be a very easy stumble home.
Nice. My wife told me it's in like Wrigleyville, which is funny because we're going to a White Sox game.
Yeah, it's because the DK Sportsbook is attached to Wrigley, so they're doing the event at the Sportsbook.
That's fun.
And obviously, apparently, the White Sox or the Cubs, somebody is not in town.
Yeah, right. The Cubs are out. Oh man, he's moving in the same day that it ends. That's interesting. Good luck with that.
A long day.
Yeah.
Well, at least that's a showdown day. Or well, it ends on Mondays. Monday the 26th.
Yeah, Monday is the 26th.
Got it.
Pretty sure.
I can't think of like anything I would want to do less at the end of a live final weekend than move in to a new place.
Yeah. I mean, I'm assuming that his other lease goes through the end of the month, so he probably has a little leeway there. But yeah, one thing that I have learned and appreciated as I get older is movers are worth it, just like hiring movers.
Oh yeah,
100%.
Of course, a little bit different because he's moving states, so it's not just like hire somebody to move from this house to this house in the same town, but
always worth it. Just
yeah.
Of course, we say that like when you are 22 and you're not BP Colonia winning everything, you don't always have the money, but
slightly different calculus.
Xavier Worthy goes one pick before us. We do still have Hollywood Brown here.
Oh yeah, I think Hollywood.
Yeah, Hollywood.
Yeah, I have Hollywood above Xavier, I think.
Yeah, I was thinking we could double tap, go with the full on triple stack, but anybody else we're thinking of here? I think Trey McBride is gone if we would want to do that anyway. So we'll go Hollywood.
Yeah, who else are we thinking here?
So this is ADP would be Jaden Reed, Chris Godwin. We go with a running back.
So much uglier than DraftKings.
Yeah. I'm a Godwin guy myself. I guess he overlaps same bye week as Marvin Harrison, though. Jaden Reed would be a totally different bye week, which is kind of nice.
Either's fine.
Yeah, either's fine with me. I usually go Reed over Godwin.
Okay. Yeah.
I've kind of been passing on Reed more lately to get more Watson, but I doubt Watson's getting back to us anyway.
No, probably not. We might be able to get Dobbs at the following turn, maybe.
Yeah.
If we wanted more Green Bay. No, nice start for us. We got the quarterback tight end combo, Mahomes and Kelsey, and we got 4 receivers. Double stack with Mahomes feels good. Wait, would you guys have wanted to if we had the opportunity to go both Worthy and Brown at that turn? That I think would have been my inclination, but it also would have been then 3 of our 4 receivers with the bye week 6, 3, triple stack already for Mahomes there. I don't know. I think I would have done it, but I'm not sure that that's right.
I'd have been fine with it because I don't love the other options we had, and because it's Kansas City.
Yeah, exactly.
Now we've got BP and Parker in chat. What's going on here? It's a little sus.
Yeah, who is this? Different BP? I don't know. Very confusing. Are there other people with those initials?
Inconceivable.
Yeah. Can't imagine.
Do we have the Dodgers lineup yet?
Not that I've seen.
We do not.
All right. Apparently there is somebody else, supposedly with the same initials.
It's somebody multi-counting for engagement over here.
Yeah.
I don't know. This feels like a Travis Petty move if I've ever seen one. I don't know that he's watching best ball drafts on a Saturday night.
Petty. I feel very confident that Travis Petty is not watching best ball drafts. He hates best ball even more than he hates Sims, I think.
I think it's a high bar, though.
Yeah. Josh Allen at 25. And then passes on Kincaid, right? Yeah. The one hole. Right? Me too. I cannot imagine taking Josh Allen at 25. The only reason I would take Josh Allen at 25 is if I want to get Dalton Kincaid at this turn.
Right.
And he passes on him.
And took a tight end.
And took a different tight end. He was just like, yeah, just like Pitt's better. Don't care about the correlation. They even have the same bye week. So even if that was somehow a consideration, I don't know. All right. Could use a sidekick, I think. He could use the sidekick's help. Wouldn't
be the worst to have another voice in your ear about that particular choice.
Yep.
I just missed the DK555 that started, which is unfortunate. It's all right. I'll jump in the next one.
Yeah, a lot of confusion in chat. BP says, I'm the one and only BP. Let's figure this out. Tell me your social. That's funny. All right, where are we at? 1041. Seeing Ramondre Stevenson going at 74. Tony Pollard at 72. This is a bizarre room.
I think we should be able to get one of either Harris or Warren for the stack here, I think.
Are you allowed to draft Harris as a?
I am, because it's diversity.
Oh,
I'm the diversity guy, right?
That's true.
Obviously, I have a lot more of one than the other just because of the rankings. But
yeah.
Sometimes the diversification lands on the good roll, and you get some Harris.
Adam, are you connecting your brand to any player other than Trey Tucker this year?
Luke McCaffrey.
Oh, nice. I like that. I'm also in on Luke McCaffrey. Adam, of course, tied his brand to Kyron Williams last year. I think I've told Adam this, but I give Adam credit for my first year playing best ball. Adam gave a shout out to Chase Claypool his rookie year, and he smashed.
Yeah, I've been really good on the last round picks.
Yeah,
every year.
Oh, yeah, we did talk about that. We did.
I was on MVS, the MVS year too.
Yeah.
I've been less good on the actual good players.
Yeah. You kind of need those too, sadly.
Yeah. I also don't know that I have a single Kyron team this year.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Are you typically going 0 RB, hero RB type stuff?
Yeah. I'm usually taking wide receivers at that pick, and I also just don't have him as high as ADP.
He goes earlier on DK also, which makes it tough.
Yeah. Now we're in the weird range where we have all of the falling wide receivers: DeAndre Hopkins, Jordan Addison. JSN goes. Kind of hoping for JSN there. Najee or Jalen? What are we doing here?
Also take both if you want. But one of the two seems right. I don't particularly care. Want one of them, I think, for sure. But the other pick, we can do whatever.
All right. Let's go Najee to start. Get a little diversity in the shady portfolio. And then Zamir White, Jonathan Brooks. I don't know. Could also go with a different wide receiver. Do you think we want to go double running back here?
Unless Adam is strongly against.
I like that next set of running backs so much more than this one.
All right.
What do you think? Addison, Hopkins, or Samuel?
Samuel's my guy. Although I don't know about ahead
of. All right. Yeah, we got the double. We got the double Pittsburgh apparently. Oh, never mind.
No, you got it in.
I did not think I got that. That was there was a little lag on my screen. All right, good. Hell yeah, looking good.
Hopkins is the one that got hurt, right? I mix up him and Ridley in my head a lot.
Hopkins got hurt.
Hopkins got hurt. Benjamin wants to know: do you take Corum since you're out on Kyron, Adam?
I don't have much of him either. It's not. It's just. I don't like where any of them are going. It's not like I think Kyron's not going to be the guy and he's going to lose his job or anything. So that's not like pushing Corum up. Obviously, Corum's value is like if Kyron gets hurt, but like there's just other running backs around him I like more. Yeah, so I just don't really have much of either one.
Yeah. Okay. Me neither, actually. I'm in the same boat. Trying to get my 4% exposure blanket to both, probably.
Yeah. I'm hoping that maybe I'll just like get Kyron more on underdog or something and it'll naturally balance out.
He's going 3rd round on underdog?
Yeah. Well, and also on underdog, like you're just not going to have wide receivers falling as often as you do on DraftKings. Like it's just so different. On DraftKings, there's just almost always either a running back I like more or a wide receiver that just fell and that I'm not passing on for Kyron.
Yep. Yeah, I feel like I could. Like I'm drafting the same wide receivers over and over on underdog. I feel like, and I probably need to just start taking, at the 2-3 turn, take more Kyron or Derrick Henry, that kind of thing. Like mix those kind of builds in a little bit more. It's kind of almost a blind spot for me where I'm just like, all right, which wide receiver do I want? Like I'm not even thinking of other positions there.
Yeah, I actually moved Henry up my rankings the other day just because I realized that I had forgotten he was even like playing because he was never even like on the screen for me when I was picking around 20. Right. So I just like moved him up and was like, I still don't take him that often, but at least now he's there.
Yeah.
But again, like he's one that's just gonna be better on FanDuel or on underdog. I mean,
yeah. Lucas, I didn't even realize, but I'm the 6 hole. When I saw player Q, I wondered, wait, is this stream draft? Yes, sir.
Well, now we've got to fucking keep everything secret until the 6 hole picks.
Yeah, exactly. Kind of nice picking up.
Abby Moreno leaves the game after hitting a home run at like 15% on.
Oh, brutal. I'm guessing this is true. Was Kyron RB2 last year despite missing 4 games?
I couldn't tell you.
Probably. That feels about right.
That seems fine.
All right, where are we at? So we have Mahomes double stacked with Hollywood and Kelsey. What do we have as far as looks like Love went, so we don't really have any quarterback outs right here. Probably gonna be a running back kind of turn for us.
Yeah, this is the range of running back you said you liked, right, Adam?
Yeah.
Yeah, kind of.
He doesn't really know. This is his 3rd.
Yeah, that's underdog is
Yeah, I'll say like Robinson's gone now. I do like Javonte Williams a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're full on running backs here.
Yeah, I'll say it's the range that I like, but the guys in that range that I like have pretty much already gone.
Mm-hmm.
Like they left the guys that I don't really take, but
Chase Brown went, Zach Moss went.
Right. Yeah, the Bengals guys, Robinson, Spears just went. I probably need more of him.
All right. Well, we can get Javonte at least.
Yeah.
I don't know. Javonte and Sutton, maybe, if we want to get some Denver correlation and set up.
That's a good idea.
Next.
That's a good call.
Yeah, opens up the late quarterback too.
Anytime I can get Mahomes or who's the other? One of the other early quarterbacks doesn't have a week 14 bye.
Josh Allen doesn't.
Allen, right? Yeah. So Allen or Mahomes, and then you can get those late ones. It's quite nice.
Yeah. What are you guys doing with Justin Fields?
I need to get more of him. I actually just moved him up a lot. Like, I think he's probably a better pick on DraftKings because you have the 2 extra roster spots.
Yeah.
It's just, I feel like that's such a tricky spot because if he plays, he is going to score fantasy points. It's not like he's one of these, like Drew Lock type guys where it's like, oh, well, maybe he'll get the starting job and then maybe he'll score fantasy. Like he's going to do well from a fantasy standpoint.
And the latest steam is suggesting that he could be like the week 1 starter is looking more and more likely.
Yeah. I mean, plus like you have injury outs too. Like Wilson's like 36.
Yeah.
Or you
true.
just have Wilson gets benched out. He doesn't even have to start the season.
Yeah. Good call. Yeah, I'm it's one of those that I'm like, I feel like I like Justin Fields as a pick. Like it's been kind of a debate all offseason, but I've thought like he has so much like upside if he does become the guy that I've always thought like I feel like I am in on it. Like there are people who are completely out on it. I've been like, I feel like I'm in on it. And then I check my exposure. I'm like 1%
Right.
Justin Fields.
I think in my head he's a really good pick. I also like never click his name.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I also though generally like I'm pretty heavy on not the earliest quarterbacks, but like my highest quarterback exposures right now are like Caleb, Daniels, Kyler. I think I have like a good amount of Hurts, decent amount of Mahomes. So like a lot of times I already have like 2 good quarterbacks, and I'm not really looking to get a third in those drafts.
Yep.
Richardson, I have a lot of.
Nice.
I also have a lot of the Pittsburgh running backs, which means that if they're losing rushing yards to him, it's not the best for me. But if they're scoring more points, then I'll take some more extra red zone stuff.
Yeah. Josh says
like
top values.
Josh Gillum said top values at each position. I feel like Stroud's probably like my least favorite quarterback relative to where they're getting drafted.
It's better underdog. He's been dropping. So like on DraftKings,
it's like 80s. It's pretty good.
Yeah, he's going at like 55 or something on DraftKings.
Yeah. No, now he's like, I think his ADP is down to like 72 or so on underdog, which
that makes a lot more sense.
I still don't know that I call it the top value, but I think that it's, I like it there if I have the stack, especially
it's clickable. Yeah.
Mostert, I listened to Ben Gretsch on Mostert, and he's one who convinced me to be in on Javonte Williams. Sometimes I take a little while to warm up to his takes, and I get there eventually. But I feel like he said on a podcast at one point that like Mostert, if you aren't liking Mostert where he's going, you're betting on him getting hurt. Like the only way he doesn't work out is if he gets hurt, and I don't totally buy that. Like I feel like there are multiple paths to Mostert not working out, just based on the younger guys being a little better, taking more of the workload. Mostert to me seemed like he was losing steam a little bit toward the end of last year, but I still think that I could be convinced to be in on Mostert again. I know that Mike McDaniel at one point referred to him as the starting running back there. I haven't been super into it, but maybe I should be. I don't know. What do you guys do with Mostert?
I actually just moved him up a little bit today because I think I need more. I have been getting a lot of what's his name behind him,
Jalen Wright.
Yeah, which I like. I mean, I just like having exposure to Miami, like and it's cheap exposure. I have some HN just because of obviously how high the ceiling is, but like I agree with people that he probably isn't going to get a workload to justify where he's getting drafted, really. Yeah. So like Mostert, I think it makes sense. Like where he's going, I don't like a lot of the running backs around him. You're getting Miami exposure, so I do like him, and I don't have a lot right now, and it's not for any real reason other than like just not happening to click him.
It's a very unsexy pick. Like it just feels like he's this dusty running back who's like he's a year older. I don't know. It's one of those that I should probably dive into a little bit more because in my mind he was kind of losing steam toward the end of last year, and that's part of the equation for me. And I'm not sure. I should probably actually verify that that's true.
I kind of in my head compare him. I adjusted it, and I've been getting more Kansas City guys now.
Zach Charbonnet here. I like Jerry Jeudy too. But we already have 6 receivers. Probably a running back turn.
Yeah, probably running back.
What do you guys think? Are we in on Nick Chubb, Zach Charbonnet, Rico Dowdle, Lloyd Chandler?
Like Dowdle, Charbonnet.
Yeah, sounds good with that. We're all different. Bye weeks
works.
Yeah, and I don't mind just like grabbing part of the Dallas backfield and hoping it's the right one.
Yep, me neither.
But yeah, I was kind of having the problem I'd noticed earlier this year where like I just didn't have a lot of Kansas City because at each of their like receivers ADP, there's somebody that I like better individually.
Yeah, exactly.
And then I kind of just like moved all the KC guys up, and for a while it was just like if there's a KC guy like in front of my face, I'm just drafting them because I just want KC exposure. That's kind of how I feel like with Mostert too. Like just get cheapish Miami guys, and somebody's probably going to hit.
I think the KC exposure thing, we call that the Davis Maddock effect.
Right.
It's happened to me too. He has affected me too, but I'm like, I think he's probably right. Like it's just you look at it, it's like I feel like their defense part of the reason I didn't love them is because the defense was so good last year, but it's like I forget who the defensive player is, but I listened to some podcasts that were like, they were so good defensively when they had this player, and now I'm blanking on who the name is, but now he's in Tennessee. So I'm like, oh, they lost their defensive player who like held them all together. So what if the defense falls off a little bit? Now they got these great receivers, like they're just gonna crush everything. So you win, Davis.
Yeah, it was also like because I was taking, or still am, but like I'm taking Hurts whenever I can. So that was costing me Mahomes, and then I had no incentive to like grab a KC guy that, like worthy when I could get Deontay Johnson or something, or Watson that I have ahead of him. So I kind of started forcing myself to do that. I think I said it a couple of weeks ago that like I didn't have much Mahomes at the time, but I felt like barring injury, if you just stacked Kansas City, at least on DraftKings at their ADPs in like every draft, you probably profit.
Well, DraftKings, they go so late. Like
right,
underdog
like,
is much
Mahomes
tougher.
is like 40, but then Rice, like Hollywood is like 60, Rice is like 66, Worthy's like 74 or something.
Yeah, it's way easier to do on DraftKings. Shady, have you done any drafting on DraftKings?
Yeah, I did like 7 or 8 555s this weekend. It's nuts over there. It is like, I've also been doing some of the $3 because one of those is about to fill.
Oh shit, I need to fill that. Yeah,
it's the fucking Wild West.
Yeah,
over there. You can build some really insane teams.
It's getting better now too. Like you're getting more casual. I got Tank Dell as wide receiver 5 in a draft yesterday.
Jesus, yeah. The hard thing is every year I felt like, oh my god, this is so soft. My team is so amazing, and then my advance rate is worse than it is on underdog. I think it's just a bad luck, but I don't know.
Yeah, I don't remember if it was last year or not. I know last year was the first year I didn't make either of the finals. But either last year or the year before, I definitely did better on underdog from an advance rate standpoint.
Yeah. I think last year on DraftKings was my worst advance rate. I was literally below expectation, which I feel like that should never happen. Like there's always at least 1 or 2 dead teams in every room you're in, just about. So that's it. But it was also a small sample size. Like I didn't draft much on underdog or on DraftKings last year, and I think part of it is like I do so much drafting on underdog that I was not able to like reformat like how I'm trying to do things.
Yeah, that is one reason that I kind of made like obviously anecdotal and it might not matter, but like I kind of like that I always end up doing DraftKings first because underdog you usually end up with like pretty clear moves because like you just don't have that many guys falling past ADP that you have to like consider, and so it's I don't know. I feel like I don't have to adjust as much because it's kind of just like whatever is right in front of me, like this is what I'm going to do. Whereas like DraftKings, it's like whatever's that I could take right now,
and they're all awesome. Yeah,
right, exactly.
Lucas says this is a really weird BBM room, very RB thirsty. I don't think I've noticed that. Is it Dobbins at 136, Chandler 1? Yeah, I guess. Looking that way.
What are our QB outs aside from Denver right now?
Do we have any?
Stafford,
we have the Rams.
Yeah,
but same bye week as Mahomes.
That's too bad.
Yeah. So maybe we want to add another. We could take Leggett if he falls to us.
Isn't he like dead?
He is injured, but I don't know how injured.
He's missing the preseason opener. We could always do the Fields thing too, which I guess that's the same week 17 game, which is a slight knock.
I love it. I don't understand every math thing I've ever looked at, so it's a good thing to have him stacked.
To have him in the same game as Mahomes.
Yeah, I don't know where that comes from.
So I think it comes from. I've heard ETR talk about it. I think it's just a matter of like you're giving yourself one fewer. It's not that it doesn't correlate well. It's just that you give yourself one fewer out to a game environment that goes off. Is the idea? I don't know the math. I've just heard people talk about it.
I think that's the argument. I've never completely bought into it, but
Jalen Wright is here. We could take Jalen Wright, and Pop Douglas would give us a second out for later.
Yeah, I think they both make sense.
What do we need? All right, we're still at 1. Okay, cool.
Yeah, I'm definitely going probably at least 5, maybe 6 RBs here.
Yeah,
Najee is our first. So
yeah, I think the full argument is basically that you're not getting you're not getting access to a second game, but then also like if that game, like in this case, Kansas City does shoot out, it's good for both quarterbacks, but like you can obviously still only play one, so it's not as advantageous, but I still don't totally buy it.
Yeah, I guess it probably depends on the size of your game stack. If you have 4 people already that you need on your lineup essentially to go off, then you want that other quarterback in case, because they're positively correlated with those players and they are more likely to score more points than a random quarterback with another one off.
Right. And also, like, you kind of get the natural like yo-yo effect of if a high percentage of the teams in the finals are Patrick Mahomes, Kansas City stacks, and you have Justin Fields and he beats Mahomes in that game, like
He says lack of stackers on DraftKings turns a lot of lineups into cash game builds in a sense, so they advance but lack playoff structure. That could be true. That could be affecting like people are just drafting better players, not worrying about the stacks.
Right. Yeah, like I have no idea if that is true, but I could see it.
Yeah.
My counter argument would be that like if you're drafting teams with bad structures like that, you're probably also not making the best picks.
Right.
But could be wrong.
I've always thought that the team correlation, so obviously week 17 doesn't matter for this, but like stacking your quarterback should, I think, help for the regular season too. Like makes it a little bit more likely that you'll advance because they're still correlated for the entire season as well. I'm not sure what the math, like if that study has been done, whether that has been historically true, but that seems intuitive to me.
It seems likely to me, yeah.
Seems probably true.
Although if you correlate by taking, yeah, right.
It's not probably, it is true.
Yeah.
Not going to hedge that particular bet.
Yeah. And I give the example, like last year, I think we had the perfect example of it. Like Garrett Wilson could have been atomic with Aaron Rodgers. I'm glad that most of my Garrett Wilson team or most of my Aaron Rodgers teams were correlated with my Garrett Wilson teams, because then they all just die together as opposed to like being like half dead because I have, if I have 12 Garrett Wilson teams, 12 Aaron Rodgers teams, none of them together, like they're basically all dead. Like you're basically losing 24 teams when Aaron Rodgers goes down because Garrett Wilson loses so much value there. But
checks out. Come on, Philly. What the fuck?
High on the Phillies today?
No, sorry, Dodgers. No.
Oh, Dodgers. Gotcha. Yeah.
I do have.
Not come out yet?
I don't think so, unless I
assume they're waiting on Freeman, but I thought they already said Freeman was back.
Emac sending the Emac emoji here. Good to see you, Emac. The oldest man in the space. But luckily he can't figure out streaming, so he doesn't stream his drafts. I don't know if there is a way. I'm sure there is a way to check out which players last year did better, like had higher advance rates, did better than their ADP. I think you just, I guess if you go to bbmdb.com, you can see the advance rates of each player, which I think is kind of a loose way of figuring out who did better than their ADP. It's not perfect, but
I mean, if you have
what you mean by better,
just get everybody's stats and see how they ranked.
Yeah, right. But like generally, like Kyron crushed.
Yeah.
Raheem Mostert, like the players with the highest advance rate typically, greatly outperform their ADP.
Sometimes you'll get weird correlations that are nonsensical in that. So if you
all right. So we have the 2 rookie quarterback outs. Which I don't know, Shady, how you would feel about like whether we need to be just getting it done at this turn. Take one of them, reach a little bit, because they both. Drake May 199, probably not making it back. Bo Nix 207, a little bit more likely. I guess we can see just who's available too.
Robinson correlates with Puka and Harrison too.
Yeah, I do like Demarcus Robinson quite a bit.
Yeah, he's
these are two that I really like, Bateman and Robinson. I was thinking Fields would also be a potential out, but maybe we take.
I think we need one of our quarterbacks. 3 just went off the board. I'm not sure what's left.
Yep. Your preference? I assume Drake May is the answer for Shady as the leg up guy.
It is, although Mahomes is 6, and that feels a little early for him.
Oh, that's true. But Bo Nix may be more likely to be starting.
I think we take May, and then we also take Nix if he comes back.
Okay.
How I typically do this, and I just get them both.
May and D Rob. Are we thinking? We're at 2.571. We do need a tight end too. So I'd say D Rob or Jonnu.
We could have actually gone Levis and Chig there too, except Chig's never going to be playing over Kelsey, so never mind.
Yeah. All right, we'll go D Rob for the correlation. We're now at 2.581, so probably done at wide receiver. Got 2 more picks. One of them at least is going to need to be a tight end. Could be a tight end, and I'd say either tight end and quarterback or 2 tight ends, probably.
Could also
or running back.
Yeah, running back.
Yeah.
Different things there. I think it really is a luxury. That last one, we could do almost anything except wide receiver there.
Yeah.
Since we have Kelsey, I feel like the lean should be running back.
Yeah. A lot of late pick quarterback top that. Oh, the top advance rate or better than ADP. That makes sense.
It's part of the reason I didn't have a good year last year was I was actually really aggressive with getting good quarterbacks, and then they all got hurt.
Yep. Yeah, last year was not my year. My advance rate was like over expectation, but not by that much. Yeah. I know Shady crushed it because he did it. He was like on the top 10,000 leaderboard, like was paid off already coming into the playoff weeks, which is pretty nice. And then obviously got third for, I guess I have not said it yet on the stream. For those who don't know, Shady, not just DFS Pro, also got third in BBM last year. At one point was maybe the favorite pretty late. He was up there, like one of the favorites to potentially take it down late in the day on Sunday. And then got passed by a Jaden Reed stack, I want to say.
Yeah, 2 different Green Bay stacks got past me, which was unfortunate.
Yeah. Was it 3 million to first and 300,000 to third last year? So
that would be correct. Yes.
I'm just rubbing salt in the wounds right now. Just reminding him.
That would be correct.
Yeah, that is kind of rough. I mean, 300,000 still not bad, but
no.
This year, what is 1.5 down to? I don't know what third would be.
I think it's so close to $1 million. I'm not sure exactly what it is.
Yeah,
I haven't actually looked at it.
Yeah, that's rough.
It happens.
Yeah.
This year I got to get second, and the year afterwards I'll get first. It's just how you.
But by then, first place is only going to be like $200,000.
Yeah. All right, fine. I'll run one of the DK millies, and then we'll make it that way.
Adam, I don't know if you have announced anything about this, so maybe you don't want to share, but are you planning on doing any NFL content?
Yeah, I'll be doing some sort of show, probably similar to the tournament thing that I'm doing with baseball, and nice. I'll be doing that with basketball too. I don't know exactly what I'll be doing as far as like NFL data projections or anything, because it partly depends on what we end up doing collectively. I know for sure I will not be doing anything NBA projection wise because not going to happen. But
is somebody else going to do it? You're just not doing it.
What?
Like Endgame is not doing it. Is it just too much work, or what? Why do you say?
Yeah. Like I don't have time to.
Oh, I see. Because you're playing so much.
Yeah. But like with football, obviously I have time, so like I don't know what we're going to end up doing yet for sure. collectively, but like if we end up not as a site doing projections, I'll probably do like the Dub Club thing again for NFL. But yeah, not doing anything like that for basketball. I'll just be doing shows.
Nice. Cool.
But football in some form, I assume I'm doing both.
Are you going to start with the NBA shows like as soon as NBA starts?
Most likely. Yeah, because like baseball's done by then. Yeah, and like football,
I have not figured that out.
Because like I'm not going to do. I don't want to do like daily NFL shows. I want to do like one NFL show a week or whatever. Right. That's one of the things that I've like want me to do a show, like do a show on Sunday. Cool. I don't want to have to like make up NFL shit for 6 days when realistically I'm not, paying that much attention. So, do NBA stuff during the week, do an NFL show on Sunday or whatever.
I want to say Chigakonkwo here or Juwan Johnson.
I think Chig or Dulcich.
Yeah, we got some correlation with Dulcich if we wanted it, but Chig is fine.
We could go both, or Kendra Miller, quite a fall.
I have enough Kendra that I'm not clicking him for a while, but
all right.
I'm not sure what your portfolio looks like.
I had a lot early also. Shipley, not bad here. CEH.
Yeah, I don't mind Shipley there. My like round 20 running back now is the guy on Arizona for a bit. But I don't know, it'd be a good pick here. Demercado or whatever.
Demercado, yeah. I don't think I've clicked it yet.
It doesn't feel good, but they had their coach come out and just talk about like how good he's been in pass pro and also kind of imply that Trey Benson's been garbage. So
oh really?
Yeah, so it kind of just sounded like he might see more time than people are thinking.
We just had a Drew Lock pick at
oh wow.
First I've seen.
Sure enough.
Wow.
I wonder why. Did he have he had Geno too. Oh no, Drew Lock is New York Giants. Okay. Yeah. Huh. Interesting. I have not figured out what I'm doing for NBA. I had thought that I would like transition to do some NBA DFS stuff on my YouTube channel, but now it's like I'm going to be doing so much NFL content. This is what happened while I was at Stochastic. It was like I didn't even play NBA DFS because I was so busy with NFL content, which I kind of think is going to happen with me again. But
yeah, and like for me, my NFL process, I think it's going to change a little bit. Just as far as there's some stuff that I want to pay closer attention to this year than I have in the past. But like my NFL process is I start working on it, Saturday night, Sunday morning. Yeah. So it's just a whole change in my process and everything else. If I were to do the whole, Monday we're going to talk about whatever, and Tuesday, it's not going to happen.
Yeah, right. Well, we finished the draft. I can read off the team. I think I have time. We have Patrick Mahomes and Drake May at quarterback. At running back, Najee Harris, Javonte Williams, Rico Dowdle, Zach Charbonnet, Jalen Wright, Will Shipley. At wide receiver, Puka Nacua, Marvin Harrison, Hollywood Brown, Jaden Reed, Curtis Samuel, Cortland Sutton, Pop Douglas, Demarcus Robinson. And at tight end, Travis Kelce and Chigakonkwo. So we have Mahomes with Hollywood and Kelce. We've got the bring back of Najee Harris. We've got Drake May with Pop Douglas. I think just Pop Douglas, yeah. And no bringbacks to that one. So we have the game stack with Kansas City, Pittsburgh. We also have some secondary correlations. We have Miami with, I thought we had Cleveland. Maybe I'm wrong. What else do we have? Oh, we had the Rams, Cardinals. So we had Demarcus Robinson, Puka Nacua, and Marvin Harrison. Nice little team.
Yeah, I like it. It seems bad compared to what I'm used to drafting, but within the constraints of underdog.
Yeah, it's a good underdog team.
Yeah,
we do what we could.
We did not get Trey Tucker, but I think he's more of a DraftKings pick anyway.
I draft him sometimes in the 18th round, but I like him better when I have like correlation. If I have Chris Olave or something like that.
Yeah, exactly. Inclined. Yeah, I'm the same way there.
Yeah. I think that is going to do it for the stream. Really appreciate you both coming on. If you want to give shouts to your various sites, whatever you have going on, Shady, I'll start with you. Where can people find you? Where is your work? What do you have going on?
You can find me in both the Leg Up and the Endgame Syndicate Discords, as well as many other Discords. Those are the only two I really pay attention to. Saber's in Discord as well, I suppose. We've got a bunch of rankings, as well as a sidekick over at Legendary Upside. Yeah, that's about it for me.
All right. Before I let Adam speak, Neil, check the Ship Chasing Discord for some Oregon winery recommendations. All right, love that. Adam, where can people find your work, what you have going on, etc.?
Yeah, Endgame Syndicate. I have videos out along with, like we talked about earlier, Yuta, Brick, and Nerdy Tenor. I'm in the Discord there. Also have my baseball projections over there and in my Dub Club separately. So along with some strikeout props. So yeah, Endgame Syndicate.
Oh yeah, well, thank you both for coming on. Would love to get either or both of you again sometime before this is all over. I'd love to get you back on the channel, do another best ball stream at some point. I need to go get some dinner though. I should remind people, if you have not already subscribed to the channel, please subscribe to the channel. Trying to get to 2,000 before the NFL season. We're at 1,850 now. Of course, like the video if you haven't, and if you have any comments, leave them below the video. That helps as well. And if you haven't signed up for the Flannelverse Discord, you can find the link in the description below this video. I have not linked either of these guys' stuff in the video because I didn't know they were going to be coming on, but I will. I'll add some links there as well. All right, thank you both for coming on. Thank you all for hanging out with us, watching the stream, and we will catch you later.